2025. I am going to begin by taking roll. Jeremy Wall, Stephen Gay, Linda Lynn Caccadellis, Bruce Friend, Rita Hare,
Here.
Hilda Parlay,
Present.
Todd Godby,
Here.
Eric Sanchez, Shelley Shope, John Eldridge,
Here.
Eric Gucan, Gerald McNair.
Here.
Okay. We do have a quorum, and I'll pass it over to Chair Friend.
Good morning, and thank you, everybody. We have a full agenda today and tomorrow. Appreciate everyone's work that they've done in advance of our meeting time here over the next 2 days, and especially thank the Office of Charter Schools, as always, for the work that you put in to allow us to do our work as well. For those listening remotely, we want to thank you too for joining us this morning. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the NC state flag. NC flag. You saying NC? Before I read the ethics statement and mission statement this morning, I am going to ask that our CSRB attorney, Stephen Walker, chime in and provide some insights from a legal perspective. Mr. Walker, are you online?
All right, I am online. Good morning, everybody. Sorry I couldn't be with you in person today. I'd much rather be there than where I'll be later. But I wanted to kind of let you know before y'all read the ethics statement and before you announced any recusals, because this always seems to come up, especially when renewals are on the docket. I had reached out to the Ethics Commission just to get some clarification on when a board member would need to recuse, when they would not be required to recuse dealing with a renewal. And so I asked them first, if they are, if it's a board that you sit on, right? If your school's up for approval and you're on that board or you're employed by that school, obviously you would need to recuse from that. If you are an employee of an EMO or a CMO and that there's a board that partners with that EMO or CMO that you're an employee of, then you would need, of course, to recuse from that because you do have some direct financial benefit there. The other one is that I'd asked them about was, let's say that you are a member of a charter school board and your board has a contract with an EMO or a CMO. Would you be required to recuse yourself from any other school that also has a contract with that EMO or CMO? And this is the response that ethics gave me. It said the for-profit business organization, the EMO or the CMO, which contracts with the charter school and with which the member is affiliated, is not a business with which associated for conflict of interest purposes. This presumes that the board member does not serve on the for-profits board and is not an officer and employee for the for-profit or has any other relationship with the for-profit as set forth in the statute. So that a member would not be restricted from voting on contract renewals or of other charter schools which also have a contract with the for-profit. So I just wanted y'all to have that in mind. If you are a board member of a school that partners with an EMO, there is nothing that requires you to recuse yourself from any other school that comes up that you're not affiliated with simply because they partner with the same EMO as a school that you are affiliated with. I know that was probably as clear as mud, but I'm happy to answer any questions on it.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Any questions from CSRB members? Okay, we're hearing none. Maybe it was not as unclear as mud, Mr. Walker. Thank you for that. And as always, if any board members at any time have a question, they can certainly raise it as to whether or not they feel they need to recuse themselves. The mission statement, the Charter Schools Review Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in the state of North Carolina. Our ethics statement reads as follows. Review Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the Review Board. Does any member of the Review Board know of any conflict or appearance of conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or an apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. Okay, we have a couple of items housekeeping items we need to take care of first. The first is the approval of the November agenda. The agenda has been posted publicly on eBoard. It was provided to us prior to this meeting. Would someone like to make a motion to approve November's meeting agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the November meeting agenda. Hilda Parley.
We have a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving this month's meeting agenda, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We also have the approval of the October meeting minutes from our meeting last month. Again, those were provided to us in eBoard prior to today's meeting. May I have a motion to approve the October CSRB minutes?
Mr. Chair, this is Rita Hare. I move that we approve the minutes from the October meeting.
I second that, Gwendolyn.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, those minutes are approved. We also have approval of subcommittee minutes. This was the subcommittee Dr. Eldridge led recently on the topic of the sub-campuses. I was trying to find the right word there. Thank you. Those two were put in eBoard. Someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the subcommittee?
And as a reminder, it's just the subcommittee members that need to vote.
Okay. So if you were not on that subcommittee, you can
Make a motion that I move that we accept the minutes of the subcommittee.
I second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, subcommittee members only are voting. For all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next up. Ready to open update and proposed revisions to minimum requirements. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, everyone. This is Ashley Logue with the Office of Charter Schools. So today I'm bringing a presentation regarding Ready to Open, much like we discussed over the last several months, revisions to the application. Now we have some ideas for the Ready to Open process we'd like to kind of bring to your attention, and hopefully next meeting in December, we can bring some proposed revisions and have you guys vote on them before we get started with the kind of heavier RTO season in the new year. So as a reminder, our current RTO cohort, what we're looking at right now, we have 9 schools here. You can see the school name and the county. These are the schools that are slated to open in fall 2026. So these are the schools that will begin appearing before you. You will begin getting updates on those schools in the fall, in the upcoming 2026 year. We also have 3 schools that have already delayed, so they would be set to open in 2027. So some background for some of our new board members and a refresher for our veteran board members. What is Ready to Open? Essentially, when you approve an application, which we've been, going through the application process these last several months, you are granting those applications approval to enter the Ready to Open process. So it is not approval to operate a charter school at this point. The application approval is contingent on successfully completing Ready to Open. What that typically consists of is a year of in-person and virtual professional development. So we have planning year sessions. Those are 5 full-day sessions at these school board members and staff members, once the leaders are hired, which typically isn't until the spring, attend. We have 3 RTO submission periods that in which the boards and the school leader, once they're hired, submit everything from, certificate of insurance, liability insurance, to different policies, pretty much everything that you can imagine when it comes to beginning to operate a charter school. They also receive one-on-one support and technical assistance from OCS staff, and then there's a final presentation to this board. Historically, that's happened in June, in which you grant final RTO status, and that's when they would receive their charter agreement and officially begin, have essentially the approval to operate. So the importance of RTO. Pretty much every authorizing state or entity has some type of RTO. We use RTO. It's called Ready to Open. It's also in many places known as Year Zero. But essentially, it's very clear in studies that have been done that charter school performance that is poor from the get-go, right? So it starts off not as strong as it needs to be, often continues to be an uphill battle for those schools. And that the schools that start really strong is that part of that is due to strengthening authorizing standards and practices, which is why we're bringing this to you, because it's clear that having those kind of strong systems in place lead to strong charter schools, which is what we all want. There was also a study of first-year closures that was done by NACSA, and they identified 4 primary reasons for closure. And all of them can really be prevented with strong Ready to Open practices. So the first one is failure to enroll enough students. And this is what we're going to talk a lot about today. We are all well aware of this because we've seen it firsthand in the last several years. The second one is unsafe facilities or facilities not approved. We pretty much cover this because we require educational COs to be submitted to our office prior to funding. So we typically do not have issues with this one. Highly problematic structural relationships with school boards and their management organizations. So we also don't see this quite as much in North Carolina, but we have had, management organization terminations, or what I call sometimes divorces, that have been ugly. And then illegal or unwise decision-making in school board policy and operations. Again, I think we have a really good system in place with RTO in terms of providing very strong training and review of policies to help prevent that sort of thing. So those are things that really authorizers across the country see. And we'll talk a little bit about more of those today. Okay, what have we have historically done, whether it was the CSAB in prior years or the CSRB? Typically, this board and our office looks at 4 main areas of readiness. And then what we do is that OCS staff will begin presenting brief updates, usually starting in March. But the schools do not appear before you until June. So the OCS, our office presents summary of main components. The main components that we look at are enrollment, facility, staffing, budget, and RTO submissions. Obviously, we look at more, but those are kind of the big players towards the end of the process that we want to make sure that you are well aware of. Some schools appear. So we have not typically had every school appear. For example, if a school is meeting all of those and we do not have any concerns, then we might just give you the synopsis. If there are any concerns under any of these criteria components, then we ask that school to appear. You typically will interview and speak with the board and the school leader. And then you vote on final RTO status. This next slide shows what we've been using, I believe, at least 8 years since I've been here. I don't think this has changed. So we look at enrollment, and the minimum standing we're typically looking for is 75% of projected enrollment. And let me be really clear, these are guidelines. So these are not, if you don't meet it, you're done, right? These are the sort of things, just like renewal guidelines, there's wiggle room, there's flexibility in how this board looks at these different criteria, but these are the ones that we're really focused on. Facility is substantial progress toward receipt of the educational CO, at least 30 days to opening, and a valid contingency and plan in place. Oftentimes we have schools say, well, we don't think we need a contingency plan, but oftentimes schools actually utilize a contingency plan they thought they did not need. And that is because obviously we don't, construction, getting inspections, those sort of things, permitting, that can take a lot of time and it is not in the control of the school in many cases. Budget, having a valid break-even budget. Obviously, you see regular and break-even budgets, but the break-even budget is very important considering enrollment concerns. And then the RTO progress report, all areas rated as emerging or developed. And we usually don't have many problems with that because, again, the schools get very intense training and technical assistance. So if they need help, we provide that help. But sometimes they might need to make a little revision here and there for certain policies or plans. All right. So that's what we have done in previous years with RTO. That's kind of giving a background for what the RTO process looks like. And then now I want to kind of talk about some things that we've noticed, observed the last few years, looking at some of the data that we have. So concerns that we want to bring forward. In both this year and the previous year, we had one RTO school that has closed before finishing the school year, right? So obviously that's worst case scenario. You have these schools have gone through years of application, submitting their application, getting ready to open, going through the entire process, hiring, getting staff and students enrolled and families committed to a school, and then they just cannot make it because they do not have enough enrollment. And that has been the reason these schools closed, is due to enrollment. We earlier this year, Ms. Cook from our office looked at enrollment data and ADM data from the last 5 years, which is really the time that we have some very consistent data. And what we saw is that on average, schools enrolled about 13% fewer students than projected in their first year. However, in the last 2 years, there's been a much larger gap between projections and what they end up with the actual ADM. Only about a quarter, so 26% of schools met or exceeded their original projections. And over the last 5 years, the last 5 June CSRB or CSAB meetings, the vast majority of schools were approved with only a few denials or delays. And these are often tied to enrollment concerns. If we look at this is just a screenshot from our notes, our spreadsheet on the 5-year data trends. You can see that there's no school names here. It's just what you can see is the year 1 approved enrollment. So that's what they had approved in their application. And oftentimes these are actually lower numbers than what they originally came to us with because they might have gotten an amendment by this point. Then the June RTO enrollment report, which is where this board hears the final figures and whether they're meeting the 75% enrollment guideline. And you can see out of the schools we've had the last 5 years, quite a few have not met that enrollment. Now it's not, I'm going to be very transparent that it's not always easy to know, will they be able to get past that, right? Because if you look at the not meeting and then the approvals, a lot of them were still approved and are operating today. But what we also see is that we had an approval with stipulations that never opened. We had an approved delay that ended up having to be revoked. And then we had another approval that ended up being revoked. And then some of them just don't open because they're either denied or they decide not to, which is the case of relinquishment. What we want to get towards is seeing approved and operating across the board, right? If they're approved, they operate and they operate with strength, right? They're a strong opening and can go forward and be a strong school. These next 2 slides, I think, are very telling if we just look at the colors. So this is 2020 and 2021 openings. That first column is the difference between the actual and the projection. So you can see we have a lot that are, in yellow and red. So either they're just a little bit under, right? About 5% under their projection, or the reds where they're up to under 45% under. And then the actual difference versus the June enrollment report. And you can see that they're able to make a lot of that up, right? So they were making up and getting more enrollment later in the game than we would have necessarily thought. But if we look at this next slide, there's no green. And these are the last 2-year openings, so 23 and 24. And so what we're seeing is that schools are not able to gain the number of students in the summer months as they previously were able to. Obviously, we don't know. I can't say for sure what is the cause of that. I think that you can make some really good inferences that there's just a lot of options now. And so parents, will apply to different places. And most parents at the, really, especially post-COVID, like they want to know before the summer, right, where they're going. So you can't make up as many, as much enrollment. Where previously, if you had fewer schools fewer choice schools, you might have said, okay, well, I'm going to apply to this one and I'll wait and see if I get in. And if I get in August 15th, I'm still going to go, right? So that's kind of what we're seeing. So wanted to give some of that data. Previously, it was more just anecdotally and observationally, and now we can really point to data and say that we are seeing changes in the trends when it comes to enrollment. So what are the options for ready to open schools? It is a hard thing to work with a board that has applied, gone through that process, has been working with our team, maybe for, a year, 2, sometimes even longer, to just say, okay, you're not there and you're done, right? But there are different options. So the first option is just they complete everything successfully and they receive their charter agreement. And this is the majority of schools. The second is you deny RTO and the process the school does not open. Or the school requests a delay, and if approved, it continues in RTO. Which really, as long as it's the first delay, they can be approved by our office automatically. So there's almost like a automatic kind of fail-safe put in, in the system. But what we've seen is that the school has to be willing to ask for that delay. And we haven't seen that as much recently with schools that are showing signs of weakness. What I call that is unrealistic optimism. It is obviously important to be optimistic and excited about opening a school, but if it's not grounded in data and being, realistic about how hard it is to open a school, it can lead to a lot of problems. I think, it is hard from the human perspective of working with these people, these boards, these founders for years, and then to say, right a couple months before they're supposed to open, sorry, you can't do it. We've also seen over time that we've seen more board turnover or boards lose momentum. And, having one really strong board member or having a board that does something 3 years ago and thinks that they don't need to receive any more training or that nothing has changed is just not the way it works, because it is constantly changing in the charter world and the laws are changing, best practices are changing. So that's something that we're kind of trying to also help schools and boards understand. And then we also see RTO being completed at times by 1 or 2 members without full board effort. And anybody that's served on a charter board knows that you cannot do it on the backs of 1 or 2 people, right? You have to have a full commitment, especially in those first few years, which are critical to building the processes and the policies that you need. So all of that, right, the data and kind of our observations and what we're seeing just really points to the fact that a school's readiness should be assessed based on concrete evidence and data, and readiness criteria should be transparent and shared early in the process. That's where we want to go with this. Ideally, I'd like to bring something to you in December that your board could approve, and then in January, we could, I hope to meet with the RTO schools and let them know these are the process going forward for the next, however many months we're at. And what you're going to need to be prepared to do when you go in front of the CSRB for final approval. We've made a lot of improvements to the processes internally already. So this summer we spent a lot of time. We went through every single RTO submission that we require and really thought about, is this something that we need to be reviewing? Is it at the right time to be reviewing it? For example, we might be collecting things early on in the process that really should be best created with a principal, and these boards don't have principals on board yet. So we kind of thought about all those things. We restructured the planning year session agendas to better align with the topics with the time of year. We've also, after many requests, we've only 2 of the 5 require travel. So 3 of them are virtual. We are going to continue to, think about how we can improve the trainings. I think next year we might think about doing fewer full day sessions and maybe bucket it into different smaller plannings, because those planning year sessions are very long. We've created cohort share drives so that the documentation and resources are all in one place and the board members can have easy access to it. And it's kind of like a live document we can work on with them in real time. And then we vastly reduced the RTO submissions so that we can really focus on the critical key levers for success. So, for example, we no longer are going to be reviewing every single student handbook, right? That's something that really should be created in partnership with the school leader and the board. We give lots of resources. We give best practices and exemplars, but just trying to make it a little bit easier and also more aligned with what really works in real time for the schools. And then we continue to update resource and templates, because again, there's more and more that is required to be submitted to DPI or to the General Assembly, or things that are just it seems like a constant increase of policies and surveys and things that you need to fill out. So trying to make that as easy as possible, but still really focusing on those critical levers of, do you have the demand? Do you have the enrollment? Is your facility going to be ready? Those sort of things. In addition, we've increased RTO check-ins. So in addition to our 5 full-day trainings, our topical webinars, and our one-on-one assistance, I plan on having a January webinar, again, to try to discuss some of these final things and help schools maybe have a better understanding of what kind of red flags they need to be looking for in terms of whether they're facing some difficulties ahead. We have optional coaching sessions during each phase of RTO submission. And then we have facility and enrollment reports, and that will start in February. And we've improved those templates to have all of the updates on one document, so you can kind of see the progress, all together in a live document. And then also the enrollment templates we've created using formulas. So hopefully it will not rely on, math of the mathematical skills of some people, and instead it will just automatically populate. And then we do enrollment verifications, which we started about 2 years ago. So that's where we are now. We still think there's room to improve, and these are some of the things we think that we would like your board to discuss, to consider, so that we can maybe bring some ideas back in December. In March and April, we would like to have the brief updates on RTO school progress from Dr. Norns, the same way we've typically done. So this includes giving you information about, what's the enrollment status, because really by March and April, you should have already started, right? You should have had your enrollment process started, perhaps had a lottery if needed, and then have a detailed update on facilities. And then what we would like to propose is that instead of just coming in June, which is already like the end of the line to, right, the very end of the planning process, and really you're getting ready to open the school in a few months, we'd like to have the schools appear in May as well. That's something we would like your input on, and to decide, how you feel about that. But our thinking is that June is it's at the end of the kind of time frame of ready to open. It's often very difficult when a school maybe, for example, has a beautiful facility, but they don't have the enrollment, to say like, no, you can't, this is it. Whereas May would give us some more time to get those schools in front of you, for you guys to help the schools understand if there are red flags that you're concerned about, to get some more information, to see, are you fully staffed? Are you ready to go? There's been some schools that haven't had a school leader in May, and that's, makes it much harder for them to get ready to open in a few months. So that's one recommendation is we would have, is that in May, you would have schools appear before you. Obviously, that would, require travel on the part of the schools, but like I've said, we've greatly reduced the amount of travel they have to do for planning sessions and for training. So I feel like this is kind of a good balance, and that is a very necessary thing. At both May and June presentations, we would present readiness reports. Typically, we kind of did a very basic summary. I'd like to get a little bit more in depth with those and give you a little bit more detail on each school and the school leadership if they're hired, and then the board having, appearing to answer any questions. As some of you will probably recall, maybe 2 years ago, I think, you denied Ready to Open because it was very clear they could not answer questions about the budget, right? Some of those things are just you can't know that until they're here in front of you. This is an example, this next slide, of just an example of what kind of readiness report we're working on. We're kind of in the first draft phase, but having some type of indicator, right? So like, is a facility secured, an evidence or documentation review, like a certificate of occupancy, and then any comments or findings, like if we have a concern or, we have not received the ECO, we're not sure when it's coming, we can kind of put that in there. And then having kind of like a readiness scale of 1 to 4, right? Not ready at all to fully ready. That sort of thing. So just giving you some more details. So that's one side of it, is having the boards and the schools appear in front of you earlier and providing more detail. The second side of it is thinking about these minimum guidelines. So we propose revising and providing more clarity as to what is required. So really thinking about what is the absolute minimum required to open. We do not want, and we do not, none of this would involve CSRB losing the authority to make the final decision on any RTO school's readiness. We don't, much like renewal guidelines, I think it makes the most sense to have something that is flexible, right? But we could definitely utilize some clear guidelines that would help our office provide clarity and assist in coaching the schools as they get closer and closer to coming in front of you. So what could that look like? So these are some ideas that we've had. Enrollment, right? Previously, again, it's been 75% sufficient. That's been kind of what we're looking at. A lot of schools are not meeting the 75% and they're still going on. Do we want to change that? Do we want to make it more of a mandatory, you got to be at this point, or you have to delay? Just kind of thinking through that. There's not, I don't know the right answer, right? I think there's different ways of doing it, and that's why we'd like to bring this to you guys to hear a discussion. Other authorizers use all kinds of different methods, and I don't think that anybody's really found the golden ticket to making sure that every school is going to open with great enrollment. But I think this is our number one issue that we've seen the last couple of years, and I would anticipate we continue to see. And then also thinking about how does this intersect with the break-even budget? Because what I've seen happen over the last couple of years is if a school comes with a break-even budget, and let's say they have that break-even budget of 90, and they say we're at 91 kids, then typically what I've seen is they get approved because it appears that they will be able to fiscally manage the school on that number of students. But we also know that they're going to lose a lot of students. And while I think it's been more probably closer, like historically, to maybe 10% of students, now we're seeing schools maybe lose 20. Or in the case of the school that recently closed, I think they lost like maybe 40 or 50% of their students, right? So that's an issue to talk about. The facility, again, what evidence is sufficient for for substantial progress? A lot of our schools don't have their ECOs until right before opening. And we understand that. I think that's something that's a given the way, construction and permitting works. But what kind of evidence do we want to see that they are going to be able to get that ECO quickly? Because parents, the facility is big, and parents are less likely to be okay with you like moving to a different temporary location or putting the kids in modulars temporarily, those sort of things. And then the break-even budget. So do we want to say your break-even budget cannot be lower than this amount of students? So we typically have said 80 because that's required by law. I don't think that's sufficient because in order to, if you're saying you're going to get 80 students, you're too close to not making the state minimum. And we would suggest maybe 100 as the lowest possible break even because again, you're going to lose kids. And as we saw with this previous closure, it's especially for schools that have not operated before, it's very difficult for them to conceptualize getting an amount of money based on a projection and then having to true that amount up and it being pulled back, right? And oftentimes you don't have a lot of time. You don't have a lot of time to know that that money is coming back, right? So that's why we would suggest a higher break-even budget requirement. And then the progress report will remain as it has been, but we'd like to, again, start maybe with some type of more detailed readiness report. So next steps. I'd love to open this up to discussion in a second if you have any questions. Also allow for a month of feedback. So if you kind of simmer a little bit on this and then come back, let me know thoughts, proposals. We can work on getting some ideas together for December. For those listening via live stream, please feel free to provide feedback to our office, or if you'd like to provide it to the CSRB directly, we're happy to hear that feedback as well. You can find the email addresses for our office and the board on the website. And then we'd like to bring a draft readiness report and any other changes to the process to the December meeting as a proposal. So, questions? Thoughts?
Thank you, Ms. Logue, for that summary. And I do think it's wise that we tackle this, given all the data points that you shared. So I think there's a lot to unpack here that will take longer than just today, obviously. So I appreciate the timeline that you put out here. I guess a couple of comments and then I'll open up to others. I'm going to take a step back first. First of all, I want to thank you for always looking for continuous improvement in this RTO process. Sort of side note, just last month, Dr. Eldridge and I had an opportunity to attend the National Charter School Authorizers Conference. And I think I can speak for both of us that we left that event almost reaffirmed that even back to our application process here in North Carolina, and it can always be improved as well. We just made changes to that earlier this fall, but it's quite, in my opinion, quite strong compared to other states. We were rather stunned to hear and interact with other authorizers who were learning about basic things about the charter, its budget, its personnel plan, its recruitment efforts for students and staff, and after the charter had already been given, rather than up front, which was rather stunning in many respects. If you go back to the earlier slide, I guess a couple things that pop out for me, and again, I'll try not to take too much time away from others. When I look at that first category of enrollment, is when they come before us in June, is there a certain percentage that they have to be at? I don't know if 75% is sufficient. I don't know if that's not sufficient. I know what really is important, though, is whatever that percentage is, that they have a break-even budget that allows them to operate regardless of so to me, the break-even budget component might be slightly more important than whether at June are they at 80% of their enrollment or are they at 60% of their enrollment. And then going down to the budget piece too, just do keep in mind, there are going to be applicants who are less than 80. But they have to identify that as part of the application process. And we are allowed to approve a school to open with less than 80 students, as long as it was flagged in the application that the school itself was never planning to be more than 80. We just had an example of that earlier this cycle with a school with serving a very specific, I think it was autistic, we're going to target autistic students, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I guess the question, and I don't know that we have it. Like, I think of the most recent example where, despite the efforts of your office and of our board, warning signs around it, like in this particular case, the school that we just closed last month, TISA, numerous examples of they were not on target to hit minimum of 80. And regardless of communication given to them, hey, you may want to consider asking for a year delay, or you may want to consider turning in your charter. I don't want to use the word stubborn, but they weren't listening to that advice. They wanted to plow forward, and ultimately led to what happened in that vote. I don't know how we necessarily prevent that when an applicant is so determined, in spite all the obstacles that we're presenting to them, wants to continue moving forward. Can be some real negative ramifications from that. I guess the other question too is, like, if they come before us in May and June, we're still likely to approve schools that aren't exactly at the metric that we want, right? Like, we do it now. We approve schools right now in June to open in the fall. But to your point, they don't have a CO. They might get the CO 24 hours before the school day starts, first day of school, right? So what happens between June and the first day of school if they don't have a CO, if they haven't met the minimum of 80, or they haven't met, whether it's 80 or 100, they haven't met their break-even budget? At what point does the office, or do we step in and say you can't open, so that we prevent exactly what happened last month?
Well, for the CO, it's pretty easy, just because we require, like, and they know going into RTO, like, you have to have your CO submitted to our office and approved, and we'll call the county if we have questions. And we have to tell school business we've received it, and then their funding falls. So you don't get access to any state funding as a new school until that certificate of occupancy, or TCO, if you're opening temporary, is received. For those TCOs, we have an entire group in the office who monitors those, and we know, okay, on our calendar, this TCO is up in 2 weeks. Let's reach out and make sure they know they've got a plan in place to get it, get it a permanent one to us. So that one, I don't feel too. The facility, I think it's more about having a contingency plan in case your ECO falls through, or there's some type of, delay with construction. But for enrollment, really what happens is we would typically, just stay in contact with the schools. They provide updates to the RTO team, and kind of counsel them. But like you've said, this is why I feel really strongly about having them come in earlier, is once they've gotten to that July period, hired people, they probably already have, at least, even if it's not at the projection they want or at the 80, they've got a core group of parents that are pushing them forward, right? It's very difficult for them to, at that point, to say, like, oh, I think we need to delay. And so, like you've said, even when we've coached and we've tried to say, we really suggest, you consider delaying, the last couple of years, we've just seen people completely in one ear out the other. I think you guys have a much more, right? Many of you operate schools, right? You're the board members. I think coming in front of you as a board and you guys telling them in May, we're really concerned about these enrollment numbers. Do you understand that if you can't get them up, we might not approve you for RTO as ready to open? But you could, the other option is you delay and you just go back into RTO and you open in next fall, right? Like, what we've been saying has not been working. It works for some, for sure, but it's not been working as much as I would hope it, would. And so I feel like maybe getting them in front of you where you can ask those hard questions, where they know, like, you guys are going to be back in June. You need to show progress. And this is the kind of progress we want as the board. I'm hoping that will make maybe some more clear-eyed, okay, the right call here is to delay. We still get the training, we still get the support from OCS, and we can figure out whatever piece is missing to get it back on track for next fall.
I think what I'm hearing you say is, and it is our responsibility, but the message coming from us, and we'll approve you to go back into ready to open. We could approve a delay, whether you want it or not. That's what you're going to get. I guess this is especially raw, just given the situation we just had. And if, I'm going to say this in case any of the folks is the rules were in terms of the minimum students. They were coached and advised on more than one occasion, you're not getting there. You should delay, or you should concern your charter in. They chose to move forward. We ultimately closed them not because of a rule that we made. It's in legislation that they didn't have a minimum of 80 students. And we gave them basically a 3-month runway to get your affairs in order. And probably most importantly, to give those parents an option to find another place for their students. And I don't know if everyone knows this. They decided after they left this room, they closed immediately. And those parents are very upset, as they should be, but they should be upset at the board members of that school. They're the ones who put your child in that situation, not us. And so we just have to make sure we avoid that in the future.
I had a go ahead.
Go ahead, Eric.
I just had a clarifying question. I wanted to understand two things that would let me know the extent of the issue. The first, the impression I'm getting is that the numbers you're getting prior to July and August are accurate numbers. We're not seeing discrepancies where everything looks good and then 3 months later they're inaccurate. We're seeing the warning signs in the spring. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes. Well, yes. I think there's two things. One is I don't think that we're having, schools telling us things that are inaccurate, right? I think the numbers are accurate. The problem is that they're losing a lot of those numbers because parents might be applying to multiple places or they change their mind last minute. Some of the two schools that closed these last 2 years, both I think had delayed, like either they delayed the facility or wasn't the original facility. There's like facility issues that make parents second guess whether they're going to put the faith in a brand new school, right? And enroll that. So I think the numbers are right, but they're losing a lot of those numbers and they're not understanding that.
And then when you say numbers are right, the numbers are above the threshold and then they come in a lot less when it actually is time to.
Not all, I wouldn't say they're all above the 75% threshold. I think they're close to the 75% threshold. So there's two things happening. Either they're at 75 or above and they're losing a lot of kids, or they're not there, but they think that in July and August, they can make up that enrollment. So they come to you guys, you've heard it before. We're doing community events. Parents came out to the picnic. They were so excited, that sort of thing. And so they think that type of, you've got some excited parents at a picnic is going to mean that on August 15th, they're in their school.
Well, sure. I mean, when we were enrolling then, I even told families, sign up like in the spring.
Mm-hmm.
It's non-binding. You could always go back to your school.
Right.
We knew that a big portion of these parents weren't going to come through is just almost signing like an interest form
right.
rather than anything. The last question, I guess, is what happened last meeting, closing a school, and the idea that you're trying to mitigate or head off getting into the start of the school year and then having to close schools, by having us meet with. How throughout our history, how many times does that happen in the first couple months of the year? And have we seen it where it just, they're just not there. We have no choice but to shut it down because they're not meeting the numbers.
How many schools have been closed like in that first year? I think in the last 7 years, I can think of 3.
Okay.
So we had one this year, one last year, and then a couple.
So something like every other year. type of
Yeah.
thing? We're seeing that as a piece. Okay.
Mhm.
Those
And then some are relinquishing. We've had the last couple of years relinquishments. So they realize we're not going to get there and they give up the charter.
and your thought process is that if we do more initially or the board interviews, one, we may be able to decrease the schools that are not ready, but two, probably also protecting taxpayer money in that once July hits, they're using this money, they're doing all the hiring, they're doing all that. And to the point of closing a school in the first couple months, they've used potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars and it's squandered. It's gone to a school that's not going to exist.
Yes. And some of, like this other school, some of these schools will have debt that they need to pay back that they may not ever be able to pay back.
Also,
Right. So, and then on top, I would say that the money, like taxpayer money, that is it being used wisely? And two, having gone to the school and met with the parents and the staff members, we're talking about humans that now have to find a new job. I had parents trying to talk to me in my very broken Spanish about, I don't have after school. What am I going to do for my kid? That's hard.
last thing I'll say is I wonder, and going back to my own experience where I told you it wasn't a legitimate enrollment when I signed somebody up in the spring. I mean, I literally talked them into it outside of a Walmart and just made sure that they did it. Yeah. I'm wondering as we start approaching like that final approval, if there was a more formal process that we would know that the people signing up have full intention of going, and whether or not we could formalize it from the Office of Charter Schools or anything like that, and whether, so that we know their full intention is to follow through. I don't know if that's possible, but it just feels like maybe you could decrease a 40-50% drop off by doing something like that.
Other comments that board members would like to make?
I have a question. Just to make sure I understand, they get their first check when the certificate of occupancy is, okay. So they get that. Wow. And so they may have already hired the leader before they get any drop of money.
Usually they have, yeah.
They have?
There's no startup funding here unless you have it privately through like a grant or something. So
Right.
a lot of these schools get loans.
Mhm.
And so if they close, like this TISA, they had a lot of their money drawn back. And so that's what forced them to basically say, we have to close now because we don't have money to pay staff, right? They wanted to make sure they could pay staff and now they're trying to work on, selling what they have, their assets, so that they can pay back the debt that they owe the state.
So you said we possibly have had 3 schools in the last 7 years. I mean, I know that's not exact.
Yeah, I know
That's
there was,
okay.
yeah.
How many schools have we opened that have done? I mean, I think we've done pretty good. I don't know if we can ever. Oh,
Yeah, a lot of them are, and that's the hard thing about this, right?
Right.
Because some of them are not at the 75% and they're able to make that amount up and they're able to operate, right? Or they adjust their budget, they do different things. But what we saw when we compare like 2020 and 2024 is that the amount of enrollment they're able to gain is just really different, has really changed over these last 5 years. So I just think that, if we're looking at that and if it continues in that same trajectory, then I would anticipate more issues.
You're looking more at the trend line.
Right.
The
right.
trend line's what we're doing. Okay. I personally think having the ones that we're most concerned about coming before us earlier and the board saying the things that maybe the Office of Charter School has said, and then giving them more time to open, saying, hey, you're just not there. And, either you can relinquish your charter, because I have no problem relinquishing charters before they get a check or before they open. The problem is when they open and they're only opened a few months. That's what we're trying to stop. So I have no problem with us saying, hey, why don't you just, we're going to require you to have an extra year based on this and this and this.
Yeah, I think as I sit here and just reflect on a couple of ones that most recently that we've had to close after they open, I do like the idea of them coming before us more than once. I do agree that maybe coming from our board is a louder, stronger, shouldn't be, but a louder, stronger voice than it coming from just the office itself. But I think most importantly too, we might find ourselves, I think back to, it's, hindsight's 2020, right? Now I wish I hadn't voted to have those schools successfully exit RTO. But now I think I will definitely be looking at this in the future through a slightly different lens, where if there were real concerns that,
Right.
I mean, we're not talking about the difference between are you at 75% of your enrollment or are you at 78% of your enrollment. We're not talking like that. I'm talking real concerns about enrollment or facilities or whatever it is that, in the future, we might be making a motion to put them into a year delay, whether they ask for it or not.
That's what I was
If they don't like it, then they can turn the charter in.
Right. Well, now let me ask you this. And Dr. Eldridge, you work in South Carolina a lot. When someone enters RTO, we've granted the Office of Charter Schools 1 year delay that doesn't have to come before us. Is it statutory or is it regulatory that we kind of made that, didn't give them more than 1 year? I mean, why can't somebody take 3 years for RTO? Once they get a charter, how long can they?
I mean, you could so the delay is in administrative code under the amendments. So the first year delay is under the ones we can approve. Second year and more is for you guys. So hypothetically, you could keep approving delays. I think we've had recently some 3-year delays. There's nothing preventing that. It just would need to get your approval.
Yes. So
I think in South Carolina.
the reason why you said South Carolina is it's interesting. There's the authorizers down there. You could have a group that has 9 schools approved and they have a 10-year runway to get those 9 schools done. Like they have a phased plan for how they want to roll those schools out. And, I find it interesting, but then, one of the things I've always asked myself in that is if you're waiting 10 years to build a school in a community, how are you maintaining the interest level to make sure people still want that school in 10 years and the charter's already been granted, right? So, I mean, it's interesting how that works, but I mean, there's some nuances I think we'd have to work through. This has become like almost an obsession of mine of trying to figure this out, and I was really glad to be able to go to the authorizer conference. But I think what I've started to learn in just my time on being on this board is that I think a lot of folks out there think that the application is the hardest part. They're good people, they have good intentions, and they don't realize what's going to happen once the green light gets pushed and what's about to be in front of them. And I don't know, as a member of the association and talking to other people, the things that are out there that can help schools as they're in that application process be more successful. Because when they come to us, we've had a chance to read their application, and we have about an hour and a half that we have to hear what their presentation is. They have 10 minutes to tell us. We get 40 minutes to ask them questions. They get closing, and we're supposed to know everything that's going to happen with that school in just that interview process. So I'd be interested in exploring. I think again, after going to this conference, there are places out there, it's like the wild, wild west when it comes to how charters are getting awarded to schools. And I'm not trying to make the process any more difficult, but I do think that, like, for instance, Arizona, they do a Shark Tank. Like, there's committees that are built that have to you have to bring your concept to this group, and they tell you whether or not that's something that they feel is going to be successful or not, give you feedback on it. And if you make it through the Shark Tank, you're allowed to go into the application process. And then once you get into the application process, those people are like a hands-on group that works with you, that answers questions and does all the stuff to help you get your application done. So by the time they get to where the application is coming in for an interview, they know who these people are, right? And they're able to provide a report to say, here's their strengths, here's their weaknesses, things like that. So I think there's some other things that are happening out there. But one of the things I think that we, as Bruce just said, and I'll end on this, but the trends that are happening, I'm seeing that more issues in the business side of the charter schools than I am the educational plans, right? So a school's going to change its educational plan, but if you can't make a business plan work, like if you can't make the budget work, and a lot of these numbers that are put in these budgets are, I'm not going to say fictitious, but they're not very realistic. It's I'm plugging it in because I turn the application in. And so I think I don't know how to strengthen that portion of the interview or the application process, but like a break-even budget. I swear I bet most schools just kind of say, well, how many kids do you think we need to, and it's just like well, we got to come up with something and put it down. And I don't know if there's really the thought that needs to go into it to really make it what we would call a break-even budget, right? So,
Dr. Eldridge, can I kind of jump off of that? This is Shelley Shope.
yeah. I was like, I thought I started hearing voices, Shelley, but thank you.
It was me. It was me. I was just thinking, like you said, we're often talking to them about a break-even budget, and especially when we're looking at enrollment. Maybe instead of the focus being on hitting whatever the percentages, 75, 80, whatever percent of their projected enrollment, maybe the focus is building a budget that has to come in under the enrollment that they have. In other words, I mean, I'm not going to build my budget on break even and hit that 91 student mark and think I'm fine, because, we've run schools and we know that you're not fine if you do that. So what if the stipulation is looking at those budgets that they put together and making sure that that budget comes in under the number of students that they have sitting in the seats?
Yeah, and see, and you have to thank Shelley for that, because I think the last thing that I was going to say on this whole thing was the school's coming to this interview with the hope that they're going to get approved, right? So I've learned a lot about data over my 33 years in education, and data oftentimes tells you what you want it to say. Right. So the numbers that I'm going to plug in to make any budget or anything like that work are going to be positive, so that I can make sure that what you see is going to tell a story that would make you want to approve me. I don't know that the numbers that we're seeing are real, or I mean, not that anybody's trying to do anything malicious, but it's like I want it to be positive. Right. And so I've also heard of states, because this is a problem that we see, where kids apply to multiple schools, like as Miss Logue, right? Okay, Miss Logue stated. So there's systems where the family applies through a unified system to where the names are out there to see where I've applied, right? So if I can look and see, as this student applied to multiple schools, I'll know that, right? Because I'll have a better idea of, if I had 100 kids apply, 80 of them have applied to more than one school. And then I kind of have a better gauge of, oh, well, I better do some work with those students to find out whether or not they're going to actually come to me or not. So I'm not saying that that's the best way to slice the pizza, but I mean, we may need to start thinking about ways to assist schools to think about the whole idea of, these kids aren't just applying to your school. We are not in a, when you build it, I've said this before, if you build it, they're going to come. And I think a lot of parents are sitting back waiting to see if you're going to make it through year one. Right. If you make it through year one, I'll come year two. But so, I mean, there's a lot of things, as Bruce said, that the can has been opened up, and we need to really think through this. But it's definitely the thing I think is going to help our state be stronger as we approve charter schools, and then they are strong charter schools. So, thank you.
Ashley, I think you presented a really great review, and I appreciate this information because it's very timely. And you've drawn a lot of the right conclusions already. I mean, you've stated where we are with Ready to Open and defined some steps forward. And I think what you've already named are very good actions to adjust the training and make those sessions more available and more applicable to their schedules and their availability. And also that submission piece, I think that's critical, that you will begin to focus on just those critical pieces that need to be submitted and stop using OCS time for other things that really don't affect Ready to Open, because if that fails, it all fails, right? So very
Right.
good steps. I think it comes to the gray areas, which we've been subjected to in almost every approval. If they don't meet enrollment, then we enter this gray zone. And then it's a judgment call. And I think that's what some have referred to here. And that when we see a school like TISA close, now our judgment's kind of being questioned and affected. And we go, I may want to tighten up the judgments I make. And so we would be improved. Our process would be improved by a firm minimum, which is what you've suggested or put out there, proposed, that we establish a number that we don't veer from, that we have an automatic 1-year delay in some instances. I know we're going to have a public comment period, so all of these things are items to be considered. But I definitely think we should point out that 5-year trend on slide 12 shows that of all those that met it, or that we're at about 75%, that it's about 50-50, that what their status is today, maybe about half made it, about half either revoked or closed or whatever. And when you go to slide 14, then it's more like 25% actually met their target. So the 5-year trend has shown we've gone from 50% success to 25% success. That's telling us something. And that's what you're doing, is looking at this trend and saying it's time to act and to make a difference in this process. I'm all for that. I think that when you get beyond a 2 and 3 year delay, that the application itself starts to become more irrelevant, that the budget no longer applies and things, the economy and the education, things can change so drastically that the application is really no longer a relevant piece. You can still approve them and let them adjust it. And again, you make a judgment call that they can take it forward and make it relevant to now what is a 5, and you talk about a 10-year runway. We haven't seen that. We'd have to decide what that looks like. But I think this public comment period and the Charter School Review Board period will be really helpful, but I encourage us to consider some really firm guidelines that don't just rely on our judgment. We listen to the school leader and the board, and we start believing that the numbers will be there. It's just May, it's just June. And by the time they open, they're expecting certain things to happen, triggers and events. And we begin to agree with them that, there's a good chance that they'll make it, that they'll get there. And so these guidelines help if we have, those firm numbers, a firm minimum.
I'm going to give this one more minute because we do need to move on, and also because we're going to have ample time in the next month to provide the office any feedback we want. Is there any last
Thanks,
comment?
Bruce. Just real quick, I totally agree with Dr. Hare and all of her comments, so I won't repeat them. I do think this is about quality starts. And what I think the data is telling us is that if you're on a trajectory where you're flying close to the treetops in enrollment, it generally doesn't get better. And we're taking a big risk with families and children and taxpayer dollars. On the question of taxpayer dollars, and I'm still playing my new guy card. I can only do this for so much longer. But what is the average taxpayer investment once a school gets the RTO? In terms of dollars, you might not have that offhand, but I'd be interested to know. And obviously that is based on how many students you have and so on and so forth. But just what is the investment we're making in year 1, year 2, year 3 of these schools that are opening? Because I think we also need to take that into consideration as stewards of the taxpayer dollars. So those are just some thoughts.
I don't know that we can answer that question. It would depend on the size of the school, which is going to depend on the amount of money that was dropped to them, which county you're in. So
I still think an average.
Yeah, we get an average. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Would be helpful just to. Is it $100,000? Is it $1 million? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I hear you. Like obviously it's big. Yeah.
Well, last comment.
Last comment. Okay. I think one thing we need to think about is, if we think about the people who come for applications recently, we put a lot of guardrails in place. We spent a lot of time. The ones we've been turning away, at least, we haven't even talked about their educational plan. It's always about their budget. Mm-hmm. So we're focused on the budget, and the questions always come up with, how do we know there's a want for your school in your area? So I think we're putting those in place as well. But I think we also need to think from, somebody that's applying's thought processes. I've done this. I've been through RTO. I've probably been doing this on my own dime. they see the opportunity to open, they're at the threshold, they're not going to turn the opportunity to get money because they think they can turn it around at that point. So we got to understand their perspective, where they're coming from, because if you put it off for another year, if you've been doing this out of your own pocket, it's hard to do that, especially if you're starting to hire a leader. And especially in June or July, you start hiring staff. So those are things we also need to keep in mind as well.
So let's take as our homework assignment on this for Ashley and her team, that between now and the next meeting, and really needs to be probably before that, maybe within the next 2 weeks, so they can prepare any final revisions to this for our December meeting. But any thoughts or other ideas that you have around how we might want to improve the RTO, to send those directly to Ashley. So thank you very much, everyone. Let's move on. Next is we have 3 amendments today, amendment request. Ms. Wetzel, good morning.
All right. Good morning, Board. Julie Wetzel with the Office of Charter Schools with 3 amendment requests this morning. First amendment request is from Girls Leadership Academy of Wilmington, also known as GLOW. They're requesting to amend their mission statement. They originally opened, they're in New Hanover County and been operating since 2016. At the end of last school year, they served approximately 340 students in grades 6 through 12. And they're requesting that you approve its mission statement. The initial mission statement was created when they were first founded, and they had a different school name, Leadership Academy for Young Women. So they've changed their name since then, and they revised their mission statement to better align with their framework, and underpins their programming, integrates their social emotional leadership curricula, and communicates the essence of their vision. So their current mission statement reads as follows. The Girls Leadership Academy of Wilmington provides a rigorous college preparatory environment for a diverse population of 6th through 12th grade girls and parents, guardians seeking the unique educational, social, and emotional benefits of a single gender school. Their proposed new mission statement is GLOW Academy, a public charter school, educates young women from diverse backgrounds through middle and high school in a nurturing community with rigorous college preparatory curriculum to develop leaders who succeed in college and beyond. Their input process was from stakeholders, school leadership, and board of directors, and we have all the required documents. And we should have school leadership online if there are any questions.
Thank you for that.
And for the record, I will recuse myself.
Make note, Dr. Gavi is recusing. Any questions for the folks at GLOW, or would anyone like to make a motion?
I'm also going to recuse myself from this.
Noted, Mr. Sanchez is recused as well.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the new mission statement. I like it because it does not limit.
So we have a motion to approve. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Okay. Our next amendment request is from STARS. So they are requesting to change their remote charter academy enrollment from regional to statewide. And so their acronym is STARS, but the full name is Sandhills Theater Arts Renaissance School. They're a public charter school located in Moore County. Charter Schools Review Board, you approved them last spring to operate a remote charter academy opening this school year. They're currently serving 27 students in grades 4 through 9. I believe they were anticipating another student enrolling in the past week. They were requesting approval to amend the scope of its remote charter academy from a regional model, which has just been limited to Moore County and the contiguous surrounding counties, to a statewide charter academy. So the academy grade levels and instructional model will remain unchanged. So they report the school, they've gotten significant interest from families statewide, seeking a high quality, flexible online learning option within the public charter framework. So they're reporting that the current geographic limitations prevent otherwise eligible students from enrolling in their remote charter academy. They've completed their first year of operation. They believe they have strong systems for online instruction, onboarding, and student support. They are operating a unified launchpad, which now integrates the access to coursework, communication tools, and academic services, which is creating a seamless and secure virtual environment. They've had good parent feedback. It's been positive, reporting accessibility, responsive instructional quality. So you can see they've got enrollment charts, their original enrollment projection chart, which began this school year, 25-26. And then we also have the proposed new enrollment projection for their statewide starting next year in the 26-27 school year. They originally planned to attend in person today, but there was the school leader needed to be on campus, so they are online if the board has any questions.
Yeah, thank you for that. I do have a question for those that are from STARS online. So if you could identify yourself before you speak. Do you have a sense of when you say you want to be able to go from what we've already approved, which is regional, to truly statewide? So you're not just limited to enrolling kids from Moore County in your remote academy. Do you know, as you sit here today, how many LEAs you think you might be getting students from? Like, do you have a specific marketing plan to target all 115, or are you still planning to target maybe more just in your local area?
This is Wes Grainer from STARS. And I do apologize for not being there. We've just had a lot of interesting things going on with traffic, and I direct traffic for about an hour, and it's just where I'm at right now. So once again, I apologize for that. We actually had, I think I emailed Julie way like 2 months ago, we had people from Johnston County that we had like 3 students that wanted to come in. So they were interested, and I was a little surprised because our initial like SEO drive as far as advertising was really to the contiguous counties and Moore County. So we got some interest from there. We also had a couple students from Onslow County that they enrolled, and then we looked at the thing. We're like, oh, sorry, you can't do this. And then I know we had 2 from Charlotte, and I know that's not a ton, but we were very surprised because we really jumped in headlong as far as advertising and really trying to work our areas that we were allotted, essentially. So I think in answer to your question, it seems like certainly I would think to the coast there definitely seems to be a little bit of there definitely seems to be some interest there, and then going as far west as Charlotte, those types of things, it seemed like we had a little bit of interest from there as well. So we have a pretty in-depth plan to go very deep as far as like getting our word out to the state. So targeting a specific area, I don't know that we necessarily are as much as we're just going to try to target the state in the sense of advertising and the way we're going to try to approach as far as getting people to, like you guys had said earlier, kind of give you a commitment, so to speak. So we're working really hard on all that stuff. So sorry for the long-winded answer.
Remind me, when we approved your remote academy, did we approve that as I hate these terms, face virtual or fully virtual, which everywhere else it's called blended or fully virtual?
I know. It's full virtual. That's one of the things we've actually been trying to work on, just for folks that can drive. We want to see if there's maybe a way that some of the folks can have in-person electives in our arts program. I know that's been a big thing for a lot of the folks that did not choose to attend, is being able to do something with acting or dance or art in person. And so we're exploring if we're able to do that on site or somewhere else if people want that. But yeah, we're full virtual.
Last question, I think, from me. Have you given thought to, and I'm coming at this from an angle from someone who runs a fully virtual program across 100 districts, how you might handle things such as testing requirements throughout the year, providing EC support, billing, which from my year 1 experience was great fun. So just have you thought through some of how those things, how you'll handle that when you're going beyond just your local LEA?
Yes, 100% actually. That was kind of the biggest thing. The testing aspect was the biggest thing that we really tried to consider. Like, number one, do we have people that would be interested, say, once we get to mid-June, and people, our teachers, that would be interested in going, 2 hours away for a couple of days and administering EOGs or EOCs or whatever is necessary. And as well as, talking to our test coordinators, the virtual academy admin. So we feel really confident that we have the people that will do it. Our plan was, number one, to call you, Bruce, and say, how do we do this? No, I'm just kidding. It wasn't. But we certainly want to target areas that will be kind of geographically central to whomever is interested. So probably 2 to 3 areas is what we're thinking initially. Looking at potentially community colleges, just because we work pretty close with Sandhills Community College in our area, and they've always been kind of flexible as far as working with schools and renting out space. So we're kind of thinking that will be the avenue that we'll kind of put those inroads in, so to speak. So testing is, yeah, that's a big one for us. So we're focused on it, and we're going to have a plan for that. I think we already kind of do. But as far as billing, I think a lot of the work with Edmentum, that's who we've utilized their platform and pretty much made it ours. That's been pretty seamless as far as how things have went so far. But it's also only November, so I have no doubt that I'll find something interesting in a couple months. But I think we've considered most things. There's no doubt something will jump up, but I think we're ready. We've worked really hard infrastructure-wise, very hard.
Thank you. Other questions about this amendment request?
This is Linda Lynn Kakadalis. I just have one question. I see that you have enrollment projections. Kind of knowing what happened with some of our virtual schools, they got enrollment way over what they thought they were going to get. Do you have and I like the way your growth is. Your growth is such, as far as your projections, that it's real reasonable. However, what happens if you have 1,000? Do you have a limited enrollment? That's my question.
It's a great question. I like to think that the way we've tried to structure these things is, if we were to get that much interest, that we could, I don't want to say easily, because that's a bad way, but we would be prepared to break off as far as the folks that are doing things with us right now and meet the needs. Initially, I thought we might, after 2 or 3 years, take over some of the curriculum ourselves. I don't know that we'll go that way. So I think that's always going to be scalable for us. So that's nice. It really goes back to what Bruce said as far as your EC and your ancillary services. But we already have one person dedicated to that, and that's going real well. I think, it's just not a lot when we talk about a scope of 1,000, but I think we have 7 students with IEPs, and we're serving them very well as reaching back to other students that need help. I think we have the staff that could handle the EC needs of a growing school. That would be my biggest initial concern, since we've done a really good job infrastructure wise to get kids into classes and such. But I would say, if we got to 1,000, yeah, maybe there should be a limit. I don't know that we could necessarily, I'm confident, but I don't also want to sit here and say, oh, for sure, because I heard what you guys were saying as far as just some of the schools starting. I don't live in the pie in the sky. I definitely plan. I don't go, as low as possible, and so that we're always able to, handle and meet everything. So, I think if we got to 1,000, I would make sure we could do it. I don't know that we would get there, but I mean, as you guys say, you've had experience watching stuff and the way some of these things can blow up, but I think we have a plan.
Okay, I was just going to say, if you are marketing statewide, do not be surprised if the numbers are larger than what you've posted here.
Yeah, well, no, I appreciate that. And I think, like I said, my initial thing is always making sure that the stuff that we know we have to hit as far as EC, any type of related services and things like that we can cover. I feel pretty confident, just based on the people I have on staff, that if I know they were to have to go fully serve the virtual academy, they could. So I feel confident in that area. Like I said, I feel like the educational offering is very scalable. So, my biggest concern would be making sure that we had those EC services and those kind of wraparound services like that. We would have those taken care of. I feel like we have a pretty good staff and plan for that. But yeah, your point's well taken.
Any other questions for the school?
Yes. Who's speaking, please?
I'm sorry. My name's Wes Grainer.
Wes, this is Rita Hare. I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
You currently have 27 students enrolled, and you have one of your submissions says you have it. You can receive enrollment from 9 surrounding LEAs. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the projection for this current school year, and this is your first year operating, is that also correct? 2025, 26?
Yes, ma'am. We opened the computers in August, so we've been going since then.
Okay. And your projection for this current year was 150 students?
Yes.
Okay. And we're currently at 27?
Yes, ma'am.
With 9 surrounding counties?
Correct.
Okay. So what is your optimism? What is your confidence level that now we're going to go to 200? Just what do you see? What are the numbers that you're seeing and the information you're getting that tells you this is attainable and that your budget will work?
Yeah, well, I think the number one thing with, like I said, when I do my budget, my budget, if we say 200, if we were to get 30, I would make it work because we've tried very hard to not commit to things that we don't necessarily have need for. You know what I mean? I'm not going to hire someone because I think I'm going to have 200 people. I have people on staff that sort of like, okay, hey, if things go this way, then I'm going to need you to step in and do this so that we can meet whatever needs we need, and then we can circle back and fill in as we need to. I like to think we're pretty flexible, so that makes me pretty confident that even if we don't hit that number, that our budget will hold true. So as far as why do I think we can get, because we missed out, probably, someone was talking about this earlier and it resonated with me. We probably had about 1,000 people that we ended up working through. The gentleman that was doing most of my advertising, he was keeping track of counts and whatnot and who we were communicating with. And we did not convert on those well. We should have been converting probably closer to maybe 10%, 5%. We were probably at 1%. So we knew that the interest was there, but on our end, we weren't doing a good job as far as automating and contacting and getting commitments. So having known that, we're heavy into kind of building out how we're going to track folks that are interested once we start to push statewide. And when we need to get a human involved, a lot of it you can automate, and then you have to kind of come in with someone that says, hey, this is, do you want to go ahead and make this move? Talk to me about this. So we feel like we have a pretty good plan in place to convert better on the interest that we did get, because we felt like we had a lot. And then, as I said, just with the handful of people that were just from different areas that we weren't serving that were interested, we felt pretty positive that hitting that number is a very attainable thing, but mostly because I think we've learned some things that we need to do better as far as reaching out and communicating with people that are interested.
Okay. Wes, just one other question. You don't have any budget for instructional personnel, for core content and elective teachers. So tell me, just remind me, how is instruction being delivered without those?
100%. We utilize Edmentum, and Edmentum, they have their pool of North Carolina, licensed teachers as far as for core and electives. And so when a student comes in to us, commits to us, or elects to attend, we go in and we plug them in. We map out their courses that they need to take if they're 4th grade, 5th grade, or 6th grade. And so that way, that educational component is taken care of. And then what we do is we come back in with our EC help, because just because you're an EC teacher doesn't mean you can't go and help somebody else. And so we make sure we can take care of those kind of needs, because they're more complicated, having to work back with the teacher from Edmentum to make sure that any of your accommodations or things such as that are taken care of. And so the instruction is provided by them, and then any support that we need to provide as far as services obviously is taken care of us, and then we can coordinate with anybody that does any of our speech or anything like that. And then that teacher can also reach back to any student and say, hey, you haven't completed your work in a week. And Edmentum is very good about emailing us and saying, hey, Wes hasn't completed any work in 3 days. Can you reach out to him? We've been reaching out to him. They have very good hours. They're very responsive for the students. What we've heard from parents, if someone needs help with division, they have a way to contact the math teacher, and generally the 5-10 minutes worst case they're on live with those students trying to help them. So there've been a lot of hiccups just from building the infrastructure, but as far as the process and what we've gotten, we feel really confident as far as the instruction.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I apologize. I think I said last question, but just one more.
No, you're fine.
You submitted with the application, with your original application, a budget for 150 students, and now you're operating with 27. I don't think, but just help me. Did you submit a budget that you're currently working from with the 27 enrollment?
I don't believe I did. I certainly can if you guys would like to see that. That'd be very easy because we have it broken out in our financials that we do every month. So I don't believe I submitted one for what we're currently doing. But like I said, that's an easy fix if you guys would like to see that.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see one, but you're affirming here that you're making it work.
Oh yeah,
with 27 students. Okay.
Oh, 100%. Like I said, it's really for us, the issue of scale as far as for students is we feel like we have that, we know how to do that, and we know once again how to budget for it, because we're not going to, like I said, we put 150, but there's no way on earth I was going to go and hire 6 people for those 150. It's sort of like you watch, you learn, you see where you're at. Once you kind of see how your trend is going, then you can start to say, okay, can we slide this person to this position? Are they interested in that? And so it's not been very complicated for us to work with the numbers that we have.
Okay, thank you, Wes.
Not a problem.
Any other questions? Would anyone like to make a motion on this amendment request? I will. I move that we accept the amendment request from STARS to change the remote academy that's already been approved by this board to be statewide and not regional.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ashley, why don't we go ahead and do roll call vote?
Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay, Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope, John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Ellis,
Aye.
Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair. Okay, it passes unanimously. We'll send you an approval letter, Wes, and good luck with the traffic situation.
I need a lot more than luck, but anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and we're running a little bit behind, but that's okay. Good discussion, important topics. We do have one more amendment request. I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute break and then come back. So let's come back at 10:45 and continue on with the amendments. Yeah, we're going to continue. We have one more amendment request. Ms. Wetzel, I'm going to let you do the introduction.
Our last amendment request for this morning is from Monroe Charter Academy. They're requesting to relocate over 10 miles from where they currently are and to a new LEA. So they are a public charter school in Union County, currently serving approximately 100 students in grades K-8. They've been in operation since 2019, and they are a Title I charter school serving approximately 78% of economically disadvantaged students. They are currently in the renewal process. Their last renewal was a 3-year renewal. Their charter agreement expires June 30th, 2025, and will appear before CSERB at its December meeting. The school has renewal stipulations from its 2023 renewal, and as of this date, it has met the stipulations, and there are no current compliant issues. A few weeks ago, the Monroe Charter Academy Board of Trustees voted to approve the school's relocation and to enter into a lease agreement with Mount Moriah Missionary Baptist Church. The proposed new site is in Matthews and is approximately 11.8 miles from the school's current location in Waxhaw. Because the new facility is more than 10 miles from the current campus and is situated in Mecklenburg County rather than Union County, Monroe Charter Academy is requesting approval for this relocation. And just a reminder that there was new legislation just passed this year that requires CSERB to approve relocations over 10 miles and or to a new LEA. We've included a chart that shows the ADM trends for enrollment since 2020. And we've included some background and rationale for their relocation. There have been some ongoing challenges in obtaining an ECO at the current site where they currently are in Waxhaw. Since relocating to that site, they've invested over $116,000 to upgrades to meet Union County requirements, including addressing issues with the well water system at the school. Despite a lot of effort, such as hiring engineers, conducting water testing, and securing easement agreements, the property owner at the church has declined last month to provide the financial documentation required and refused to complete the necessary well system installation for an ECO at that site. So if they don't have an ECO at the current site by November 14th, which is this Friday, they will not be able to operate at where they currently are. So they've identified this new facility in Matthews at Mount Moriah Missionary Baptist Church that meets occupancy requirements without requiring well system upgrades, and that offers a lower monthly rate. So it is, again, located 11.8 miles from where they currently are. So they plan to move to the new location between November 13th through next week, November 21st, 2025. The planned last day of instruction at their current location would be this Friday. So if they get approval from the Charter School Review Board today, they will resume instruction at the new location next Monday, November 17th. And that would, from our perspective, would require an educational certificate of occupancy for the new site. And we do have board representation and school leadership representation today, so I will invite them up to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, it might be helpful to have members of the board. Before we ask questions, can you just maybe each of you identify yourself and your role?
Jim Stigall, Vice President, Acting President. Moment.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Dr. Kamala Ford, Principal.
Shantae Martin, Counsel for the school.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so first question I have is, this is a very quick turnaround, obviously. So is it accurate to state that at your current site, you will not have, there's no chance you're getting an ECO at that current site within the next 2 days? Okay. The place that you want to move in Mount Moriah, does it have an educational certificate of occupancy?
So we're currently working with Mecklenburg to obtain that, as this is a quick turnaround. However, we have already communicated with our families so that if we have to next week, we can go virtual to ensure that we have enough time to obtain that and to be able to submit it to the Office of the Charter School.
Have folks at Charlotte Meck in that office, have they visited the site? Have they done all the work they need to do? Is it just are we just sitting here today as a matter they just haven't completed the paperwork process for the ECO, or have they even been out to the site to actually look at it to see whether it is or is not up to code?
Absolutely. So the fire marshal, the chief fire marshal in the town of Matthews has been out. she and I are playing phone tag. From there, I have been in contact with Noah McNeely in Mecklenburg County, who's over the planning department. And then I've also been in contact with Tom Smith. So it's at this point where we are meeting this week so that they can provide me with, okay, this is where we are and this is what we need to do.
Have they given you a timeline as to when you can, if all things work out the way you want them to, have they given you a timeline when you can expect to have that ECO?
Unfortunately, they have not.
So-
They do know the urgency because I've laid out exactly why we're in this situation, what all has taken place.
So it's possible that the students would have to stay on remote learning for more than 1 week.
Yes, the following week we're on fall break.
Okay.
So yes, a possibility. The max would, in my speculation, would be 2 weeks.
Okay. How have the parents, because you're trending down in your enrollment ever since 2024, if my glasses on. How have the parents responded to both the idea that you might have to go in remote learning and then the idea that they won't be at the same location any longer?
Absolutely. So as far as with us not being at the same location, the parents, all 100% of our parents are agreeing to move with us. That was even done through a survey. In regards to virtual, we have 100% that's in support of virtual because we were very open and honest with our parents as to why we're having to make this move as fast as we are. That is out of our control. We were literally down to the last piece of information to obtain it. And when the church backed out on not providing that last document, that put everything on hold, or actually that canceled everything out.
Questions from other board members?
Your families are all going to go virtual and you've checked with them and they have computer access and all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Do they have hotspots? Are there hotspots to make sure that they have access?
They, all of our families have internet access. That has been communicated through them, even when we've had our remote learning days. Yes, ma'am.
Do you provide transportation?
Yes, we do.
And so I'm from the other side of the state. So 11.8 miles from location to location. How long is that 11.8 mile drive?
Well, actually the new you want to?
It's actually shorter for most of the families.
Okay. Based on your population?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Our current location now takes, because we pull from Wingate University, that takes them close to 50 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic. This new location would take them exactly 22 minutes.
So walk me through just for a second, because this will be, I think, your third location since 2019. And you guys are resilient, and congratulations on that.
Thank you.
But so I think what you're saying is you had location number 1, and then you moved to location number 2, and now location number 3 was actually closer to where you started. Is that
It's really
to the original school?
Go ahead.
Walk me through
case
that.
of the way the roads are laid out.
Okay.
It's kind of a straight shot from where we originally began to this place that we're moving to now. The place that we're in right now is in a different part of the county. It's on the west side, but it's down kind of towards Weddington, Waxhaw, if you're familiar with that southeastern part of the county, where to get there, you go like this.
I got it.
Instead of.
So it is ultimately more conveniently located to where you started
Yes.
than to where you are now.
Yes.
Okay.
Is the new location a location that is a long-term viable location, or is this a stopgap for yet another location?
The lease that we signed with them will take us until the end of June 2028. But then if we have to extend longer, we could.
Thank you.
But
It's not a forever home.
it's not our forever home. We are still actively looking for our own home where we can be settled and not have all this moving.
Back in Union County, closer to Monroe.
If you don't, this is Rita Hare. If you don't mind me stepping back a little to understand how you sort of got in this predicament when you first had to relocate from your original school. How were you able to move into a facility without having that occupational certificate and then later learn that it was required?
Yeah, we knew that it was required all along. We had done this before.
Mhm.
As I understand it, the problem was we had the church had an certificate of occupancy. To turn it into an educational certificate of occupancy, we had the different offices come out and inspect the fire and the water and all that business, and everything looked fine. There were a few things we had to change. There was like a firewall and things we had to build. But the well was identified as a problem because it was too close to the building. But we were told, because we're on well water, not city water, but we were told at the time by these same offices, you can get a
system.
What do you call it? A variance for that
Oh.
for a period of time. It's variable depending on the situation. But
But
along with that,
pause, but you'd already moved in, right?
No,
And you were not
we
moved
We
in.
got that. No.
Okay.
We wouldn't have moved in if we hadn't had the variance.
Okay.
But it was a temporary.
Yeah, for clarification, they received a temporary certificate of occupancy while they worked to
That's what I'm at.
Okay.
get all these things done.
Okay.
Temporary education. Yeah.
Understood.
And so we've been working on that, and they've been extending it as we've struggled to do all the things that were necessary to meet the terms of that variance. We had to learn a lot about wells, and there's a lot to know about wells. It's not like turning on your city water and stuff.
Yeah.
And we were down to the last, and really not us. We had done everything we were supposed to do. We came up with a plan. We spent the money. We did everything we were supposed to do. The last little piece of it was this financial information that the church was supposed to provide to, what's the name of that office?
North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality.
Right. Why they want that, I'm not sure, but it's a requirement. And to everyone's surprise, the pastor decided, I'm not going to provide that information. And we could not move him on that. Our attorney spoke to him and worked with him. We thought it best to go through the attorney to do that.
Yeah.
And he just wouldn't. I don't know.
Okay.
To this day.
Okay.
But he waited till the last minute. I guess he didn't know that he had to until the last minute, and that's why we're in this scramble.
Are you in good standing with the church as far as your rent?
Oh,
yes, we are.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
So this is a predicament because if we don't approve this move, then you're in essence, you're I don't know how you continue.
Correct.
But you're also at the mercy of how quickly you can get the ECO from the county without knowing that they may go in there and find issues that you're not aware of. Like maybe I don't even want sprinklers, water quality, whatever, mold, whatever they might find. So what's the point of no return here? Like if we vote to approve this today, what if you don't have the ECO in a month? 6 weeks?
The school will seek to obtain a temporary certificate of occupancy the way that it has while fixing whatever issues may be necessary. So there's still that option to be able to operate temporarily while addressing whatever concerns may be brought forth. So that's the next measure, if indeed that's going to take long.
Are you certain that just the absolute non-negotiables are in place in this building, like sprinkler system, for example?
The pastor, when I visited the building, he told me that the Matthews Fire Department had been out there and looked at it and said it was fine for them, but it's the Mecklenburg County fire people, as I understand it, who have to sign off on that for the ECO.
So it has sprinkler system, the appropriate number of restrooms for a school, all the things that it has to have for students to be there. You're saying it has. You're just trying to verify that they're in working condition. Was that a fair assessment?
That's fair.
That's what the pastor has told us.
Have you seen it with your own eyes?
Yes.
Yes. All the outside.
Oh. Can I share this diagram with you? No, I'm gonna pass it. Well, the people online can't see it, but
What is the diagram? I just have.
so it shows you the layout of the building of the church, of the areas that we would be using, and it identifies the exits, all the bathrooms that they have. All the bathrooms are handicap accessible, ADA accessible. There's enough room for everybody to get out on both layers. So all of that has been identified.
Has it been used as a school previously?
Yes, several years ago it was. I have just been unable to find out the name of that school, but yes, it was used for a school.
Could the church not tell you the name of the school that was there?
They didn't. They had the paperwork on them because it was the contract that they had with that particular school, but they didn't tell me the name.
And I didn't think to ask.
Okay. Seems like that would be, I'm just speculating. It just seems like if there was a school there before, then the county would have on file that they had a previous CCO on this venue. Yeah. Yeah, other questions for the applicant?
I don't have any other questions. I just have concerns of working with Mecklenburg County before and moving them fast. And a lot of it depends on your inspector, what happens. But you're between a rock and a hard place.
I am.
So,
or we are, the school.
Since you have talked with your parents, okay, and seeing how you even made phone calls to one, I see that that your parents know what's going on.
Yes.
I don't know if I can make a motion now, Chair, but I can. You would like me?
You're welcome to make a motion at any time.
If there's any other, I will go ahead and make a motion that we approve it. But I'm very concerned. I know you are too.
I am, but my faith is getting me through this. He got me this far. He'll see this through.
That's why I'm making a motion.
Thank you.
And we have a motion to approve this request. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second discussion among.
Question I have is the pastor that did not give you all the information. Is that the same pastor that you're also currently working with now? Well, it's a separate
pastor.
Two different churches. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So you're moving to now a similar situation where you move into a new location and you need an EMO.
Yes.
And you're saying that a prior school was there, so you're pretty confident that you can more easily get the EMO on this building.
I do.
ECO, thank you. Yeah. Getting all my abbreviations.
Temporary, if there are any issues.
Yes.
And you'll apply for the temporary.
Yes, ma'am.
And until all that gets situated, you'll be virtual.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the process, but we would applying for the temporary and getting it are two different things. So there's that's the appropriate path for sure, but that doesn't mean you're even going to get the temporary as well. So.
It's not, but I will tell you, I'm sorry. They will probably tell you, the board, my faith is unwavering. When they said we couldn't get to where we are at the building that we're at now, everybody kept doubting us. Everybody kept saying, oh, you'll never get it. Oh, it's going to take too long. It's going to take 6 months. It's going to take 8 months. We blew down doors and got it done in less time. The only reason we're asking to move is because of the last document that the pastor decided not to give us, but also just for other schools that are out there, there was never a clear checklist of what was required with the well system from the county. We would do one thing to say, okay, we can get this. And it's like, okay, that's all you need. We'll do that. And it's like, oh, now you need this. Okay, we'll give you this. Same thing with the variance. We got the variance because we were told if you get the variance, you can use the water. We'll give you the ECO. We did the variance. Then it was from NCDEQ, oh, well, now you need a well plan. So we had to hire an engineer to do a well plan. That well plan was supposed to be submitted in May. The engineer did not. We had to get the attorney involved. It was to the point, and maybe Miss Ashley can contest to this or agree, I called every senator I could. I called the Department of Public Instruction, Mo Green, when it came down to August, because I'm like, we're doing everything we can in our power. We need help. Like, we don't have big corporations running our charter school. You know, we're here for the kids, and we need everybody to help us be able to get this and not just come up with rules as you go along.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I think this isn't a but. As an aside to that, though, at the end of the day, if your landlord is not willing to do it, all of that, it's his building.
It is.
If he doesn't want to upgrade the well, then doesn't matter all the hoops you got to jump through with the county.
His refusal came as a total shock to us. We had absolutely no indication from him prior that he had any problem with it. He seemed to be enthusiastically on our side. Right up until that instant.
Well, they can still go virtual though.
That's my question.
The last result.
How long can they go virtual? I mean, could they go virtual the rest of the year if this falls through?
Well,
I mean, I'm just going to be transparent. This is a never before occurred situation. And just, we need to know, like, in order for them to get funding, they will need to have, like, we need to have a physical location. So if we can't, you can't just approve them as like a remote school with no physical location attached to it. So it would need to be attached to this new Mount Moriah Baptist Church using that address so that the funding can be properly administered. I just don't know. It's new, so I don't know if there's things that I'm not thinking through right now as to how it would, like, how the remote would work. But it could work. I just don't, we need to make sure that we have a physical address that we are associating with that remote charter school. It's not officially approved as a remote charter school, but they could do it as like the emergency situation that allows remote learning for emergency purposes.
So, but like we were talking about earlier, that new schools don't get any money until they have an ECO. Does that location have to have an ECO for them to receive funding?
Well, they would need it for kids to be in the building. This idea of no kids in the building, no ECO, but funding remote learning, I've never encountered that, so I would have to find out.
And I think
I was going to ask a question, but Eric Sanchez has been turning his mic on and off, and you ask better questions than me. So you want to go before me?
You really set that up bad, because I'm actually just I'm going to recuse myself out of abundance of caution. I wish I could support this Anglo, but yeah, so recuse.
Okay. So you're still in the same county, right?
No.
So you're in a different county, different funding. Okay. So how is the change in? Is there a change in rent? How does the move in the rent? How's the budget being impacted by this?
We'll end up saving $20,000 by moving.
So the rent's cheaper.
Rent is cheaper. Yeah.
Are you going to go up or down in student funding? You're going from Gaston County to Mecklenburg, or what?
Union County.
Union County to Mecklenburg. So you get more money. So you get more money and less rent.
Yes.
Okay.
so. On that note, you've submitted a budget for that, but it's a deficit
It is
budget,
right now.
and it doesn't include any technology expense when you're talking about remote learning. So tell me the plan.
So we currently have so we're actually a 1-to-1. Like, we have enough Chromebooks for all of our students. So if we had to go permanently, well, not semi-permanent, then we would have enough Chromebooks to be able to provide for each individual child. If we had parents who said, hey, it's now come to a point where, for whatever reason, things going on out here in the world and they can't have internet, then we would work on with the board to see how we can get them individual hotspots and not hit our budget.
And then what about the deficit?
The deficit we are working to clear. We are looking at cutting additional funds. This is just our TNF budget. I told the board, even when we created the budget, that my goal is for us to be in a surplus like we were when we moved.
Okay.
If I may add, a lot of expenses were spent doing all the things necessary to upgrade the building, change the building, pay for engineers, pay for all the steps involved in the water system that was being planned and developed, and literally bringing in 30 gallons of water every week and paying for that, and just all that. There's been so much involved with the water and money being spent on everything involved with that. So there's going to be a huge savings in not having just to simply pay for all the water they have to bring in every single week, and the workarounds that they have to do to accommodate those things.
We finished last year with a very large budget, a surplus, but the well issues basically ate that.
I wonder.
This is discussion time with us,
yeah.
really.
Well, I'll discuss it with you then. I'm wondering if there are any, if there are any schools in Mecklenburg County that are not being used.
Yeah.
So,
And maybe they can go to Randolph. I know one that's closing.
Dr. Fuller is, I'm a big fan, but I'll tell you that Monroe is struggling academically. They're already behind their LEA. I'm not sure what this is going to do in Mecklenburg County. I don't know if it's above or below, but where they are right now in their 3-year or their renewal process is a possible 3-year recommendation. Going to online learning, going to a new building, trying to get everything resituated and started over there, and we're halfway through the school year, is going to be very tough for student learning too. So I'm really, the student outcomes in the midst of all this are more primary to me than anything else. And I'm not sure what's going to happen as a result of this, but I mean, I don't know where this also factors into the renewal process of what the next cycle looks like.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that we're in a situation, in my opinion, or at least here today, we have to separate the two. We either have to approve this request or the school ceases to exist as of Monday. They will be back in front of us next month in less than 4 weeks to share their academic performance, financial performance, and all that as to whether or not we renew, not renew, and the length of that. I think that I would want to hear from the candidate in this. If this motion passes, I would want to hear from the candidate in December an update on the impact of moving remote has had, whether that impact be positive, negative, increase, or not an increase in enrollment, lower, has it resulted in lower enrollment? When they come back to us in December, are they still on remote learning, or are they, do they have the ECO that they need? I mean, those are all really important factors that I think weigh into the renewal discussion.
My motion was because of that exact thing. They're going to be coming back. We can discuss that. This is to not, basically we close the school down if we don't approve this today. And this will give those parents, even if they come back and we don't approve or whatever happens in December, but this at least gives those 102 students, I think 104 students, confidence that they have a school next week.
Okay, so you do have the motion to approve the move as requested by Monroe Charter Academy. It's been seconded. Is there any further discussion on that?
Just to say, when they return in December, that it's very important to bring data and not just a narrative or not qualitative information, but quantitative. So you're talking about how the budget was so good last year, but we didn't see that. We saw the deficit that you submitted. And so bring us your data and the real numbers in December so we can make good decisions and help you through this, hopefully.
And I know you'll be praying you have a certificate of occupation.
And your enrollment number too.
Education.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would add too, if the applicant, if this motion approves, if they are not yet moved into that building because they don't have an ECO, it would go a long way if you had a statement from someone at the county as to when you can expect to receive it, because just this, we don't know is really unsettling. And if it's unsettling for us, I can only imagine how unsettling it is for you and the families as well. But is there any other discussion on this amendment? Okay, the amendment or the motion is, and that's been seconded, is to approve this amendment request from Monroe Academy to move more than 10 miles into a different LEA at this particular site. Ashley, can we do a roll call vote?
Yes. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Definitely approves.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Shelley Shope, John Eldridge,
Aye.
Linda Lynn Cacadillas. Aye. Eric Gucan,
Aye.
Gerald McNair.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, so it's approved. We will send you a letter, and then I'm going to try to get some information from finance about what type of address you need to put in to make sure that we understand everything with the funding, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank
Okay.
you all so much.
See you next month.
See you next month.
Transitioning now, we do have one charter applicant interview to conduct this morning. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Rackley.
Good morning, Melanie Rackley, Office of Charter Schools. We do have a standard timeline applicant today out of Mecklenburg County. This interview will be led by the Performance Committee. So that's one correction to our slides. The Performance Committee will lead this interview today, led by Dr. Eldridge. We have an hour and a half allotted today. Our applicant does have a proposed management organization. So we'll have an additional 30 minutes designed for you all to Q&A the management organization. There are 2 members of the management organization here in person, and we'll hear from them shortly. Next slide, please. And so again, this applicant is out of Mecklenburg County. The remaining 2 applicants out of Mecklenburg County we'll hear from next month. And so Little Rock Preparatory Academy for Young Men is proposed to open under the standard timeline in August of 2027 with a mission to empower young men to become fearless explorers and independent thinkers who embrace challenges with humility and courage. Dedicated to fostering positive contributors who value their unique identities while committing to continuous learning and making meaningful impacts in their communities and the world. And so in year 1, Little Rock Preparatory proposes serving 125 students in grades 9 only, expanding to grades 9 through 12 with the max capacity of 500 students reached in year 4. They will participate in the National School Lunch Program and pursue the community eligibility provision if eligible. Their transportation plan consists of providing free transit passes through the Charlotte transit system. They will coordinate carpooling with families and provide any EC transportation required through a student's IEP. They do have a partnership with the local church there to provide that transportation for EC students. There will not be a weighted lottery in effect for Little Rock. They do not currently have a facility, but their facility plan does outline a identified zip code, and they anticipate needing approximately 55,000 square feet for their school home. This is not a repeat applicant. This application assistance was provided by the management organization. Next slide, please. You'll see here in the Mecklenburg County area, this is the enrollment projections for the applicant in the blue bar. There are currently 35 charter schools with approximately 185 traditionals in Mecklenburg County. This applicant does propose to serve a significant higher number of educationally disadvantaged students relative to the LEA at large. And so again, all of their enrollment and subgroup data is in blue compared to the LEA. And so as part of the preparation for this, we always do a due diligence report anytime there is a proposed management organization. And so the due diligence report has been uploaded to eBoard. Elevate Charter Schools is the proposed management organization. They are a domestic nonprofit. The Office of Charter Schools in this report has provided all their website domains, their EIN numbers. You can also find a link to their incorporation with the state of Connecticut, their primary physical address, the primary contact being Mr. John Taylor, who is here today. There is currently 2 schools, so a small portfolio within the Elevate Charter School company. There is the audited financial statements were provided as part of the original applications for fiscal years 22 through 24. There's a management fee structure that varies from 3% to 7%. The schools, their portfolio is solely in the state of Connecticut with the 2 schools. We also did provide links to the Connecticut report card and the accountability report from the state education agency in Connecticut. Their main report that you'll see there is for Booker T. Washington Academy. Their second school, Edmonds Cofield Preparatory Academy, did open in the fall of this year, so there is no performance data that has been provided. It also does appear that Danbury International Academy Charter School is approved under Connecticut authorizing. However, there does seem to be some funding from the Connecticut legislature that is pending. And so we did, as part of our due diligence report, the Office of Charter Schools did provide links to some of the local media that kind of gives you some background information relative to the legislative funding in Connecticut. This board consists of 8 members, 5 of which are in person today. We have 3 that are online remote. At the time of application, there were 7 members. I believe Dr. Kathy Oliver has been officially added as their 8th member, she's in person today. She was made reference to in the original application, although she was not listed as a formal board member. She has been officially added as of July 1st, and she is in person today. And so Dr. Darrell Blue, he is here as the board chair, as are the other 4 members. So at this time, I would like to allow you all the 10 minutes to make your opening statement.
Say good morning. Would you like for the other board members to introduce themselves before? Okay, so if I ask everyone to come up and you can introduce yourselves, and then I'll start with the opening statement. And I'm Dr. Darrell Blue.
I'm Dr. Angela Fryer. Good morning, Dr. Kathy Oliver.
I'm Dr. Janet Evelyn.
Good morning. I'm Cordell Riley. Pleasure.
And online we have Dr. Paula Blue and also Christy Bryant and Dr. Sheldon Shipman. All right, opening statement. Thank you first for this opportunity to speak with you today about a vision that I believe that has the power to change lives and to strengthen the future of Charlotte with the establishment of the Little Rock Preparatory Academy for Young Men. This will be the first of its kind in Charlotte, and Little Rock Preparatory Academy for Young Men is committed to serving a diverse population of boys in grades 9 through 12, specifically targeting those under-resourced communities across the city of Charlotte. Our community has long been known for its innovation, growth, and commitment to opportunity. But we also know that opportunity is not always equally shared. In North Carolina, as in many states, the data is clear. Boys, and especially Black and Latino boys, face an academic gap that starts early and widens within each grade level. Our board, we have looked at the data, and we see a story that compels us to act. Across Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, young men are statistically more likely than their female peers to struggle academically, be suspended, and to drop out before graduation. Nationally, boys are lagging behind girls in reading, writing, and in most subjects, and they're less likely to attend college and more likely to face disciplinary actions. These numbers aren't just statistics. They represent real lives, real potential, and real futures at stake. In an all-male school, we have the opportunity to create an environment that is purpose-built for how boys learn, grow, and connect. Research consistently shows that boys often thrive in settings that incorporate movement, hands-on learning, competition, and structure because they are kinesthetic learners. This kind of intentional design not only raises academic outcomes, but builds confidence. We have designed a proposal that is student-focused and allows educators to tailor their teaching methods to boys' learning styles, encouraging engagement rather than frustration. It gives us the chance to shape a school culture where academic achievement, character development, and educational intelligence are equally valued, and where young men can see positive examples of leadership, brotherhood, and integrity every single day. Studies of single-gender education have shown that students in all-male environments often exhibit higher levels of confidence, greater participation in schools and in class, and improved academic outcomes. Boys are more likely to take intellectual risk when they're not worried about being judged or compared to others. Moreover, this all-male school will provide a safe space to address emotional and mental health directly. We can help our young men learn to express their emotions, seek help when needed, and develop resilience. By teaching emotionally intelligence alongside academic excellence, we are preparing them not just for college or a career, but for life. Our mission doesn't just stop at the school doors. We envision a model that engages families, especially fathers and male guardians, in the educational journey through workshops, volunteer programs, and community events. We'll create opportunities for men to re-engage with school in positive and visible ways. This connection between home, school, and community becomes a foundation of support that many young men simply don't have today. In conclusion, it's about giving boys the focused, intentional space they need to grow into young men who can later thrive in co-educational, professional, and civic spaces. All male charter schools have shown higher graduation rates, improved attendance, and stronger college enrollment numbers. They prove that when we tailor education to the needs of boys, we unlock potential that benefits everyone. And I believe that Charlotte deserves that same opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for that opening, and I appreciate the board members that are here and that have joined us online. My name is Dr. John Eldridge. I'll be leading this interview, and for the next little bit, we're going to be asking you questions. We're going to kind of try and compile them so that you don't have to. It's not a shotgun thing where we throw one at you and you launch back. We'll stop after you heard some of the themes to our questions. All right. The first one I'd like to ask, if you don't mind, just to take a liberty of leading the interview, is. I'd love to hear the philosophy of why a 9 through 12, starting with kids that have already been in a school setting for 9 years, as opposed to starting them off and maybe in the manner in which you'd like in the kindergarten up through. So I know there's a philosophy to that. Could you explain that?
Yeah, one of the things that we thought about was looking at our current demographics. There needs to be a lot more mentorship. A lot of our young men in that 9 through 12 age group, as I said, kind of in my opening statement, they're not getting some of the things that we know that they need. So we felt like the greatest need was at the high school level. So we wanted to start there, and then,
So there was a goal of moving grade levels backwards from
yes.
that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We wanted to start here. but because we feel like the emphasis as we look at the city of Charlotte, the need is at that 9th through 12th grade level. And we felt like if we could impact them, if they have a younger brother, younger sister, the whole goal is to impact them so that they begin to impact their families.
Okay, thank you for that. And other members? Todd, I said, go ahead.
Sure. So I'm probably going to bounce around a little bit. You guys may want to take notes. And do you want me to give them the list of questions?
Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to keep them down too, but it would be a good idea if one of you guys are like just keeping up with, so you can make sure we answer all the different questions that get asked.
In the application, you guys talk about choosing your management organization because of their expertise in single gender schools and experience in high school. However, I don't see that in their list of our schools. So I'd like to understand how that's connected.
Okay.
You state that curriculum will be specifically designed to engage and inspire young men. Please explain how, specifically.
Okay.
You say that you guys are going to develop your own curriculum. I'd like to know who and what's budgeted and how that's going to happen. Are you offering athletics and extracurriculars? And if so, what is that plan for an all boys school, high school? And I don't see in your budget real dollars for interventions and catch up. For you guys are specifically reaching out to a particular population that is not going to be on the 9th grade level when they get to you. That's where you're going to start, but you don't have budget to intervene in that space, and only 1/2 of a counselor in year one, which is difficult. I would also ask the question that, why not start at 6th grade instead of 9th grade? When you look at a lot of the social determinants that you've listed, by the time a kid gets to 9th grade, they've already had a lot of influences from things that you could perhaps have more influence in if you started younger. You specifically say that related to gender stereotypes, that you want to create an environment where your students can explore their identities. I'd like to know what you mean by that and what kinds of supports you're going to put in place, particularly with just 1/2 of a counselor in year one, if you're going to really encourage them to be in that space.
Let's stick a pin in it right there.
Okay, got it. Yep.
And let's go ahead and see if we can't tackle some of those questions in whatever order you feel comfortable.
So I'm going to ask Dr. Fry and Dr. Oliver to come and speak to the curriculum piece, and then we'll answer all the questions that you asked. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I'll speak specifically about the value of looking carefully at boys of color, particularly in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg community, in consideration of the prison pipeline, truancy, how much the curriculum is irrelevant to their life experiences. That's one of the reasons why we need to embrace Zaretta Hammond's work and Pedro Noguera's work around unfinished business and focusing specifically on their social emotional learning needs, character development, self-management, critical thinking, and problem solving, which is something that they're not getting in addition to the standard course of study in some of the schools where they have been marginalized.
And you say you are developing this curriculum to coincide with the already existing North Carolina standards. Is that what you're saying? Are you all writing that curriculum?
Supplementing the curriculum with that's already provided in the work of the research that
And those two people that you named are the research that you're pulling in to supplement.
Well, those are two specific examples that focus certainly on making curriculum more culturally responsive to the needs of African American boys who are marginalized.
And we understand that
boys need to have a focused learning environment. And so we'll be looking at various kinds of materials that they can relate to in a focused and learning environment where everything is student-centered. And as far as the curriculum, that it's data-driven and is based on the student interest. The young men will have an opportunity to provide topics that they're interested in through student inventories and surveys. And so with that, they will have a high interest level of things that motivate them and encourage them and have an opportunity to talk about those men that closely resemble the kinds of things that they'd like to be involved in, especially when you talk about the athletics. They can participate in athletics from their home school, but we will also offer some extracurricular activities, mainly dealing with the visual arts and music education.
Okay, so that hits the curriculum. How about I am interested as Todd was as well about evidence of working the EMO working with high school level students when we're not finding any data on that, and we just may be missing it.
This is based on my experience. I have 25 plus years in higher education, all the way up to college level. So when those 2-year college level, so when those young men come in, I've had them. Recently, in the past 5 years, I'm sorry, I have done some substitute teaching, first in Indiana for a private company, and now within the Mecklenburg system. And again, that's where I focus. So I see the day-to-day dropout rates, the problems that they have. Most of them come prepared, while others, they're still not at the level of a 9th grader. So this to us is an open market, and we can do more there.
And you're on the board, not with EMO, correct?
I'm on the board.
Okay, so thank you for that. But the question I believe is what evidence does the EMO bring forward with regard to having the professional experience needed to run a school like what you're proposing?
Yes.
No worries. Thank you for that information.
So, Mr. John Taylor, who is the CEO of Elevate Schools, he is the founder of a all-male school. So prior to being starting Elevate, he was a principal of all-male school. So he has the background in that. So
all-male high school.
Yes, all-male high school. Yes.
What is the name of that school?
Green Tech High.
Yep.
Albany, New York.
So that's the school that you just referenced, that your school might be somewhat modeled after, if I can use those words. That's not part of the Elevate portfolio?
No, because that's a school that he founded prior to starting Elevate.
Okay. How did your board come together and learn about Elevate?
Through a mutual friend, my colleague, Mr. Reverend Eldrin Morrison, the school that is mentioned in the portfolio, the Frederick Douglass School. He started that school in New Haven, Connecticut, and we pastored together when I was in Waterbury, Connecticut. So I learned about Mr. Taylor there, which was about 10 years ago.
I want to, if I may, I have a lot of questions too, but I don't want to. Can I go back to the curriculum question though? Yes. I'm not sure. I don't think I understood.
Did we finish Todd's?
Yeah, I don't think we got to all of Todd's. So I'm not clear. What curriculum will you be using? One that you're going to create on your own that does not yet exist? One that would be already proven and used in other Elevate schools, or something that might be in any of our schools?
At this point, we're talking about not only developing some curricula of our own, because we will have the flexibility to do that, but also making sure that we're familiar and we can use some of the curricula that's involved in the North Carolina Standard Course of Study and some of the Department of Public Instruction materials. Those materials serve students very well. And so we don't have to reinvent a lot of the curriculum items. We can do both at some point. We'll be able to use both.
Yeah, I guess the department sets the standards,
Right, right.
but I'm just curious what
But we
curriculum
also
they're using to meet those standards.
Right. We also have textbooks and other kinds of curricula that is used in the local LEAs.
Okay, one other question I want to piggyback on, just point of clarification. When you said that students would have the ability to participate in athletics from at their home school, like their school is your school now if they enroll. So what did you mean by that?
It's the schools that they would have attended if they had not chosen the charter school.
Do you know that they're going to allow that?
Okay, welcome.
Because they will no longer be a Charlotte-Mecklenburg County student. So I'm questioning whether or not, if I'm not enrolled in Charlotte-Mecklenburg County school, that they're going to let me be on the football team.
Yes, that's one of the things that we're looking into, because it is a viable option to allow students to have athletics to participate in the school that they would have been assigned to.
Okay, I guess I would you got to really dig into that, because I don't know that I would qualify that as viable.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you have a letter or anything from CMS saying that they would agree to that? Number one. Number two, if you don't, what we do know is that Charlotte-Mecklenburg doesn't allow that for any charter schools that are available right now.
Because that would be considered walking on.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, not a single school, and that will be an uphill battle to run an all boys school with no athletics.
Well, we're just discussing all variable options, and so that would just be one that we would look into to see if it is possible, because we do want to make sure that the students have an opportunity to participate in athletics. We wouldn't be able to offer everything. We'll have a focused athletic program, but it's just one that we can look into to see if it is viable. And as you're saying, it may not be, but it's certainly something that
just know from our experiences with working with other school systems, have a plan B.
Right, right.
Yeah, I'll give you an example, and I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer here, but like not only may my students not participate in Wake County sports, Wake County schools won't even schedule games against us. So it's an uphill battle. Yeah.
Well, we're leaving all doors open. We just didn't want to cross it out to say that it's never been done before as far as Hatfields athletics. But that's the whole point of the charter school is to be flexible and to be innovative and to leave no stone unturned. If it's something that we can do, then we're willing to try to do it.
Well, let's go ahead.
Yes.
I believe sports is critical and essential, but along with that, also the area of economic development. These men need an opportunity to know how they can legitimately make money and provide for themselves and their family. And so no one's spoken to that at all yet. What's the plan with regard to assisting these young boys and future men in terms of economic development?
Thank you for that, sir. And I'll tell you, that is one of my passions for why I am here and as part of this board. Certainly fully agree with the vision that Dr. Blue has articulated, but my career has been spent in franchising, putting people in business for themselves, but not by themselves. And I think exposure to that type of model, that exposure to entrepreneurship, is one of the pieces that really resonates with me. And that's why I'm here. And certainly we'll work with our members that have the curriculum experience to make sure that we do that. I will go back to your comment about athletics and particularly dealing with young men. We see the importance of that, and how do we solidify that and have a plan B? We'll absolutely take under consideration. But the exposure to economic models is something that we'll make sure is incorporated in our curriculum as well.
And I'm looking at your board. First of all, you said that you emphasize Afro-American boys and Latino. What about other races? And if you're going to attract all races, then I think your board needs to be diverse as well, racially. And I was wondering about the purposes. You didn't check the whole school's accountable for meeting measurable student achievement results. Why that wasn't checked, as well as increasing learning opportunities for all students, even those who are at risk that you're targeting, as well as gifted. You may have some gifted kids who may be having other problems that are not related to academics. What about those students? So who are you really targeting?
Can you say that first part again? I was listening, not about the board, but yes.
You mentioned Afro-American boys.
Yes.
And Latina.
Correct.
What about the others? So who are you really targeting?
So our whole emphasis is anyone that is in a disadvantaged population. So they don't have to be Black or Latino. We mentioned that because that's the vast majority of the makeup in Charlotte in our communities. And so that's why we mentioned that, because that's the makeup of the group that reflects that most of our schools in Charlotte. So that's why we mentioned those two populations, but anyone that wants to attend the school, we would be open to them attending. So we're not trying to block anyone out from attending the school.
Good point.
Who handles the finance? Who's the financial person for the board? Is there someone that specializes in that, or?
So we have multiple persons that can handle finances.
All right.
I have a finance.
I just want to be sure, because the question I'm about to ask is about the budget, and I just want to make sure I directed it to the right person.
Okay.
So just we've noticed a trend that fewer than 350 students budgets are really, really tight these days, right? And I noticed that your budget in some places there's like a $7,000 surplus, there's a $10,000 surplus. And one kid is worth about $13,000.
Yeah.
So if trends continue and you're expecting 125 students to show up and 110 do, what contingency plan, or what's the backup plan, or what's the impact of the budget that what will you do to make sure that the budget works?
So one of the things that we discussed as a board, with the partnership of our CMO, they are last paid. So if there is any shortfall, that's one avenue that we could explore. Also, one of the things that we are going to do from the very beginning is a lot of fundraising and asking people to support, because we already have people in the community who are excited about this initiative. And so we have, because many of us serve on other boards, we have connections with individuals who are philanthropists that have already said that they would be committed to giving towards the budget. So that will be our main avenue outside of partnerships with other companies, entities that give towards education.
I got to commend the EMO at the price that they're charging you. I mean, that's not a typical price that we see being charged by an EMO. So in year one, the contract fee for them is $40,000. So if they waive their fee,
right,
that's
saving us. Yeah,
it saves you $40,000, but each kid's worth about 13. So if 25 kids don't show up, even if that happens, the budget's still underwater. So, I'm just pointing out that those numbers are so tight that, and what our trends have been, as you probably heard if you were here this morning, is in first year enrollments are
down,
are questionable at best.
Yeah.
And so I guess my question is how is your marketing plan or how is your budget? How are those two things working together to ensure you hit your target? Because if you don't, you guys are underwater from the beginning. And we've seen what the trend has done to schools that start the first year underwater.
Correct. Dr. Frey, you want to speak to marketing?
Yeah.
No.
We know that it's very important for us to get the message out about our school, and that it is focused on young men. And one of the ways that we can be successful in making sure that those who sign up to attend the school actually show up is that we're going to have uniforms for students. So they would have to buy into the idea of having uniforms and going to purchase the uniforms. Another important thing is the principal. Whomever we hire to be the principal would have to have the kind of acumen that he or she would be able to go out into the community and have one-on-one contact with those that seem to have an interest in our school. That personal contact, going door to door, sitting at the kitchen table and talking. We do know that one of the reasons that the enrollments are lower once school begins is because the students find out that their buddy or their friends or their community have chosen to go to the regular homeschool and didn't option for the charter school. So we'll have to make sure that we focus on communities and on different groups in the community so that students will have an opportunity to come as a group to the school. Also, the parents, having some parent connections, talking with parents, having some sessions with parents to explain what the school is about and the mission of the school. It also helps too, as we talk about transitioning from middle school to a high school, is to lock those students in very early into understanding how high school differs from middle school. So we will be holding sessions in the various communities and at the school so that we'll continue to have that communication and the focus and just get to meet people so that they can see us.
So I had a question. Now, first off, as a CMO, looking at your fees, I mean, these are things I think we want to encourage more of because the fees are lower and it does allow this school to operate in a different way than what we're seeing from some of the other management company type of fees. So I do like that. I think the concern that I have is, and I want to summarize this and I want you to tell me if I'm mistaken or at least fill in the gaps. We have a CMO out of Connecticut with a relationship to his previous all-boys school out of Albany. I haven't heard many references to the curriculum or anything based on that. It sounds like, something you're still building, in the concrete nature that is concerning, especially then when I look at the only school that has results in the portfolio of the CMO. And I'm seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm seeing scores that are in the 20 and 25% proficiency in math and reading. So I'm not getting much concrete answers or hearing much concrete answers regarding the curriculum, regarding a proven program for an all boys school. And then when I look at the portfolio of the CMO, I'm only seeing one school that doesn't have great results, at least not recently. So please fill in the gaps or correct me if I'm wrong or help me understand.
So based on Green Tech, I do know that that all boys school has been a model school. And so as Dr. Fry and Dr. Oliver said, we will use a curriculum that is set, but also supplement, and with North Carolina curriculum, but supplement that curriculum to be able to support our young men, because I think that is the advantage of having a charter school. You can tailor it to what your students needs are. And so that's what we're really looking at, and giving us the opportunity to kind of look at what models actually work. So to your point, that is something that the board is still exploring, so that way we can make sure that we provide the best curriculum for our students.
I have a couple of questions. Dr. Blue, thank you for what you've presented so far. I noticed a board member that's not in our application packet unless there was a name change. You have with you a Dr. Kathy Oliver.
Correct.
Is that Kathy Owens? Is that the same?
No. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yes. That's the
It is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So still, it appeared, I actually thought she had dropped off the board because there was nothing submitted for her. If you want to attend to that maybe later, we don't have any information on her. Secondly, I know that you and several of your board members have brought forth the information about the needs for something that will be focused to disadvantaged young men and marginalized young men in the way of education, but you haven't really presented in the places in the application where it asks for indication and evidence of demand and interest for a grades 9-12 all male school. That's not present in your application, so that's a piece that's kind of missing. We need to see data, numbers that indicate that there's a demand for this. You submitted a few letters, a petition that they support such a school coming to the area. They had 42 names. So you submitted those kinds of things, but we don't have that specific information showing that there is a great call for this kind of school. And then I wonder also, are you aware, can you tell me the percentage of fees that your EMO/CMO, I think he's a CMO.
CMO.
What the fees are for the operations of the school? Do you know those fees, the percent, not the dollar amount, but just the percent?
What the $40,000 would represent.
The first year, right? That's year one.
Mhm.
Do you know what the contract says? Like, you guys have a contract with them? So the contract, I'd like to just go ahead and tell you, I won't put you on the spot.
Oh, yeah.
It says there's a range of 3 to 7% would be the fee range. And I agree with my colleagues here that we see CMOs that are higher than that. However, when you look at the budget in years 4 and 5, they're charging you 9% contract fees. It's 8.9, I kind of round up, a 9% fee rather than what's in the agreement. And in year 3, your lease that seemed reasonable doubles, and your contract fees are like 2.5 times. I mean, suddenly things go exponentially more expensive for you, and your budget is practically, I mean, it's in the red. You show $800 at the end of the year, but your budget's in the red. And as someone already pointed out, every year it's marginal. It's very concerning that it doesn't look like there's a great possibility it wouldn't work financially.
Okay.
So if there's anything you want to say to address that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, the main thing is, I think you all spoke to it, making sure that, and Dr. Pryor mentioned it, making sure that we have the number of students that we commit to having, so that way we can meet our budget. So the whole marketing plan to make sure that we hit our goals is going to be vital. And so that's something that we discussed, number one. And then secondly, addressing the fees, as I said, that's something that we can talk through as far as like with our CMO, to make sure that the school is not in the red if we come to that place. So that's something that we've already talked with them about.
Have you signed a contract with Elevate?
Not yet. Okay. Not as far as like the locking in certain fees. Though that was a proposed budget.
Right.
So that's why I said,
draft.
Right. So that's why I was saying we have time to discuss that. So that's why I was.
You need to.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may, I'd like to follow up on that specifically. I guess what's a little question, has an attorney review, I know it's draft, but have you had an attorney review this proposed services agreement with Elevate?
Yes, actually, we have an attorney that I can consult with for my of the nonprofit that we have with my church. So yes, we have had someone to look over it.
Okay, here's why I'm asking, and you know, I don't want to get into all kinds of lawyer mumbo jumbo.
Yes.
Sorry, Stephen, if you're listening, but like we anytime an applicant comes before us, whether they're partnering with a CMO or an EMO, we ask to see the services agreement, knowing that full well it's a draft until you know you actually have a charter. But yours is like 2 pages long, and one we reviewed last month was 46. That doesn't mean the heaviest service agreement is the best, but there's a lot of things lacking. And I know there's a draft. There's no section on like who's liable for what. There's missing state required language. There's no clear articulation of the roles and responsibilities. To Ms. Hare's point, there's nothing that says this is when it'll be 3% versus 7%. It just says between 3 and 7. It doesn't have any, like, what makes it 7, what makes it 5, what makes it 3. There's no term limit in the agreement. Sections on like who's responsible for marketing. You made a comment which should absolutely be in this type of agreement, but it's not, which is, well, they would be last to be paid. Well, they might be telling you that, but it's not in this agreement. And so I'm not trying to be, I hope you would know the spirit of which I'm saying. That it just seems like this is an agreement that has a lot of things that we typically see in these types of relationships between the board and an EMO or a CMO that just aren't addressed in a legally binding document.
Gotcha.
And I had the same question on the budget, which is, what is it? Is it 3%? Is it 7%? And what would they be doing more for you
that will warrant an increase?
Warrant an increase, right? And it may be very valid work. It's just not really spelled out. Is the concern I have on that. So.
And so to address what you're saying, those are things that we are still working through. And so we will have a longer one. And so that's why it's under review. So yes, we did note that too. Yes.
Mr. Chair, one other note about the budget is also that other funds category. They haven't indicated where those funds come from, but without those, it's 800,000 in year 1, 840, 400,000 in year 2, 175 in year 3. And if those funds don't come through for some reason, it's a no-go from the start. Yeah, it's.
Well, I know those are the funds I was talking about with the fundraising piece, and one of the things that I said earlier, I mentioned that we serve on other boards, so we have to fundraise and do that kind of thing, and we feel good about the connections that we have that we'll be able to raise outside funds. For example, one of the boards that we serve on, one of our members just donated $10 million to our board. So we have affluent individuals who will support, and then we've already spoken to who will support the efforts. So that's one of the reasons we're not as concerned with it, because we do have, and I think you mentioned earlier, people who are interested that want to see this. We will produce that data to prove that, who will support these efforts because they want to see this happen.
Right. So why is there no fundraising in year 4? It's just sort of a, normally you're raising 840,000 in year 1 and then other amounts, but in year 4, 0.
So the goal was by year 4, based on the increase of the uptick of students, that the budget would be balanced based on the increase of students that we would have. So moving from 125 up to 500, that the budget would balance. Now, even though we say that, we're not going to stop fundraising. So we just put it as a lower amount of what we would need to raise in order to have a balanced budget. But the goal is still to ask those persons who have supported in year 1 to continue to support all the way through. And as we all know, if you do well, you market yourself and people are willing to support those efforts. And so that's our goal. So after each year, to be able to show the student success, to show the impact that we're making, and that in itself will help to us to be able to do, hopefully, have corporate sponsors and those type of things to continue to offset the budget.
Understand. And having interested donors is
right
a good thing, but the interest I was really referring to earlier is enrollment.
Yeah,
You know,
okay,
you
yes,
have
student.
families
Right.
that are very interested in this type of opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just to reiterate, I did not see any data that Dr. Hare was talking about as far as you've got commitments from families. You know, you have certain number of families that are interested and have expressed that interest.
No, we don't have that data in there. We have begun conversations, but that's something that we can produce to the board.
Okay. And you heard our conversation this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
I served on the Charlotte-Mecklenburg board, and so you do not have to convince me at all about the need. Okay, you know, there's a need. I am concerned, and I think Todd brought this up. Who you're reaching, the student that you're desiring to reach, that have not succeeded in the school system. Because of our accountability model in the state, they're coming into ninth grade. They may be many years behind, but they're going to have to take the EOCs. Correct. And you're going to be accountable for those EOCs. Very specifically, tell me what your remediation plan and how you're going to address that.
Thank you. So I do want to clarify, as I was trying to say earlier, we will absolutely be following the standard course of study and providing the extended learning extensions and enrichment that we would need. We would have to look very carefully at our exceptional children situation and what their needs are and how those can be met, and making sure that we have that staffing in place. Also, we've seen with the trends for high school students moving into that dropout category that they've not had the after school support. Some of them come from families where there is not appropriate literacy in the home. We would have to provide all those services, particularly around ELA and math. So somewhere in our application, we talk about the after-school learning extensions and how we would provide that. EOG prep would have to be very intentional, and that's why the curriculum has to be underpinned with helping them catch up. Some of them may be 1 or 2 grade levels behind, but we feel in a smaller controlled environment, starting with just 125, is an opportunity for us to put the right teaching and staff to provide them with the one-on-one and after-school support, as well as all of the special education services we're going to need to have in place.
Thank you. So this application was given 30 extra minutes because there was time built in to speak to the CMO as well. So we've heard from the school. I want to make sure that does anyone on this board have a question or anything they need to hear from the CMO representatives? All right. So if we could get the CMO to step to the mic. This is the part you've been waiting for.
I'll start. I just want to get clarification because we've heard made reference to several different schools that you have your hands in one capacity or another. So the idea of an all boys school targeting this population stems from your prior work in Connecticut, I believe.
Okay.
Albany. Okay, New York. Okay. And
okay.
But that school is not part of the Elevate portfolio of which you're providing CMO services for. Is that just a yes or no? Is that
that's
let me
rephrase the question, because
the school that
yes.
The school that inspired this application is not part of the Elevate portfolio.
Right.
The 2 schools that are part of the Elevate portfolio are Danbury and Booker T. Washington.
Right.
Both in Connecticut.
Right.
Danbury being Just open, they have not opened yet?
They have not quite opened yet. They haven't launched. Okay, can I get just a quick rundown on?
Well, when you say not quite open, I mean, they're either open or they're not.
So they're not open.
Okay.
They're approved.
Okay.
By the state board, State Department of Education. Connecticut has a two-step process. Process one is approval by CSDE and the state board. Step two is legislative approval for the funding.
Okay.
All right. So that's where Danbury is. It's in limbo status.
All right. And Booker T. Washington has been open now for over 10 years.
Correct. 12.
Okay. There was reference made.
Correction on that. However, as a CMO, you've been the CMO for 3 years.
3 years, 2022. Okay.
There was reference by the board of another school, Frederick Douglass, not an elevated
That was
school.
actually Booker T. Washington Academy.
Oh, they changed their name. Okay, gotcha.
They didn't change their name. It was just an accidental reference.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
What's been the academic performance of Booker T. Washington during that, specifically during the time prior to and now over the last 3 years that your CMO has been helping them?
Right. So I was a founding principal, executive director of the Booker T. Washington Academy. We launched in 2012 with just students in grades K and 1. By the time we had third graders, we were number 3 in the state in math, number 12 in the state in reading, score distinction. Maintained a status where we outperformed state averages all the way up to COVID. COVID came along, we got hit really hard. Booker T. Washington Academy is the highest free and reduced lunch population school in the state of Connecticut. There's only one school that rivals it, Wexler Grant in New Haven. That school was impacted in a way by the COVID that words can't even describe. So the school went from outperforming state averages every year up until 2019 to falling 10% of students were proficient when they resumed testing. And so around that time, 2022, we were approached, I was approached in particular, to take over the leadership of the Danbury International Academy Charter School, which had not been given the opportunity to launch because there was a legislator blocking funding. Felt that the work wasn't done at Booker T. Talked to the funder who reached out and asked me to take that on, and said, I can't leave Booker T right now. This is a very difficult time for the school. They said, well, let's start a CMO and you can run both schools. And that's how Elevate came into existence. We launched Elevate in 2022 and started we started building out the capacity of Elevate to support both Booker T and the Danbury International Academy Charter School. Since that time, Booker T has improved dramatically. It did crack the 30s last year in terms of performance. Last year was named a school of distinction for growth in the state of Connecticut. When you compare Booker T's performance against high-need schools across the state, it was number 1 in terms of outcomes. The growth of that school was amazing, and equally as important, the students that graduate from Booker T, because they added a new evaluation metric into the formula in Connecticut, students that leave a school and graduate high school, Booker T was number 1 in terms of the percentage of students that leave and pass all their courses. And this is amongst high need schools. I'm making that comparison amongst like schools. So Booker T's performance, I get it on paper, on its face, seems low, but they're making tremendous progress. And we have the strategy in place to get them back to where they were pre-COVID. And they're moving in that direction. So extremely excited about that. We additionally picked up another charter school this year, accidentally. It was a school that tried to launch on its own and could not. Edmonds Cofield Preparatory Academy for Young Men, single gender school, middle-aged learners, grades 5 and 6. They didn't launch last year. We took them on in April, and they launched this year. Ms. Rackley mentioned that briefly. There's no data for them yet because they're brand spanking new. They just launched.
Would you say that school is more similar to what this applicant school would be? But Booker T is not a single gender.
Booker T is not single gender.
Okay.
And Booker T is K-8.
Yeah.
And it serves all populations, predominantly Black and Brown students, 85% African American, about 14% Latino. Booker T's 415, 420. Yeah. Now, Green Tech High, and this is where the confusion comes in. I founded Green Tech High in 2007 as the founding principal and executive director in Albany, New York, starting with grade 9, built out the model. And I go on my way to say there's textbook curriculum, but then there's instructional strategies that are slightly different as it relates to boys. And that's what's referred to the application. It's not a unique curriculum that is developed. It's really supplements more around culture responsive work, but work generally tied to gender. The type of books that boys like to read, the way that boys enjoy competition in the classroom, little strategies that make a difference in terms of the learning environment that boys are more likely to want to be engaged in, is what is referenced in the application as making an educational, like the curriculum that is unique to male learners. It's not, I mean, the school does intend to use the same textbooks that you might see, the textbook that have been state approved, that it's going to follow the state standard course of instruction. So that those things are not going to be different. But some things, and I found this to be true, this is the lived experience, that when you're working with boys, and in particular boys of color, you have to understand what they like, how they like to learn, how they like to engage, et cetera, et cetera. And if you make those nuanced differences and build them in, tie everything to the real world, start to make those connections for them through project-based learning, their buy-in changes dramatically, and they start to see themselves in the curriculum and see themselves. I mean, one of my goals always was, as the founder of Green Tech, to ensure that our babies start to see themselves as part of the mainstream, that they weren't some subculture sort of operating in school, and which is a big part of the problem. Our students do not feel connected to schools in traditional public schools as they're currently established. For the most part, I'm generalizing, but that's the reason why Green Tech came in. Another point, I feel it's important to say this. We are not NEMO, we're CMO. We're really small. We're picking and choosing who we want to partner with based on our commitment and the alignment to mission, vision, and philosophy. When Pastor reached out to me and asked me would I consider partnering with Little Rock Prep, it was the mission of Little Rock Prep that got me excited. And I said, man, I'll be willing to do whatever to be a part of that. Tell me what we need to do. And so just know that we're not a big management company. I worked for one of those. I worked for Mosaic Education for years as their vice president of operations for school startup, opened a ton of schools for them. We're anything but that. You know, we're mission aligned, mission driven. We're here to provide whatever support we can to the school to ensure its success, in the same way that we work diligently to do the same for the schools that we currently work with in Connecticut.
Thank you. So we're probably down to about eight minutes. Does anybody else have questions for the CMO?
Yeah, I do have a follow-up. I guess I would like clarity on, and it doesn't need to be a long answer. Like, what are the operational items that the CMO is going to handle that the board won't have to do? Are we talking about payroll? Are we talking about student information system, back-end finances? And have I just answered my own question? Like,
Hi, Emily Jackson. I'm Chief Operating Officer for Elevate Charter Schools. Yes, exactly. We do handle, typically, we are handling facilities, we are handling student information systems, we are supporting the school's financial procedures and policies, because there is a separate entity that is actually going to do the finance. We do not do finance wholly, but we do support that work. And definitely make sure that we're supporting, budgeting or any of those other pieces, and providing guidance around any contingency budgeting or anything like that needs to take place. Also would support food services and transportation.
In addition to talent recruitment.
Oh, yes, HR, human resources.
Human resources, talent recruitment, student recruitment.
Correct.
Academic program, of course.
Thank you for that. That just gets back to my early question I had of the board, which those are really important responsibilities that a board can benefit from having support of an outside organization. None of those things are listed in the draft agreement though either. So
No, I apologize. That's on me 100% in Connecticut. Now, this has been my experience for the last 12 years. They only require a term sheet. When you submit a material change request to take on a CMO, they do not require the full application until after the fact. So on some level, I thought I was putting the cart before the horse. That in principle, the agreement. I mean, once we were approved, we would provide the full blown agreement, which we haven't even written up for the school. We have other agreements for the schools that we do have relationships with, but that was my fault. I provided just a term sheet, really generically saying these are the things that the management company handles. These are the things that the school handles. We do have much more comprehensive agreements that would be the templates for this. The other thing is, I go on my way to say, and I say this, and you can, I'm sure this is being televised. We have our own money. Like the beauty of the way we built Elevate was that the foundation community came to us and said, we like the way you run schools. We believe in who you are as a manager of schools, that your heart's in the right place, and they fund us. So we don't rely on the schools, like our schools now, the school we just took on, we're not charging them any management agreement in year one because they can't afford it. In fact, we loan them money so that when they have cash flow issues. We are not in this. We are not a big EMO in this to make money. We also are part of a national charter school portfolio that funds growth. And so they fund the CMO. And so to us, it's less important what we make off of a school that we work with. It truly is. That's why you see when the school can afford to pay $45,000, the numbers in there. But literally in all of our contracts, it says based on the ability to pay. And when you get that contract, and I hope we had the opportunity to submit that to you so that you can actually see it in writing, it's in there based on the ability to pay. And there's other language in there that says that we're last to be paid. And that's intentional because that's not why we're in this.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Is there a relationship with the school in Albany right now at all?
I was the founder. I founded the school in 2007, left the school in 2013. The relationship, I'm in contact with the board, with my former students, but I stepped away. Okay. But those were my best years running schools. That's what I really thoroughly enjoyed deeply in my heart, which is why when he said he wanted to do a high school, I'm like, man, I got the model for you. And that's why I joined. But we do not run that school, never reached out to them. But I understand as a CEO, and we have the capacity to support a high school.
Which school are you referencing that you haven't run? I missed that question.
No, that was Green Tech. We as Elevate are not directly partnered with the Green Tech. Like I said, I left that school in 2012. The school continues to do well, putting students in college. Literally, that school, Albany, New York, 9% of boys graduate with a Regents diploma. When I left that school after year 5, 94% of boys were graduating with a Regents diploma, and 40% of those boys were getting the advanced Regents. Single gender school, predominantly Black and brown students, predominantly low income, 90+% free and reduced lunch.
Was that a district school?
No,
Charter.
Was it a charter school?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
you can search it on the website. Green Tech. Yeah, they still have a website.
Yep.
All right, I thank you for answering all our questions. We appreciate it. At this time, you guys have, if there's no further questions for anyone, you have your 10 minutes of closing comments.
Well, I'm not going to take 10. I just want to start by first thanking you all for your feedback and sharing with us exactly what we need to do. As you've heard, this is something that we're definitely interested. Our heart is in this, and we hope that we're afforded the opportunity to bring this to the city of Charlotte. We do want to make a difference in the educational scene. We see the need, and we have the support not just within this board and with our CMO, but partners within the community who want to see this happen to further make a difference within our community. And so that's pretty much what I want to close with, and just thank you for the opportunity to present.
Well, we appreciate you all taking the time out to come here today. And we're going to spend some time now deliberating. So if you'd like, you can just relax. If you don't mind turning the mic off there, and we'll go ahead and take our time to deliberate. So any comments or questions or feedback from the board members?
The school seems like it's more of an alternative school than why they didn't apply as one.
Following that up, I'm too am concerned about that with coming in at ninth grade, because we've always talked about, the school culture and coming in at ninth grade. I'm concerned about that with the EOCs and the accountability model that they're going to be under. The other thing that concerns me is just, and we've talked about it, is the enrollment issue. We had an all-girls school that really worked extremely hard and could not get the enrollment. Of course, that was a middle school. That was not a high school. It was a middle school, but they could not get the enrollment.
Yeah, I think first of all, I want to commend the board for your presentation to us today. A lot of times we interview applicants who have a partner, whether it's an EMO or CMO, and every time we ask a question, they have to turn around to the representative of that outside organization as if to say, like, how am I supposed to answer this? And you didn't do that. And so I appreciate your passion came through, and I think you were knowledgeable in many of the questions we asked. I do have concerns about the budget. I appreciate the response on why the term sheet is not really a contract and all the different things that you typically see in a contract with a services agreement, but there's still sort of still a little nebulous about who's doing what in some of those areas. I do share the concern about starting at the high school level at ninth grade. But at the same time, someone's got to do it. And save these young men from a path that we don't want them to go down. That's still a little unclear on what curriculum. I know everyone's going to meet the state requirements. Like, we don't have a choice. You got to meet the state standards, take the state assessments. I wasn't sure I got a really direct answer on, we're using this for math, we're using this for reading and ELA development. Like, I didn't get that. And then, the athletics piece is just, I know they need to research it, but the answer is just not a viable answer. But there's definitely a need for this in our state, in this community. My hat's off to anyone who wants to tackle this, and I want to find a way to support people who want to do this difficult work. It's in some respects, it's a cautionary tale. We started this morning talking about enrollment and not getting the enrollment, and we've had to make tough decisions of closing. In the last 2 years, we've closed 2 schools after they opened. One of them was a school specifically for boys. That kept saying, yep, we're going to get those numbers, and they didn't come. Now, in this applicant's defense, I don't think we can, it's a cautionary tale. I don't think I would use that as a reason not to support this applicant. This is a very different situation. This is Charlotte. This isn't Pittsburgh. The pool of boys is just much greater than what we had dealt with that school. But those are just kind of my initial thoughts.
Yeah. I'll start by saying I'm a fan of single gender education. Yeah, in case anyone's wondering. But
Or may not know why. May not tell.
and if you guys don't know, I run the only single gender public charter school in North Carolina at Glow Academy in Wilmington for girls 6 through 12. And so I've learned a thing or two over the last 11, 12 years. And just as a side note, would be more than happy to share those things and talk to you guys about those things. This is absolutely needed in Charlotte Mac. And this is a very passionate, very capable group of folks who want to make a big difference. They just have a significant amount more work to do before they're ready to move into a ready to open place. And again, I'm happy to help with that work, but it's just not ready. There are too many questions that they don't yet have answers to. This is tough work. And there's more work to be done to be prepared to be considered to go into RTO.
I absolutely love everything about the concept of this school. I like you, Todd, felt like this was a rough draft interview with a lot of writing down of, oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that kind of thing, right? And that's what, to me, that's what this process is all about. We've had a lot of schools come here and do an interview and walk out with, oh, I mean, we didn't think about all these things. We got to hear from all these people that know how to run charter schools, and then they go back and they have a better application the next time. And so when I think about this work, and probably amongst the most important work in the state of North Carolina right now, to be able to have a school, which is charter schools are supposed to be lab schools. We're supposed to be able to do things that other people aren't doing that we can learn from and spread across the state, if not the country. And so before opening a school like this, there's still so many things that I think you have to work through. Like the athletic piece is one. It's not just that you're not going to be able to work along with the school system, more than likely, that there's other options out there with using the recreation fields or whatever to where you can still do them. It's just you might not have your own facilities for a little while, right? Because you got to be able to, the budget is way too tight. I mean, if you go into a year and you think you're going to have $7,000 left in the budget, the utilities could go up, and that changes everything about your budget. Gas prices go up, now your buses are more expensive. I mean, there's just so many things there that I think just need to be fine-tuned. Coming in with a very more solid concept of what the curriculum is and isn't going to be, right? Be very intentional about, because you read the application, there's a lot of detail in that, what they've written in this application, but paring it down into what it really means is what I think would be very helpful. The CTE side of things, I love that too, to get people ready for the workforce. The Career College Promise in North Carolina is a great venue to get kids free college credits, right? If you have people that want to get into trades and you have a community college or a technical school near you that will partner up and allow these kids to take courses during their junior and senior year that gets them free college credits and possibly into the workforce. I mean, those are things I think that are still out there to explore, that I too would love to be a part of that conversation, because that's my specialty. I like connecting young people to the workforce. So I am right there with these folks. I just think that if approved right now, would be a lot harder road than if more time were being spent on answering some of the questions that need to be answered, get more concrete about it, come back and let's do this again, get it up and get it right. That's my comments. Gerald, I think you were.
Yeah. First of all, there's two things that I look at when it comes to a board. That's first of all, chemistry and passion. And I believe that the board has that, without a doubt. I'm the product of an all-boys school in Boston. And the thing that held us together was sports. I encourage you to develop a way to get sports there. But the passion that you've had with regard to the schools working in Connecticut, as well as in New York, phenomenal. The demand is there. I don't think they're going to have a problem with getting families to commit their sons to do this, the type of work that you're talking about. My biggest concern is basically being able to do it cohesively in a way that will allow you to get the kind of results that you want. I think you're going to get tremendous opportunities for money, fundraising. You got the Charlotte Hornets there. You got Panthers. You got major sports organizations that you're going to get money from. That's not going to be the problem. And I can see why the CMO budget is low. I think it's just a matter of being able to get started and then be able to go back to the lower grades. There's tremendous need for kids who are younger to grab the picture of what they can be in a school like this. There's no question about that. So I know it will work. You got the chemistry, you have the right group working together with the passion. Without a doubt, my question will be, how big are you going to be in North Carolina?
Yeah, I think I'm echoing a lot of what has been said about a good group with the right intentions, the right passion to come and try to do something different, something unique. I think in that spirit, the level of depth, at least from my vantage point, for two specific areas when you come back need to be, if that's where the vote goes, have to be just exponentially greater. I want to hear from a school that's going to do something unique in this space. Single gender boys, such depth. That you have visited a tremendous amount of schools. Go to Todd's, go to different schools. You have your real game plan laid out. We heard more from the CMO leader regarding that than I think we heard from the board. And it sounded, we'll figure it out. Like we'll do standard course of study, but we'll do boy stuff. And we've got to get it. It's night and day difference in terms of what should come back and the level of depth to reaching that specific subgroup. And I think on the same way, the same world, there wasn't a lot of maturity regarding the thought process of getting results as well. And I mean that in two different ways. The idea of bringing kids in, because we've seen that as a big issue, and sports, I think, can play a role. But also, I'm sorry if I'm saying something different than what was said earlier, but the school that's in the portfolio, and I know it took a step back with COVID, it's not performing at the highest of levels yet. The Green Tech School, I just looked it up. It's not. I know the CMO has been distant from that school for over a decade now. It's not performing at the highest level. So it's like, what I want to hear is like, hey, we've traveled around the country. We've seen some great schools doing this model that are performing at the highest in their states. And we have taken so many things. We've outlined it inside of our application, and we're ready to really do this and with that vision. And I didn't get any of that. So just to land the plane, I think the depth of the curriculum and the pedagogy regarding the subgroup, the ability to bring kids in and make sure that you guys can meet those enrollment targets, and then really the just attention to results in the schools that you seek to model or replicate.
Can I add to that, Eric? Because I think familiarizing the board and the CMO need to familiarize themselves with what Linda Lynn was pointing out with regard to the testing model of North Carolina and what this is going to do in ninth grade. The topics that are tested in ninth grade are usually the lowest test scores in North Carolina. Math 1 and sometimes biology, right? And English 9. Those are the three that the school will be based on those test results. And coming out of the gate, and if if you're not above that C level, you're starting off as a low performing school and you're already working uphill. You know, so I think it's not a bad idea to explore not only the testing model, but also what would happen if this school is identified as an alternative school. You know, because I think as an alternative school, which has some of those feelings in what they're saying they're trying to capture, but I mean that clearly changes how the school could be held to account.
Right. And just to follow up on that, that's my biggest concern. And let me just say, thank you for your passion and for seeing the need. I won't go into my history, but it's been there for a long time. It's that way in a lot of cities, but it's been in Charlotte-Mecklenburg for a long time. Yeah, be sure you understand the accountability model in North Carolina, because if you don't understand it, you won't stay open. Okay. Also, I want to hear really clear what you're expecting in your remediation. If you offer after school learning, that's fine, or Saturday learning, that's fine, but it has to be mandatory almost. It can't be just a choice or we're offering it. If you're behind, we've got to catch you up. That's why so many schools start with kindergarten, first, second grade, get the culture the way you want it, and then move up a grade. Although there's a need for ninth grade and through 12th grade. Couldn't be more supportive, could not be more supportive. In fact, I would want to go ahead and let it and pass it. I don't think the votes are here, but I'd want to go ahead and let you guys get started. And then if you couldn't get the enrollment, if you couldn't, what we've talked about today, we'd tell you in June, sorry, you're not ready and we won't let you open. But I don't think the votes are there, but I hope that you will continue the process. And what Eric said as far as traveling this country and seeing schools that are doing what you want to do, and coming back and saying they're doing it and we want to model that.
To piggyback just for a second, during the interview, there was a comment made about students who might be a grade level behind. And I do want to point out that ProPublica data from 2020, and it hasn't gotten any better since then, shows that in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, Black students are on average academically 3.2 grades behind white students entering the 6th grade. And Hispanic students are 2.8 grades behind. It's a steep hill. Those are almost exactly the numbers that exist in New Hanover County. And you have to have a very clear pathway to start closing those gaps to accomplish what you seek to accomplish.
And the thing about high school is it's finite. You have 4 years, right? As opposed to a longer runway with some elementary or middle school kids. So, but again, as Bruce said, someone's got to do it, and I'm not trying to change their charter. But if that's where you're going to go, you have to even be more refined. You know, for the closer you get to the finish line, the more refined you have to be. You know, oftentimes people think kindergartners need the most support. I'd say seniors. You know, because they're getting ready to walk into the world. So, with that being said, one last comment, and then we have to go ahead and look for a motion.
We do. Thank you. I want to commend Dr. Blue. You've put together a great board, not just passionate. I've heard passionate, but they're very distinguished. Have really set themselves apart in this field, and so you've put together a very strong board. And I commend Mr. Taylor. You've garnered and secured funding from the Dr. Peter Buck Foundation. You've received millions of dollars from that foundation, and that's incredible. Not everybody can attain that or get that attention and that kind of funding and support. So I know you're going to use it well. You're going to do some great things with it. I think the contract was wide open here. That something we couldn't approve was just an open-ended contract. And that there was no experience here with a CMO in North Carolina, being on CMO. So you basically said that from the podium. And when you come to North Carolina, you're going to need to learn a new state's requirements and standards, and that will go a long ways. Eric gave you great advice, just great advice. I hope you guys took notes and will follow that. And And Mr. Taylor, again, I think you've laid a foundation in Connecticut, and I think it would be great to just to build on that and to come back with robust experience and outcomes that you could then share here as you want to start something in North Carolina. There would be a great, robust background to support what you want to do here. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Comments closed. Do we have anyone that's ready to make a motion with regard to this application?
I would make a motion that we not at this time move this applicant into RTO, but would again encourage them to keep working. It's needed.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comment?
Please come back.
Well, I'm going to say this, and this will be my last comment. This is not the first time we've seen an excellent idea have to go back to the drawing board and bring something back. And I expect that once that's done, this is kind of the test of how bad do you want to do this? Because I think most of us here I'm willing to, if called and you need any support from me, I'm willing to drive to Charlotte and do whatever I can, because I think this is something, if done the right way, is hopefully a model that the state can build off of, not just for the Charlotte Met, but for everybody that's in this, as you heard, New Hanover counties in the same, it's that way nationwide. It needs to be fixed. So if there's anything I can do on that part, then I want to do my part. Roll call.
All right. Stephen Gay,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay, Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope. Must have lost her. John Eldridge.
Aye.
Linda Lynn Kakadelis.
Aye.
Eric Gucan.
Aye.
Gerald McNair. Okay. Okay, the application does not move forward, and we will send you some information about your appeal rights. Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's 10 till 1. We were supposed to start the other renewal interviews at 1 o'clock, but obviously that's not going to happen. So let's cut the lunch from 50 minutes down to 30, if that's okay. So let's plan to meet at 1:20. 1:20. Okay, good afternoon and welcome back. We're going to proceed with the November 12th, 2025 meeting of the Charter School Review Board. Next on our agenda are schools that are up for renewal that we were here from. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Cook.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jenna Cook, Education Consultant with the Office of Charter Schools. I'm going to first start with just sharing the structure and logistics for our cohort presentation today for renewals, and then I'll invite the schools up individually after that. So on this next slide, again, you saw this last month. These are the 40 schools in the 26 renewal cohort, and this month we will discuss 18 of those schools. As many of you know, the foundation for the renewal process comes from statute, and the statute requires that the review board ensure each school meets the expected academic, financial, and governance standards before its charter expires. Unless a school fails to meet those standards, the charter is renewed for 10 years, and then if the school doesn't meet those standards, the board may renew for a shorter term or choose not to renew the charter. The full charter process is outlined in state board policy. And in that policy, there are two main parts. The first is the process for renewal. And then the second, and where you'll probably spend most of your time today and over the next couple of months, is the guidelines for decision making for renewals. And so on the next slide, I do have some key definitions that are pulled from state board policy. Primarily, you will want to focus on the comparable definition as we use that for academic comparability to the local LEA. So in state board policy, comparable is defined as a school's proficiency score is within 5 points of its local district's composite score based on all EOG and EOC course offerings at that school. And so the data that you see when the Office of Charter Schools says the school is comparable or not is based in this definition. And there are other additional definitions here if you need to refer to them as well. This slide is a summary of the renewal guidelines. You also have the full renewal guidelines printed for you in your note packet. And these are the guidelines, again, that we will follow and that you all will use to make your decisions. Additionally, I just wanted to add that Statute 115C-218.95 outlines the conditions for non-renewal or assumption, and these include the failure to meet performance requirements, fiscal management, violations of law, or other material violations of the charter. So the review board does have the right to not renew if it falls within this statute. A note on renewal placement. So OCS has placed schools at a preliminary renewal term based primarily on their academic performance, based on that comparability, as well as whether or not the school has met growth in that year. And we've also used the renewal guidelines that are established in state board policy to make those placements. These preliminary placements are recommendations based on our review and should serve as a starting point for you as the review board. But it is ultimately the responsibility of the review board to decide and approve the final renewal term for each school. And you will make those decisions using the renewal statute, the guidelines, and all data information presented in the DPI portfolio that's posted for each school for you. On the back of you'll see a data sheet for each school. You all have those printed. They're also posted. On the second page in the notes section, I do have the placement that OCS has placed the school at. Again, that's just to serve as a starting point and a reference for you to understand where we've placed them. And again, you all will make that final decision. So just to highlight some presentation logistics for today and tomorrow, each school has been allotted 20 minutes before you all. That 20 minutes includes their presentation and time for the board to ask and the schools to answer questions. We have asked that the schools plan and practice accordingly so that they leave several minutes for you all to ask questions. The way it will kind of run is I will give a rundown of the school's data sheet, and then I'll invite school leadership up to give their presentation. And I would just encourage in the data and note sheet that you all have on the back side of that, there is a section for note taking. And primarily this is used as a reference for you because come January, you may forget or misplace your thoughts about a school that you talked about in November. So encourage you to jog your memories or jog your memories in January by taking good notes today about your thoughts and also maybe notes from your colleagues as well. All right, so these are the 8 schools that will present today. And we're going to begin with the 3 alternative schools in this cohort. So before I bring those schools up individually, I did want to just provide a quick overview of the alternative model for anybody that is not as familiar. So the 3 schools that are going to present next all use a modified accountability system that's been approved by the state board. One of those schools uses option B. Option B, schools are evaluated on persistence, achievement, and growth. And 60% of their score is based on EVOS growth. This is a standard system that is created by the state. And you'll see that definition on the next slide if you're interested in the details. And then additionally, there's option C. 2 of the schools that will present today use option C. And in this model, the school proposes its own alternative accountability system. For both of those schools, you also have what that proposed accountability system is within their data packet and how they were rated on those on that system. And just to add, the renewal guidelines do allow for the review board to review performance using the approved accountability model for alternative schools. And so the next, and then on the next 2 slides, you'll see the more details about option B and option C that are outlined in administrative code. But with that, I'm going to start with our first school, which is Thomas Academy. All right, so Thomas Academy is a 612 school that is located in Columbus County. I have their enrollment data that is listed from the last 3 years. You'll notice that they are under the 80 that is legislatively required, but they have been approved to be under that number because of their unique model. As far as historical charter agreements, their first charter was a 10-year charter, and then the last renewal, they received a 3-year charter. They have submitted all renewal requirements, and then you'll see their academic performance listed below. They do not have a school performance grade as they are under the alternative accountability model, but you can see their grade level proficiency score as listed and also their growth listed. They have met growth 1 out of the 3 years, although 1 year there wasn't sufficient data to provide a growth score. For their alternative school accountability model option, they were rated as progressing in 22-23 and then rated as maintaining in 23-24 and 24-25. Under option B, you can be rated as progressing, maintaining, or declining. Those are the 3 model options, or the 3 rating options. They have not been designated as low performing since they do not have a school performance grade, so there's no way to have them meet any of those low performing designations. They have not been academically comparable to the local LEA, and you'll also see their subgroup comparability for all subgroups that they serve. The Office of Charter Schools has placed them at a 3-year renewal based on that they have met growth 1 out of the 3 years, but that's based on the guidelines, but I will also just urge you all that this board does have the duty to also consider the school's alternative accountability model. So the 3-year is based primarily on the renewal guidelines. And so at this time, I will invite the school leadership and board from Thomas Academy to give you their presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. And members of the Thomas Academy board come forward. I would just remind this board and others that are in the audience, you have 20 minutes, which includes our time for questions. And we're going to be we got a lot of interviews to do today, tomorrow, and the next couple of months. So we're going to be pretty sticklers on that time. So thank you, and let me begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Reed, the chairman of the charter.
And I'm Kathy Gantz, the principal of Thomas Academy Charter School.
Good afternoon. I'm Janice Toporek. I'm the CFO of Thomas Academy and the Boys and Girls Home.
Kathy wanted me to start out by giving you a little heads up on our mission as Thomas Academy. Shall be provide individualized education and a strength-based approach that addresses students' unique learning styles and cultivates lifelong learning and promotes the building of character, allowing them to give back to their community in a meaningful way. The vision of the Thomas Academy is to be a school that serves the whole student and helps them find connection, compassion, and character. The Thomas Academy is a community-based educational program for the boys and girls homes in North Carolina.
Yes, and I'd just like to also add that we serve both community students in Columbus County and also residential students that come to live on the grounds, the agency of the Boys and Girls Homes of North Carolina, Lake Waccamaw. So the next slide that we'll see, just some academic standings that I wanted to share with you. Our graduation rate, 71.60%, and I have a breakdown of Columbus County schools and North Carolina schools. Also, our average class size is 7 students compared to higher numbers. And that's what's so unique about Thomas Academy is that we have our core curriculum balanced with the social emotional learning model, which is the teaching family model. Also, I just wanted to share some pre-ACT fall, and I have that, and it goes from 2023 to 2024, and then I have the percentage that just came in at 14.021%. Just employment in Columbus County is 95.50%, and unemployment is 4.50%. Career technical education, 15%. We were really lucky at Thomas Academy to receive a Jimmy Johnson grant of $26,000. So we were able to house our library with student input. And so compared to Columbus County and NC schools, our boys and girls have 53 books to choose from per student. And I'm happy to say that our dropout rate this year was 0%. So that's definitely a success story. And then the next slide, just some academic trends. Of course, you know that some of our community students are usually consistent in attending Thomas Academy for a year to 3 years. Graduation, as you know, we have. But our residential students, many, they come and then they leave. Sometimes many of our boys and girls have been through a traumatic experience. So many times they're placed in foster homes. They return to their parents or a family member. And so we do not have them consistently over a period of so many years. It could be a few months. It could be a year or less. So you can see our trends for our reading, the grade level proficiency rates for that. As you can see, we have the reading, math, and science. And then I've also included Math 1, Math 3, English 2, biology, and just to give you a comparative analysis of over a period of several years, dating back to 2018 to 2019. So we definitely want those students to be with us consistently so we can show their growth. I have tracked several students that have been with us consistently, and they have increased based on their scale score as much as 9 points. And so those are some success stories too. I'm not going to go through all this data. Do we have work to do? Yes, we have work to do. And I have some goals later in the slide. So we are definitely utilizing our NC check-ins, and our teachers definitely use the those check-in scores and those areas that need improvement, those gaps that need to be close, to have those comeback classes to reinforce reading, math, and English language arts. So I just wanted to share those academic trends with you, but you may have questions later and I'll entertain those. Just our academic goals, as you know, we have a lot of resources that we use, and I know that you are familiar with many of these, but we're definitely on board with providing the cutting edge resources for our boys and girls. We have a strong partnership with Southeastern Community College, and they come on campus and provide those vocational education classes, to name a few: carpentry, agribusiness. They have something called transport technology it's really auto mechanics. So we're excited to have that partnership for our 11th and 12th graders, because as you know, all boys and girls, their trajectory is not college, a university. It could be, we need boys and girls to go into all professions. And we're just really pleased that we have this strong partnership. I want to share a few challenges and areas of opportunity for Thomas Academy to retain highly qualified teachers at that 50% mark that is required, that certified instructor ratio. And we definitely have worked really hard with Department of Public Instruction to allow those educators that need to renew their license or to gain a license to give them guidance in that. And I have some outstanding individuals at Department of Public Instruction that are giving us guidance with that. As you know, we need to increase our student proficiency levels in reading, math, and science. We would like on our wish list Chromebooks for each and every student to use at home, and to continue to recruit community students. Right now, we have about 70 students. We have about half and half that would equal 70 students. But we want to get out into the community to recruit more students. Just last week, we enrolled 3 students from Columbus County schools. They've not been successful in Columbus County schools. I think a lot of Columbus County schools and Whiteville City schools. But these children, these parents came to us needing their child to be successful. And so far, fingers crossed, they've done really well. We've had one student, this is the second year he's been with us. His mother just posted on social media that this was the first time in since third grade that he had a really good report card. So you see. We want to maintain an average daily student attendance of 95%, and for our teachers too. To increase community visibility, like I said, we want to get out into the community to share our well-kept secret of Thomas Academy Charter School. So we want to do this like being visible and through social media as well. And to consistently implement the teaching family model, Thomas Academy social emotional learning model, in order to decrease in-school suspension and out-of-school suspensions. We need our boys and girls to be there to learn, and to increase family and community partnerships. So as you can see, the next slide is things to celebrate. Of course, I've already said our dropout rate is 0. We are the Thomas Academy Eagles. We have a wonderful partnership with Whiteville Rotary Club, and we have a Rotary Interact Club that our boys and girls can participate in. We also have a Key Club. And we have an individual on campus we call Mr. Matt Alfonso, who provides a leadership club as well. You can see our beautiful seniors on this page. They're looking down from our beautiful chapel on the campus of the Boys and Girls Homes. And in October, we definitely, all the teachers and students wore pink for breast cancer awareness. So we have a lot of great things going on at Thomas Academy. So this is what I did. Based on last year's scores, in the different grade levels. And so we don't have, we newly have grades 3, 4, and 5 this year that was added. But this represents our reading, math, science, and math, English, and biology. I had all the teachers take a look at their baseline data from end of course, end of grade, and for them to project where they wanted their boys and girls to be this year, what proficiency rate. So you can see we've set some goals. Our biology teacher, Mr. Helms, he wants to go from 0 proficiency to 70%. I said, I want you to do it. I want you to do it. And so, and by doing this, they're taking ownership in their scores. And so I wanted to share that with you as well. So, Janice, would you like to say anything?
Think so.
Okay, all right. Mike, anything else?
No, so any questions you have?
Yeah, thank you for that overview. I think we have about 10 minutes for questions if we need to take that long. So thank you for that presentation, and always appreciate schools coming before us and being candid about what your challenges are and how you want to tackle them. So we'll take the next 10 minutes and just, again, if we need to ask you questions. First question I have is the first challenge that you have listed on your slide is retaining teachers. Why would you say that's been?
Well, the 50% mark, the 50%, because that is required. Many of our teachers come to us newly certified, and so we have to take them through the process of using NESIS to assist them in becoming licensed through the state of North Carolina. Some of our teachers they've been in the business quite a while, and they have lifetime license, lifetime, certification, if they have 30 years. There's some teachers that their license has lapsed, and it's my job to help them figure out how they're going to renew that license.
Okay, so just to clarify, it's the challenge that you're referencing here is about meeting the minimum 50% certified.
Yes,
it's not a churn of teachers every year leaving the school.
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I read it too. Thanks for the.
Yeah, because I read that as
teachers are bailing.
Teachers are leaving.
Yeah.
Well, we did have a couple of new teachers that came to us this year, and they found out it was not a good fit for them. And so they were not going to pursue renewing their license. And that was not an excuse for, I was going to help them. But in other words, they chose to go in a different direction so they wouldn't have to go through the NESIS.
A challenge every school, everywhere.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I know you guys, the students are trained. What's the average time a student stays with you, would you say?
Well, it could be from, as I said, from months to years based on the residential piece. And most boys and girls that the community students, they come to us and they stay into graduation. One thing that I failed to mention to you is that if a student graduates from Thomas Academy, they're guaranteed scholarships that are complimentary to them and no cost to their parents to receive their four-year college.
With a partnership with what university?
It's with any university.
Any North Carolina State University.
North Carolina.
All right, cool.
We've had out of state. Before you want to say something?
Yeah, I could speak to that. There's a lot of restricted scholarship funds that the Boys and Girls Homes has received from very generous donors. They're literally a page long listing them all. So
That's awesome.
we could basically, everyone that's in school today, we could offer them a 4-year scholarship, to be honest with you.
That's awesome.
It is.
We celebrated quite a few, 3 gentlemen last year that went to college after graduating from the academy. So.
Have you guys ever tracked your former students after they left you to see how they do academically, like maybe in the following year, just for data for yourself?
We have, and some of these individuals have returned to work at the Boys and Girls Home in North Carolina, or to showcase what what the agency did for them and their success.
In fact,
Like our board members.
I have a
Oh,
question.
yes, yes.
In fact, we have one of our board members is a former student who is a student at the Boys and Girls Home, has joined our board and has been very active doing that. And I'd like to mention that in the state has required the Boys and Girls Home to get rid of the kids, so to speak, get them back to a parent, a guardian, or foster home, or adoption. So the Boys and Girls Home does do all that. We do the adoption, foster care. We try to do all that, get them back to the parents. So that kind of causes a problem. So when they get there, we have to find a way to get them out as fast as possible by state law. That's why you see a continuous turnover of these students.
And so on paper, it looks like, okay, we have 70 students now. But when we've gone back and we've taken a look at the entrance and withdrawals, we've served over 120 students a year. It's just not consistently.
Right now, out of your, you said 70 students you have?
70.
70. How many are community students and how many are residential students?
About half and half.
Okay. Have you, and you're going to start the younger grades. You're going to,
We have started this year.
This year?
Grades 3, 4, and 5, and we have 6 students.
Okay, and those are not residential.
Some are,
Really?
and some are community.
Okay.
But the good news about this, of adding grades 3, 4, and 5, our quest was to be able to take on all the sibling groups and to provide a school for them. So they wouldn't be separated, because when they come, they're together, but then they go separate to separate schools. And it just makes for an environment that's more conducive to learning.
I have followed y'all ever since, in fact, I was on the advisory board when you came for your application years ago. Have you ever tracked your residential students, their performance, separate, disaggregated your residential from your?
We have, and many have been successful and gone on to, one example, we have an author that attended Thomas Academy and later went on to be an author. And just recently, she spoke at our graduation to give a message to our boys and girls. Just this year, Tom Simmons, who actually, you probably met him because he was a residential student to go on to complete just, all higher level, and was the superintendent of Thomas Academy. So I know you've met him, and he was a speaker of our graduation this past June.
Just FYI, I would love to see though the performance of your not residential, but your community students, because you more than likely they are there the whole year and probably have been there the year before. And that would show really your academic performance.
Right. And I actually have a handout I can provide the board on that.
Okay.
That shows exactly some students that I tracked. So I have that information that I can provide.
I think we had one more, just for the sake of time, I'll allow one more question, then a clarification, and then we'll wrap it up.
Why isn't the teaching the family model, why is it inconsistent?
Oh, the teaching family model is
Right.
consistent 90%.
Well, you said one of you, well.
Okay, let me look it back.
Yeah.
To consistently implement. Well,
Right.
we're at
Why is it
90%.
inconsistent?
But I want to increase, I want it to be 100%. But one thing that we do at the beginning of the year, our teachers receive a refresher of the teaching family model. So they're revisiting the teaching family model. We have, at Thomas Academy, we have 2 behavior specialists, and we also have an assistant principal that is a consultant for the teaching family model. And so they, I evaluate teachers based on the implementation of the curriculum, the North Carolina Common Core State Curriculum. She evaluates teachers based on their implementation of the teaching family model. So I give the academic feedback, she gives the behavior feedback to the teachers and how well they're implementing. So we want to go from 90% to 100%.
And it's just a clarification for Ms. Cook, just so we're all looking at the data the same way. When we look at this sheet and it shows the comparison to the local LEA over the last 3 years, then by subgroup, and I'm 99% sure what I'm about to say is accurate, but that's trying to compare just student A in their school versus student B in the local LEA, when we know the reality is their students are probably quite different than your
The data that's presented there is all students K-12 in Columbus County schools compared to, regardless of their standing. Yeah, so we have the subgroup data, but that there is not like subgroup data, for instance, that we can gather for students in alternative schools. That's not data that that's publicly released. So that is all Columbus County schools compared to the students that are at Thomas Academy.
Thank you so much. So we're actually not, as a reminder too, we're not voting today. We're just getting the presentations. We have, we'll take our own notes and, we'll be voting in bulk in early 2026. And the recommendation here is 3 years from the Office of Charter Schools, which we're allowed to accept that recommendation or not. So thank you for your time this morning, or this afternoon. Thank you.
Jen, I might be telling on myself here, but did you say something about where we are with compliance and financial standings in your introduction?
No, I forgot to, but that was because Thomas Academy does not have any outstanding compliance or financial issues. So those boxes are blank, but for good reason.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right, next is Commonwealth High School. They are a high school that serves grades 9 through 12 in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. They are on Accountability Model C. So they have been approved for their accountability model, and you'll see their results below. But you can see their enrollment listed from the last 3 years. Additionally, their most recent charter agreement, so their first charter was 5 years. In 2019, they received a 7-year charter agreement. They have participated and submitted all renewal requirements. And then you can see their academic performance. They have met growth in 2 of the last 3 years. And then in 1 year, they didn't have sufficient data to be able to produce a growth score. As far as their alternative accountability model rating, again, they've been Model C for the last 3 years and have been rated as highly effective using that model for all 3 of the last 3 years. And we do not have a low performing status because they do not have a school performance grade. They have not been comparable to the local LEA. Again, this is comparing Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools K-12 to the students in Commonwealth High School. And you can also see the subgroup comparability there as well. And the Office of Charter Schools is not aware of any current compliance or financial issues. The Office of Charter Schools has placed them using the renewal guidelines at a 5-year renewal based on that they have met growth in 2 out of the last 3 years, which is part of the renewal guidelines. So at this time, I will invite the school leadership and board from Commonwealth High School to present to you all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Morgan Tyler, and I've represented Commonwealth and Stewart Creek High Schools as board chair for the North Carolina High School for Accelerated Learning for 4 years. I'd also like to acknowledge my fellow board members, Anthony Lindsay, vice chair, and Reginald Pincham, treasurer, who are also here today. Based in Charlotte, North Carolina, Commonwealth and Stewart Creek High Schools are dropout prevention and recovery programs that serve students who, on average, are 18 years old and reading and doing math at the 4th grade level. These students are at least 2 years behind their cohort, and most of the students that come to us are not on a path to graduate and likely to drop out of traditional high school settings. Both Commonwealth and Stewart Creek are in their 12th years, and during that time, I'm proud to say that the schools have been rated highly effective each and every year. Board membership and leadership has also been consistent and highly effective. School leadership has also been consistent and highly effective. Staffing has been strong and highly effective with minimal turnover. And the schools have increased programming, especially in career technical education. And all this has led to higher numbers of graduates year over year. To share highlights and data of these accomplishments, I'd like to present Ms. Tamara Nguyen, Principal of Commonwealth, who will share information first about Commonwealth High School.
Thank you, Morgan. And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamara Nguyen, and I am the principal of Commonwealth High School. I actually joined our organization, Second Mile Education, back in 2018. I left the district after being there for about 10 years. And part of me leaving there was because I was recommending students who I was not able to support in my classroom to come to Stewart Creek and Commonwealth. And so I really wanted an opportunity to get back to those students and really work with such an amazing and deserving group of young men and women. At Commonwealth, what we really pride ourselves on is identifying barriers to our student success and then also providing them lifelong resources to support their needs, whether it's academic, social, or emotional. And so what I mean by identifying barriers, those students who are coming to us are typically coming reading or performing at a reading and a math level, approximately about fourth grade. Their GPA is also about a 1.1. And a lot of our students, about 50% of our students, are pregnant, parenting, caring for family members themselves, in addition to more than half of our students working full-time or part-time jobs to support their families. And so for us, success starts at Commonwealth by first understanding our model and that our students are able to receive an individualized teacher-directed orientation to make sure that they understand our school, understand our program, and are able to come in and be successful. We also offer flexible scheduling so that our students, in addition to the other things that they are other obstacles that they are facing in their life, they have the opportunity to attend school, but then also handle those responsibilities as well. Everything about Commonwealth is individualized. Our students have individualized success plans. They have a dashboard, which we say is almost like their daily toolkit. Every day when they log into their computer, they pull up this dashboard with their goals, and it's called a My Success dashboard, and it highlights my goals, my progress towards graduation, my attendance, as well as kind of just my overall graduation progress. And with that, because it is like a student kind of accountability tool, our students see every day exactly where they are, and then they also know what they need to do in order to meet the goals that they have set for themselves. It's also critical because, again, when students are coming to us, a lot of their struggles and their challenges come from not knowing what they need to graduate. And so we're very intentional about making sure that our initial conversation with the students is to show them this is where you are, set goals with them, and immediately they are taking ownership and responsibility because they decide where they start. And then we push them to set the goals and to continue making progress from there. So the last 3 years, highly effective. At Commonwealth, we like to say that this is business as usual. This is what we do. This is who we are. Our students are coming to us in terms of earning credits. They are accelerating their learning by earning twice as many credits as they did at their prior school. In addition to that, there is steady growth year over year. This past school year, our students demonstrated a 99% increase in the number of credits earned, which has been the most successful that Commonwealth has had to date. In addition to that, our students go through a reading program that helps to build their literacy skills. They avoid it like the plague. However, once they start earning credits from that and they see that they are improving their skills and they're being successful, we can't really get them out of that program and into other things. So reading achievement overall, it remains a standout strength at Commonwealth. Last year, we had every student in the school grow at least one grade level. 84% of our students gained 2 levels, and then 64% of our students gained 3 levels, which is amazing because they're already coming to us with the idea that's almost kind of been engraved in them that you can't do it, you won't do it. And so to see them be so successful and to celebrate that, there's nothing like it. In terms of math achievement, we also are showing consistent improvement over the last 3 years. In 2022, we had approximately 50% of our students who were demonstrating proficiency. In 2024, we grew about 40 percentage points by having 93% of our students grow their overall math achievement. So again, it's just, this is what we do. This is what we are kind of just embedding into the minds of our students. Like you haven't done it yet, but you're now at Commonwealth and we're going to help you get there. In terms of challenges and growths, so a challenge for us, which we also like to look at that as an opportunity of improvement, is every year the gaps grow wider. That's not changing. Students are coming to us further and further behind. However, our model has shown and proven effective because our students, again, 80% of our students are increasing their credit accumulation by at least 1 credit per semester. We also have 100% of our students, as I mentioned, who are achieving at least 1 grade level in reading growth. Math growth is also, as I mentioned, 41% increases from last year to date. And then a big thing for us is that our students are improving their overall GPA. So in 2024, 90% of our students earned at least a cumulative GPA of 2.0 or higher. And on average, they're coming in at a 1.1. So we're really, really excited to be able to support the students in that manner as well. We also assess our students and make sure that they are giving us feedback and can tell us what can we do to make their experience better. And overall, I would say that about 97% of our students have said we're doing it. And we just need to make sure that we can remain or keep this as an opportunity for students in years to come. As a matter of fact, one of our students who graduated with the class of 2018, her family created a foundation called Allie and Aiden, and it's to support students very similar to their daughter, Allie, who had a child while she was in high school. And so they offer pregnancy courses for our students. We just were able to certify, I think, 75 students in CPR just by having that relationship with them. Allie is unfortunately no longer with us, but the impact that Commonwealth had on her, her family definitely wanted to bring that opportunity to many more families within Charlotte. And so we're able to do that as well. I also would say, our program's not for everyone, but again, this is something that we get really, really excited to have new students come in and figure out how can we support them. Again, our students, our school, there's nothing more important to that. And this is just further evidence of success. Last year was my first year at Commonwealth, even though I've been with the organization since 2018. And these are 3 of my sweet babies who just were told no over and over. Edward came to us. He had actually already given up. He said, Miss Wynn, I'll come, I'll give it a try. And he did, however, unexpectedly had a brain aneurysm in October that set him back. It's okay, because Edward, we went to go see him in the hospital. He actually had a goal on the cork board in his room that said, get back to Commonwealth, graduate by June. He was actually able to make a full recovery by January of 2025 and graduate 3 months early. So amazing, amazing opportunity for him. He's been back. We can't really keep them off campus once they leave because they come back and they want to share their stories. And Edward has just been such an amazing young man. We have CTE certifications that we're able to provide for our students. And he actually now has a paid internship working with an HVAC company in Charlotte. And he was able to do that because we were able to get him through an initial industry certification through a course that he took with us. We also have David, David Garcia, such a sweetheart. He came to us after kind of getting wrapped up with the wrong crowd, failing classes, thinking it was cool to not be in school, and Commonwealth really changed that for him. He raised his GPA. He actually graduated earlier than expected, and he is now a part of the United States Air Force. So excited for him as well. Toriel Tonga is a last student I'd like to highlight. I actually had her at Stewart Creek and Commonwealth, and she was the first in her family after generations and generations to ever graduate with a high school diploma. And life didn't make it easy for her, but she came and she did it. And she's actually working full-time as a CNA. And she completed our Foundations of Health Science class. And that was able to give her an initial kind of industry certification. We gave her a white coat, her first stethoscope, and now she's working and coming back and supporting our students who are currently in their medical program as well. And then last but not least, so 6 years, we have graduated 480 students. Last year, we had our largest graduating class of 135 students, and those were 480 students who had been told no, who didn't think that they would ever have an opportunity to earn their high school diploma, and they did it, and they are now off working in college. Attending college or working or attending trade school or the military. 67% of those students actually are on the pathway or are currently in a college or a trade program. So we do it every day, and we would ask for you all to please allow us to continue doing this. Our students, again, there's nothing more important to that, and we have shown that our program guarantees their success as long as they come in and they trust us, as well as us making sure that we've met our state requirements and the expectations with that. So all financial state requirements, audits we have met with complete compliance, and there's been no questions there, as well as kind of just taking into consideration, like Commonwealth and Stewart Creek were the only two schools in Charlotte. If you were to kind of look at us and compare us to another alternative school, we are still doing far more. Our students, again, are in their EOC courses are performing at least 15% higher than the alternative school in the district. We also have, if you're comparing kind of where they are with where we are, we're highly effective. And then they are, maintaining, declining and or maintaining over the last 3 years. So we do ask that you all would just give us an opportunity to continue impacting students within the Charlotte community. We really love what we do, and our students are benefiting tremendously.
All right, thank you for that. We have just a few minutes for any questions or comments from board members.
So are you guys using CT courses online too, or are those in classroom?
We do.
Right. Not trying to mess with the secret sauce, because it sounds like it's tasty, right? So have you guys ever heard of or used the Career and College Promise pathways, like to get kids like and your juniors? Yeah, do you use that at all?
Absolutely, we do. Yes.
I love that.
Yes,
Gets them already in that pipeline of thinking I can go to college, right?
Yes.
Then the other, are you requiring do you have your own set of graduation, what the number of credits they need to graduate, or are you using the state minimum 22?
We align with Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools at 24.
24.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Good work. Thanks
Thank
for the
you.
presentation.
Thank you.
Other comments?
And I love how you highlighted those 3 kids.
Thank you.
That was so special.
Thank you very much.
Tamara and Morgan, thanks for your leadership. It's incredible to hear about the good work that you're doing with this distinguished population and distinct population. It's hard work.
Thank you very much.
I'm struck by, and again, this isn't a critique, it's just the scores here tell a very different story than what we have here. And I know it's apples and oranges, but it's, if you look at the comparison and it looks like they've dropped 42.5%, and then you hear the backgrounds and what is actually going on, I'm just struck by the by the disconnect. And as someone who is tasked to evaluate this, I was reading this and then seeing this. It was just very stark. So, yeah, it's just a comment.
Yeah, I would say on that the great thing about a guy that is no longer in a school and I can say what's on my mind as opposed to being careful what I say. I believe in standard course end of course tests them out as much as I believe in. I want to be careful anybody's listening. Peter Pan, maybe. But what's most important is to be able to experience the growth that kids see. It doesn't always represent itself as a passing composite score grade, but to see them grow and to see them just accomplish a graduation, getting a diploma when 4 years ago they were told you're probably not even going to get out of middle school. As an administrator, it's more imperative for me to look and see is the kid growing more so than are they passing the tests that they have one day to prove that they've learned everything they're supposed to have learned. So I read these, and that's a great question because I think as the public sees these kinds of things, they're like, what the heck's going on? Well, they don't know the end story of what's going on. And the 3 kids that you showed us puts a picture to what those kids have accomplished. So I appreciate the fact that you put those kids there, but it's a great point. I think it's more about that more so than it is a report card grade on the website.
Just a quick question for you. The previous school had a lot of transients, like, kind of in and out. That was my interpretation anyway. How long do you have the students for? It's a broad question, I know, but
About 3 semesters.
okay.
But we've had students who've come in and who've been really motivated and can do it in less time than that. So it really is just kind of depending on the student and their goals, but on average, it's about 3 semesters.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Your slide presentation was fantastic.
Thank you.
I really liked, I think it was the last slide, where you, and this might help with the percentages. You've got another alternative school where your English 2 EOC proficiency rates are 15 percentage points higher. And that's more of comparability to me than the other. And I tend to agree with our vice chair.
Thank you.
One last comment for me, and I'll be quiet on this school, but this is an example to me also where a charter school can be of good service to also the school system. Because if this school had not been doing what it's doing with these students, those 400 and some students that have graduated would have been in a totally different pipeline and counted against the school system. So, I hope that they see and are happy with the work that you all are doing because you're saving them too.
They are. Thank you for that also. They are so supportive of us. And supporting, their students. And it's more for them. It's more than about data as well. It's about those students who they know that they're unable to reach, that Commonwealth and Stewart Creek can offer that for them. And so we take them with open arms.
Yeah, I think it's such a critical point, the connection between, and it doesn't always happen that way, as we all know. And,
Right.
and I think the contention around labels, public, alternative, charter, we're trying to educate all the children. I think it's such a critical point, and I'm passionate about it, and I think too often it's missed because of these adult labels. So kudos to you and kudos to CMS for keeping it together.
Thank you.
I have one real quick last question. I'll be real quick. We see that the Office of Charter School has given you a 5 years, and I understand possibly why. If we were to give you a 10-year, what would that matter to you? What's the difference to that? Because I know a lot of times it's loaning money, stuff like that, but a longer renewal cycle will help you how?
Thank you for that question. That's a great question. A longer renewal cycle is more opportunity to support students. It's just as simple as that. We have, like I said, 480 students who we've been able to touch within the last 6 or so years. For us, we continue to grow. There are so many students every week who we identify this is a different need. This is a different group of students who we need to adjust and to change so that we are meeting their needs, so that they're not adjusting to Commonwealth or adjusting to Stewart Creek. We want to meet them where they are. And just 10 years, it's the opportunity to touch so many lives and build ourselves and our school professionally. It means so much to our students, and they're all cheering me on today anyhow. They're like, oh, Miss Wynn, you're good. You'll get it. And so 10 years, I mean, that's what they're hoping for as well, because they want their siblings to be able to come. They want to recommend, people to come back or get their feet on the ground and then come back and create a nonprofit or an organization to support students from the school that they grew from.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next is Stewart Creek High School. Stewart Creek High School is a high school in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. They are serving grades 9 through 12. Their enrollment data is listed. And similarly to Commonwealth, their charter lengths they had an original charter of 5 years. In 2019, they were given a 7-year charter. They have fully participated in the renewal process and submitted all required items. You can see their academic performance. They have met growth in 2 out of the last 3 years. They are also using the accountability model option C, and in the last 3 years have been rated as highly effective using that model. You can see their academic comparability overall, as well as based on subgroups. And then for compliance, in January of 2025, the school was notified of some areas of noncompliance from their IDEA fiscal and programming review. Typically, schools have about a year to get those items submitted. So they have until July 1st, 2026 to have all items submitted. And so while they are working on those items, I just don't have closure for those items yet, but they still have time to correct any outstanding items. And so the Office of Charter Schools has placed the school at a 5-year renewal based on meeting growth in 2 out of the last 3 years. And at this time, I will invite the board and leadership to give you their presentation.
Hello. So I also have the honor and the pleasure to be able to represent Stewart Creek as the board chair as well. And just to reiterate, Stewart Creek has also been highly effective every year of the 12 years that it's been open. Our board membership and leadership have also been consistent and highly effective. We also have staffing that is strong and effective with minimal turnover at Stewart Creek as well. And we've increased programming in career and technical education, as well as leading to higher numbers year over year at graduation. So with all of that being said, I'd like to turn it over to Miss Sabrina Johnson, who is principal of Stewart Creek High School.
Thank you. Good afternoon. How are y'all? Thank you for inviting us to speak today. So again, my name is Sabrina Johnson. I'm the principal at Stewart Creek. This is my 2nd year as principal, but I have been with the organization since 2017. I actually started at Stewart Creek as the math teacher, went over to Commonwealth, served at their school in a couple of positions, and then returned home to Stewart Creek to serve as an administrator and work my way up to principal. So this is really passionate for me. I am really, really passionate about our school and our mission. I actually was one of our students when I was in high school. I lived in my car, didn't know where I was going to go, and I would have loved to have a program like us. So for me, it's a big deal to get to have a school like this and be able to present what we do to y'all. So at Stewart Creek, much like what you heard about Commonwealth, we do have some significant academic challenges for our students when they walk into our building. Our average student is over age and under accredited, so they are about 2 years behind cohort of their peers. Most of them come to us
almost at a fourth grade level, so not quite at a fourth grade math and reading level when they get to us, and their GPA is about a 1.8. They come to us for a variety of reasons. Some, they struggle with school itself. Some of them, they struggle with attendance, or some, you can see 48 or 46% of them are pregnant or caregivers, whether that's for them or their siblings or other family members. And then about 57% of our students work part-time or full-time. It's actually a large majority of our students work full-time third shift positions and then come to our program. So with that, how do we help them? How do we serve our students? And we give them this My Success dashboard. It's their homepage. Every single time they log in, every day, they will see this. They see 100% of where they're at, what courses they're enrolled in, not just where they're at towards graduation, but also where they're at in each of their courses, how they've grown on their reading levels, comprehension-wise and vocabulary. They also can see their goals and their attendance. But not only do we address their current situation and where they're at with that My Success dashboard, but we also address where they're going. If they know where they want to go, or part of what we do is help them figure out a pathway. And part of that My Success dashboard, at the very bottom, they select, they want to go to a four-year college. It will give them an actual checkbox list that they can go itemized. Okay, I've done FAFSA, I've done my applications, and it really makes sure that they are supported, not just through their high school education, but also post-secondary education and planning. Also, a lot of our parents don't know where their students at, not just the students not knowing, but our parents don't either. And so this My Success dashboard is actually something that our parents can use and see to keep track of their students, their overall progress, so that they have like a unified vision with the school of where their student is, where they're going. So a big part of our program is flexibility, academic tracking, or goal tracking. So they meet with our student, or our staff meets with our students every 2 weeks to set academic goals. Those goals have led us to our students earning about twice the number of credits that they would at their home schools. And they also, year after year, grow in their reading comprehension and their math goal, reading or math achievement. You can see, I'm going to skip to math real quick, but year after year, they have grown in math achievement. From 2022 to now, or to last school year, they grew alone by 19%. That's a large growth, especially when you take into consideration that because of our model and it being self-paced, some of those students that achieve math growth might not have even been in a math class that year, and yet they still showed growth. Our reading achievement, that's something that, much like Ms. Wynn said, we can't really get them off that program. It's a wonderful thing for them to do. It tests their vocabulary, reading comprehension, and they just get to kind of earn elective credits and grow their own confidence almost in their ability. Because of these trends that you can see, we're constantly growing, we're doing better. Our goal is to always do better than what we have done before. Because of that dedication, we have had the highly effective rating every single year we've been open, not just the last 3 years. So what are some other challenges and growth that Stewart Creek faces other than academics? And that's, of course, like we talked about, outside of school barriers, whether that's their family or attendance or work or whatever it is. We try to make sure that we're not just addressing the academic side of our student, but the whole student themselves. And so we have a lot of community partners that work with our students on mental health, physical health, resources for housing, childcare, any kind of assistance they really need. And we know and understand that our students cannot come into our building and focus on their academics if they're worried about where they're going to eat next or what's going to happen when they get to work and they've got to pay their bills or what have you. And so we try to remove all of those barriers so that when they come to us for those 4-hour days, they can really focus and just stay motivated on their task of graduation. We always try to meet them where they're at. Like Ms. Wynn said, the gaps are just getting bigger and bigger. We see as students come to us, they're further behind, they're less confident, they just want to give up. And so we really try to make sure that not only are we showing them with their own achievement that they can, but we're building up that confidence and building up that mindset shift of, yes, I can, even though I haven't before. This is a new opportunity, a second chance for me to show and earn my education and where I'm going in life. So 2 great examples. These are sweethearts that I just love. They're one of many students that come through Stewart Creek Stores that just achieve success. But Jessica, it comes to us, she was a teen mom. She really was struggling in school, just could not do it, didn't really like her homeschool. Not because of necessarily the school itself, but their class sizes. It just, the environment wasn't the right fit for her. And so she came to us. She really wanted to finish. She gave birth, and in less than 3 weeks, she was back in our school building working on her classes to get to graduation. She ended up actually graduating early. She graduated at, I think, 16 years old. Graduated. It's going on. She's working, I think, at CPCC now, going to school, and hopes to become like a nursing. And we kind of helped her with that. She also, even though she just graduated last year, she is actually coming back to speak to our students. The Allie and Aiden Foundation that Ms. Wynn gave you guys some information about also partners with Stewart Creek, and they invited her to come in and kind of help them with their mission and become a part of that foundation to further their goal of helping teen parents really find success with that. And Santos is a great example of our ML population. We have a growing number of students who are coming to us with very little English background or even history in school. And so Santos is one of those. He came to us with no English at all. Had no confidence, did not even want to say hello to you because he was afraid. And in about a year and a half or 2 years or so, academic years, he earned all 24 credits to graduate. He is confident speaking now. He came in, he wanted to do the interview for our success story, and he's also a provider for his family. So it's just him, his mom, and a couple of siblings because his dad is back in their home country. And despite like all the fear and all the things that he had working 3rd shift, he came to school not just for one session, but both sessions. So he was in our building every single day for 8 hours, working really hard, and then would leave, go to work, sleep for a couple hours, and then come back and do it all over again. And just show us that, he really wanted it and he earned it. And he graduated this year. So he actually graduated in September this year, one of our first graduates. And so he is planning on going to CPCC to do finance for his family. That's his goal. I'm sorry, I want to go back to Jessica really quick. So Jessica also is part of our CTE program, which is something that's big at our school. And she is one of, just last year, 94% of our students who participated in their CTE program earned industry certifications that they can then take and go get a higher paying job and kind of have a step up onto some of their other peers. So that's something that she took advantage of as well. So the 10-year renewal for Stewart Creek, why should we get a 10-year renewal? We've met all 3 criteria for the renewal. What we do is very impactful and beneficial to our students. We've met all of the financial audits and compliance audits, as well as our comparable school Turning Point. We do outperform them as well. And so I ask that you guys will, honor our school, and our students have kind of earned that 10-year renewal and shown that they're committed to the growth and excellence and the second chance that our school provides for them.
Thank you for your time this afternoon. Comments or questions from board members?
It's just my afternoon to talk, I guess. Madam Board Chair, I'll say that having two schools that have come up here now, and you can see the collaboration, you can see the governance there. And I think that speaks to why the schools are so successful. I think people underrate how important good governance is. So to see such good similar presentations and the same things happening in both places at two separate schools that have a common mission and you can sense it, kudos to you that you've brought it. You brought your game. So
Thank you.
I wanted to also say I'm a big fan of Second Mile Education too. I think that the work that they're doing is at the root of what you all are doing, and I appreciate them as well. So good job for what you guys are doing for your kids.
Thank you.
I actually have a question about Second Mile Education. Are the dashboards, is that connected to Second Mile Education?
That is unique to our company, and every school in our organization does use those dashboards. Yes.
Okay, and that's on the subject of secret sauce. It seems like that seems to be tasty. A tasty secret sauce.
Yes.
John must be hungry, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It really gives our students the ability to take ownership of their education and then just learn self-advocacy, because a lot of them don't really know where they are. They don't know what they need. And so when they get to see that, because we're self-paced, our students even get to pick what classes they're in. So we don't really dictate to them. I mean, they have to do the cores and everything, but we don't dictate what order. And so that dashboard really helps them sit with their teacher and say, I have no history credits, but I really don't like history. Can you help me pair that with something that I do like or that I am good at? So really that My Success dashboard, it plays a very vital role in our program and their success.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, hearing none. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, our next, that's it for the alternative ones, right? Okay. Why don't we take a quick 10-minute break, just because we still have 1, 2, 3, 5 more to go, and we can roll through those. So let's come back at 2:45. Hey, welcome back. If I got the attention, all board members and those in the audience as well. We're going to continue our renewal interviews. Turning it back over to Ms. Cook. Thank you.
Okay, the next two schools are both virtual charter schools. And before we go through and give their presentation, I just want to give some historical context for their renewals. So NC Cyber Academy and NC Virtual Academy were both originally established under the state's virtual charter school pilot program that began in 2015. And the pilot has been extended multiple times through legislation and most recently through the 25-26 school year. So you'll see the different versions of session law that extended that pilot program. Suffice it to say that these two schools are very familiar with the renewal process and my name because I've been working with them since 2022, starting and then restarting their renewal process. But glad to have them here finally today. And so the legislative context is just important because it guides how these schools are moving forward with their renewal. And so in session law, it allowed these virtual schools to apply for renewal as remote charter academies. And so renewals are granted for 5 years under the Remote Charter Academy legislation, which is posted for you there. And so that there are no specific guidelines that have been created for Remote Charter Academy renewal. However, the legislation does require that the renewal be granted for 5 years and based on the school's compliance with the Remote Charter Academy law, as well as their overall success in the prior 5 years. So again, I'll give you their data summary. I have not provided a full comparison, although I do have comparison just to the state average. So you all have, that's not me saying whether or not they are comparable. I have not designated whether or not they are comparable because that's not part of the legislation, but just to give you a framework to understand where their performance is in comparison to the state average overall. So I've provided I'll start with NC Cyber Academy. So you have their enrollment from the past 5 years. They've submitted all the renewal requirements. I do want to note that because of the renewal as a remote charter academy and where the remote charter academies were required to submit a specific application to be a remote charter academy, the renewal self-study, we amended slightly to also include the requirements that are required for a remote charter academy. So that is in their self-study that's posted for you all to review. So you have the same elements that any other remote charter academy would have had to submit in order to apply as a remote charter. But we did complete site visits and the school submitted their self-studies along with the application as a remote charter. And then you have the their academic performance from the previous 5 years. And then we also have, with the caveat that we don't have accountability data from 2020, 2021. And then you also have their combined test results as just with the state average next to it. And then for NC Cyber, we do not have any notice of any significant compliance or financial concerns. I also have not provided a OCS renewal placement as the renewal for remote charter academies states that the remote charter academies can be renewed for additional terms of 5 years. So there aren't guidelines to guide whether or not they would be given a range of renewal. So at this time, I will ask for NC Cyber Academy leadership and board to come give you their renewal presentation. Or any questions about the virtual stuff before? Okay, great.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to share our progress. I'm Mr. Martez Hill, the superintendent of the North Carolina Cyber Academy. Joining me is board president, Dr. Julie Marks, who will speak at the end of my presentation about the board's role in sustaining continuous improvement. In the audience, Mr. Micah Copeland, Ms. Clarissa Fleming, and Dr. Chris Vecchione have attended. They are the principals of the elementary, middle, and high school. So I'm going to review slides 1 through 6, I want to highlight the progress that we've made and the lessons that we've applied to drive growth. And Dr. Marks is going to address slide 7, sharing how the board uses data and improvement indicators to monitor our success. So over the past 4 years, NC Cyber has learned, we've adapted and grown. So let's start with the big picture. Slide number 2. So since 21-22, every key indicator has improved. School performance score, 46 to 51. The graduation rate, 52% to roughly 61%. Attendance, 87% to 95%. And participation, 89 to roughly 97. And by participation, we are addressing the attendance at our end of grade and end of course assessments. As you know, our children receive their instruction virtually. However, our children are required to take assessments in person per state law. So that's 4 years of upward movement, not a spike, but I think steady growth. So let's dig into the results that are driving this information. So slide 3. So academic outcomes continue to grow. Grades 3 through 8, reading and math have been trending up since 2021, 2022. At the high school, I'll point out English 2 from 2021 to 2022 has seen a 10.2 percentage point increase. Math 3, a 21.8 percentage point increase. These gains have been driven by strong instruction, I think coaching, and the use of data. Now, science dipped in 24-25 with the new standards and new assessments. We've begun updating our pacing. We are retraining teachers, and we're adding the use of hands-on and virtual labs. So this was a transition year. We expect a rebound in next school year. Math readiness remains a focus, as we strengthen alignment between middle and high school math. So let's look at the information school level by school level, starting with elementary. So elementary is where I think we can say structure and consistency has paid off. What you have on this slide is information regarding EVOS performance. So every elementary teacher met expected growth in 2025. What I want to speak to you specifically that isn't on this slide is the performance from 2021 to 2025 in math, reading, and science. So in 3rd grade math, there was a 19-point increase in performance. 4th grade math, a 14-point increase. And 5th grade math, a 34 percentage point increase. 3rd grade reading, a 5-point increase. 4th grade reading, 6 points. And 5th grade, an 18 percentage point increase. Science 5th grade, an 18 percentage point increase. Some of the success drivers, small group instruction, M-class based interventions, and fidelity of the science of reading. Now, 2 years ago, all elementary students were required to attend live lessons. Prior to 23-24, students in 4th and 5th grade could skip the attendance of live lessons and complete work and turn in those assignments. We had a tiered system called full flex and traditional. If a student had a grade of 80 or higher, or scored a 3, 4, or 5 on their end of grade test, they were allowed to skip live lessons. But, we rethought that policy, and because of the developmental appropriateness and needs of kids to have consistent engagement, we're requiring attending live lessons. So we think students are forming better learning habits earlier, and the results show it. So next, let's try to carry this momentum into middle school. Slide 5. So middle school is our bridge, and frankly, our biggest opportunity. So we're tightening systems and we're raising expectations. MTSS is fully implemented for early intervention. We've hired English language arts and math interventionists, and they're delivering targeted small group instruction. We have begun to develop and expand CTE exploratory courses, and that's linking learning to real world pathways. So all of our middle school English language art teachers met expected growth in 2025. That's a major literacy win. So clearly engagement and time on task drives success. So as I mentioned earlier, the tiered attendance system that we changed in elementary, we're looking at refining that attendance system for grades 6 through 12. So again, currently, if you have an 80 or higher in a course, or you achieved a 3, 4, or 5 on the end of grade or end of course test, then you can turn in your work and not attend class per se. But we're looking to increase the standards by saying that you must have an 85 or higher in the relevant course, or a 4 or 5 on the end of grade or end of course test in order to not attend live lesson. But what you'll find is that the kids who are doing well have habits of attending live lessons anyway. So we think higher expectations, more ownership will lead to stronger results. So let's transition to slide 6. So the high school is where we've seen systems mature, and we've seen some very good data points. So from, again, 2021-22 to 24-25, Math 3 performance on the end of course exam increased by 22 percentage points. English 2, 10 percentage points. So 85% of the metrics were met or we exceeded growth. But one thing I want to point out is we exceeded growth on the ACT composite. So students are ready for both college and career. Our CTE program is now the largest CTE program it's the largest charter school CTE program in North Carolina for both virtual and brick and mortar schools. Some key points: the number of credentials earned in 2023 was 11. In 2024, 121. In 2025, 479. And we're projecting 838 in 2026. So before I turn over my mic to Dr. March, I want to recognize and congratulate Mr. Colt Weaver, our English 2 teacher. He's a finalist for the 2025 North Carolina Teacher of the Year. He has exceeded growth 2 years in a row. So he's modeling a true growth mindset for his students. I think his classroom shows what great teaching and belief in growth can do. We're proud of Colt and all of our very, very talented teachers. My goal is to ensure every teacher has support to deliver that same excellence. so every student experiences it in every classroom. So now I'll turn it over to Dr. Marks.
Good afternoon. By way of a little background, I'll share with you that my day job is to research state supports to the lowest performing schools. So when Mr. Hill asked me to be on the board, hadn't looked at the school performance grade. I don't want to say I was excited that they were low performing, but it was a really great fit for me to be able to come in and see what these things look like in action. And I may be a little biased, but I'll say from a board perspective, when the principals are there, the parents are there, I've never been, okay, so these meetings are like go to 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, and I'm usually like, this is the best part of my day. So it really is like this energizing environment of educators that really want to do better and do better in an innovative way. So my slide is to talk about how they're thinking of doing this. You see these 7 district improvement plan indicators. And one of the things I wanted to highlight is that I tried to look before I came. I think I've been in 112 low performing schools over the past like 6 or 7 years. And what we found, we do quantitative and qualitative research, is that there's some real strong change levers, and those are data-driven instruction. So a lot of the times we go into these low-performing schools and teachers and principals say, we've never known how to use data before. And so once they get that skill, you can see the proficiency go up dramatically. Aligned curriculum is a huge one. For those of you that were around to Race to Top in 2010, that was my first sort of foray working with low-performing schools, and we found out that so many schools weren't even teaching a standard course of study. So it's no surprise why their test scores weren't matching up. And so having the school leaders and the teachers all in on that, I think is going to have a really big impact. We all know that having highly qualified instructors and educators in the school, the board is privy to those hiring decisions. And I mean, I know it's true, but every time it's like hiring teachers with over 10 or 12 years experience, everybody's certified, they're bringing in really, really strong workforce. And that looks very different than a lot of the brick and mortar low performing schools where there's tons of vacancies, a lot of new novice teachers. And as of the last board meeting, there might have been like 1 or 2 vacancies, if that. So that's really strong, a strong suit of the school. So other things, having these professional or tailored professional learning based on data, using surveys to figure out the most effective way to do that based on needs. Obviously, there's a nice link with using and understanding AI, being a virtual school and really trying to become a leader in that area. And then the biggest sort of change lever in school turnaround is the school leader, the principals. And Mr. Hill mentioned those amazing principals, and I've really loved getting to know them, and they're so dedicated to this. A lot of the times I'm like, I'm on the wrong side. I want to be doing the work because they're making changes, and it's really inspiring to see. So following these like evidence-based, the leader in me, I don't know if you all have heard of that, but a lot of schools are turning to that now. So following evidence-based models and school leadership, and then the idea of having stakeholder input. So that's a lot of time spent engaging parents, community, and all kind of coming together in this. How many districts are we in, Mr. Hill, across the state? Yeah, so to have a sense of community, going across the entire state is not an easy task. So I love that that's one of their focuses as well. So I'll pause there and have questions we have our principals here, as Mr. Hill mentioned.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we got about 5 minutes remaining. If anyone has questions, I'll start if that's okay.
May I ask the principals to join us?
Sure. Yeah.
Principal. Yeah.
I know my question I'm about to ask has potentially a lot of tentacles to it, and we've got 5 minutes, and I'm only one question, so we'll try to be brief. As we know, in a fully virtual environment, attendance can be different. The day of the life of a student can be different, and students who enroll in a virtual school choose so for a lot of different reasons. I like to say over my time in this, if you lined up 10 virtual school students, you'll get 9 different answers as to why they chose that environment. How are you, so with all of that, how are you, when you showed the attendance data, how are you calculating attendance? Like what must I do as a student to be considered present today?
So we count attendance based on, daily attendance based on if you attend 50% or more of your classes, then you are counted present.
By logging in on that particular day? Or doing some type of activity in that class during that
You
particular
have
day?
to log in and you have to participate in some type of activity. Because we use Canvas, we are using Zoom for video conferencing purposes. Anything you guys want to add?
It's like for the elementary school in particular, like when you talked about the full flex, like our students have to be there live with their cameras on in class with teachers through the day. They have a ELA period and a math period every single day. Okay.
I guess as maybe at the high school level where you might have students who are more likely to be in the virtual environment because they have other things going on in their life, where attending a school every day from 8 to 3 doesn't fit their athletic pursuit or their acting pursuit or their medical situation. And so what type of latitude are you giving to those students and being able to still mark them as present?
Where we are now compared to where we were a few years ago has completely changed. So those students, they would have to be what's called full flex, which we've already talked about. So those students would have to be maintaining an 80% or above in their class to be able to get credit by their work for attendance. Other than that, any student that's not at the 80% threshold is put on a traditional tier. So they do have to attend. They have to attend live. They have to be there for all four, or for the 4 blocks that we have throughout the day. So we are monitoring attendance. It's a big shift compared to 4 years ago, the way attendance was done. Back to what you originally said, if there was some kind of interaction with the software or the program, they were getting credit. That's no more. They're in class. We've had visitors from the charter board recently to our school. They were able to see that. So I think it's shifted more to a traditional, mirroring the traditional high school, the same way, other than being on the computer.
Okay, thank you.
So, good data. I mean, it looks like there's some real good data in there. Would love to hear why it seems you have a systematic issue with math in the secondary. So what are you using currently, and what are the practices that are about to go into place for rectifying that? Because really, when you look at your data, middle school and high school math are really, even though you went up so many percentage points, when you look at your growth data, the growth data is not what you'd hopefully want it to be. And then if you look at math 1 compared to math 3, that's a stark difference too. So what are your thoughts and plans around math instruction?
Yeah, so middle school has really been working diligently in trying to look at our PLCs and lining up our curriculum and looking at the depth of knowledge questions. One of the things we've noticed is that our students have stayed in the DOK 1 area when the EOGs and EOCs are not tested in that area, correct? So what we've decided to do this school year as a focus is to make sure that we're tracking that information, and we're having, and I know our teachers are probably listening, 2 PLCs a week to sit down and look at that end of class CYK data and make data-driven decisions on instruction based upon that. So
what curriculum are you currently using?
So we have used we created our own curriculum based on resources that are available from DPI. So we've utilized that information. We've also pulled in middle and math in the middle, and we've pulled in other curriculum resources to create a curriculum plan guide. And that's something that we've done K-12 across the school.
You said 50%, what's considered attendance is 50% online doing an activity. 50% of the time?
If you have to attend at least 50% of your courses.
Live lessons?
Right.
Okay. Have you had a problem with students not doing that? I mean, what's the consequence if they're not if they're not online that much?
Well, students are counted absent. If the student misses too many days, then they accrue the 3, the 6, the 10 absences, and we have counselors. Of course, our teachers intervene, our counselors intervene. We send messages home. We have an attendance team at each grade level to try to provide interventions. If students miss, frankly, too many days, then they may be administratively withdrawn. We capture as much information as possible, and I think, frankly, we lean in favor of providing as much assistance as possible to students before they are withdrawn. Before a student is withdrawn, we will send a warning letter saying, here are the potential consequences, and it's not really a consequence, but it's a specific step that we will refer this information to the school where you would otherwise attend. We send that information to that school to ensure that families are complying with the compulsory attendance law.
Do you do anything with truancy? I mean, that would be considered truancy. You just contact the school where the school that the child would attend if they were not in the virtual school.
That's a last step because, again, we are intervening with the social work. We have counselors and social workers. We actually have attendance specialists because, one of the significant challenges is just trying to ensure that parents engage and kids engage and that everyone understands that, to your point, this is a school of choice, and in some instances, it's not the best fit for you.
Do you know, did you have any students last year that you had to refer back to their home school?
Yes, and I don't know the specific number, but the nomenclature is if they're administratively withdrawn, then we send a communication to the school informing them that this child has been administratively withdrawn and is domiciled in your school district.
One more question, if I could.
I do, and this is for OCS or Ashley. Why are there no specific guidelines?
Because the legislation for the remote charter academies was created last year or 2023, I believe, and they include no guidelines. So it's just a new process. It basically stated that 2 statewide virtual academies shall be approved as remote charter academies and ended the pilot at the same time, which but does not include any guidelines on renewals.
How many years did they operate as a pilot?
Oh gosh, 11 or how many?
I know, but what a pilot.
Yeah, since 2015. So yeah, 11 years.
And what were the guidelines as a pilot?
They never had to do renewals. The legislation just continued to extend the pilot. So they've never been through this process.
Wow.
I mean, they started and then sometimes at the last minute, the GA said, okay, we're going to extend it. Yeah.
Right. So the 4-year record here, I mean.
Yeah. So we don't have any.
It's not a good look.
So do you think they will ever consider guidelines?
That's correct.
Just concentrate.
Yeah.
That's all.
All righty. Hearing no other questions. Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I really think knowing the number of administratively withdrawn students would be important to know.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
I would love to know the administratively withdrawn students, how many, I think would be important information to know.
Okay, we can circle back with them before the renewal vote and get that.
Okay, next is NC Virtual Academy. They are K-12 fully virtual school. I have their enrollment data listed. NC Virtual has also participated in the renewal process and submitted all completed or all required items. You have their academic performance from the last 3 years. They are currently continually low performing, and I have their test results from the last 5 years as well. As far as compliance and financial standing goes, the Office of Charter Schools is not currently aware of any significant compliance or financial concerns at the school. And additionally, like NC Cyber, we have not recommended a renewal term as the remote legislation just gives the renewal for additional terms of 5 years. And so at this time, I will invite the board and leadership from NC Virtual.
My notes say good morning, but that being patently false, I'll say good afternoon. My name is Walter Martin. I'm the North Carolina Virtual Academy's chairman of the board, and I'd like to open our presentation the way we open our board meetings with a reading of the mission statement. The NCVA is a community of students, families, and educators dedicated to expanding educational choice through innovation and technology-rich instructional practices, and accountable for developing each student's full potential for academic and post-secondary success. And behind me are our board members, Chris Farrell, Vice Chairman and Board of the board and Chairman of the Governance Committee, Mark Fleming, Steve Moody, Treasurer and Chairman of the Finance Committee, Marcia Simmons, and Natalie Wright, Secretary and Chairman of the Academics Committee. I would like to now turn the podium over to our Executive Director, Sarah Strohs.
Good afternoon. Before I get started, I want to introduce our head of school, Christina Rodriguez, and I'm going to go through the first couple of slides, and then I'll turn it over to her for the data. As you can see, we have 4,000 students. We have a wait list of 332 students representing all 100 counties in North Carolina. 69% of our students are identified as economically disadvantaged. 24.6% are identified as special populations. We have a staff of 287, and it's growing. And all of our teachers are North Carolina certified. While we require daily live class attendance, we are flexible to allow, if a student misses a class, they may watch the recording of it and complete the work outside of regular school hours. The expectation is for all students to dedicate a minimum of 6 hours daily to learning. The commitment of our board is proven. We hold meetings every month. Our board committees, academic, finance, and governance are actively engaged. We have a 5-year plan that we review and update annually. The board recognizes its role, identifying the big challenges before us, increasing math and reading scores, preparing our students for life beyond high school, and ensuring our teachers and staff have the resources they need. We have a SIP plan, which is teacher-led and includes parents and other teachers to engage in the betterment of our school. This year, they are focused on proficiency, teacher retention, and successful communication. Every financial and academic state audit that we have had over the past 11 years has been successful. What sets us apart is the dedication and commitment our board members bring to the school. And on this slide, the next 3 columns talk about how this commitment manifests itself. When the state voted to fund virtual charter schools at the same rate as traditional charter schools, it was a welcome change policy for us. The surplus afforded from years of sound fiscal management and this increase in funding has allowed us to make changes in our school that will better support students, learning coaches, and teachers. We offer all students free tutoring services. We provide all students with computers, and those who qualify for free and reduced lunch also receive a family internet stipend. We offer an AIG school plan and advanced classes in grades 6 to 12. We offer over 40 clubs, including Beta Club, National Honor Society, and esports teams, which we're very proud to say that our varsity team is nationally ranked. At graduation last year, we awarded $15,000 in scholarship money to 7 graduates as they pursue 4-year and 2-year postgraduate work and vocational training. In the past 2 years, we have increased the number of teachers and staff to effectively reduce class sizes as needed. We have enhanced our student support services, which includes supporting the learning coaches. Our board has increased its contribution to the health insurance costs, thereby lowering the cost of health insurance for our teachers. And we were able to give all of our staff a $5,000 bonus last year. And new for this school year, we are implementing a bonus structure that ensures our staff is rewarded annually, not only for longevity and dedication, but also for strong performance in the classroom. The largest benefit we have received from the increase in funding, however, is academic improvements. 2 years ago, we created a credit recovery department in our high school. It has proven to be successful in helping students get back on track and preparing for graduation. Recognizing that we have many students in our middle and elementary schools who will benefit from intensive remediation, we will begin first steps for implementing a school-wide intensive remediation program beginning in January. The key element of this program includes rigorous professional development for our teachers. The strategy that our board has approved is one that has already proven to be effective in other North Carolina schools. At the same time, we're ramping up the offerings for our CTE classes in high school and continuing to grow our AIG and honors programs in the lower grades. And I'm going to turn it over to Christina now.
Thanks, Sarah, and good afternoon. All right, so I'm going to talk about our academics a little bit. I'm going to go in the glows and grows like I do with my teachers when I go into their classrooms. So going to go with that same model. So we're going to start with our glows for North Carolina. Virtual Academy, we're committed to seeing the academic success of our students and proud of our diversity by serving the students over all counties in North Carolina. One of the things that the data doesn't really show is the engagement of our students and their commitment to coming to class, which is a great endeavor for us. All our teachers are working with the goal and the mindset of postgraduate success in every level from elementary, middle to high school. As a statewide school, we have a high number of economically disadvantaged students, and academically, they're performing on par with the state in proficiency. NCBA has expanded our multilingual department and increased our culturally responsive instruction in the last 2 years. We're seeing gains in our Hispanic population, particularly both in growth and in proficiency. As literacy is a foundation of success for all students and all levels, we've been really diligently working to see strong gains in early literacy and stability of those gains as they progress through 5th grade. While we are not outperforming the state in English language learners and students with disabilities, we have seen growth in the last 2 years with targeted instruction and really a deep dive into that measurable growth for those students. Next slide, please. NCBA achieved a C grade in 2023. However, we have seen a decline in growth over the last 2 years, resulting in our current D. In 2024-2025 school year, NCBA increased proficiency in the following areas. We increased proficiency in academic assessment scores, biology, progress towards EL proficiency, Increased graduation rate. I'd be happy to say their internal graduation rate is at a 90. If we could just find those students that are on our cohort, that would make the big difference. And we got almost to a 10-point gain in ACT and work keys. So even though we have experienced these gains in proficiency, we've seen a decrease in growth, which is almost counterintuitive. So this year, what we've done is really taken a deep dive into what is happening with our growth factors. So really looking at that root cause, the root cause analysis really has uncovered that there's a significant rise of students with 3+ years behind current grade level that we currently have in our population. So right now we're sitting at about 30% average in each grade level of students that are 2 to 3 years behind grade level. End of grade and beginning of year diagnostics show a regression in foundational skills at all levels. This was seen through gaps in students with high mobility rates, probably the most driving factor that we see. Growth is remaining flat despite our current interventions of remediation and MT assists. And even though we have a gain in early literacy, we're seeing that there is a low reading stamina, especially with our new standards in all subject areas. So it's not just our ELA that crosses over into our other subject areas, especially our sciences, as we saw this year. Next slide, please. So what are we doing currently and where are we right now? So in order to have consistent data, we did switch to iReady this year. iReady actually has been quite instrumental in showing that gap in those 2 to 3 year students. It really did give me, I like data, so I like to dig into the data. It gave me a whole different look at the data and really digging down to that. So I'm going to say that was really our first step in putting us on the right direction to find that root cause analysis, which is essential to fixing the problem. We're focused on teacher coaching and professional development, especially in areas of stagnant growth, making sure that they have those supports that are needed. And then in order to address the gaps of significant loss, as Sarah had mentioned, we are looking at bringing the success of our credit recovery program that we've had in the high school down to the K-8 platform. So that will strategically focus on core foundational skills, individual student plans based on standards-driven data, engagement metrics such as attendance and participation. It's not enough to come to class, you have to participate and actively learn in that class. And social and emotional foundational skills, test-taking strategies, and studying skills. Those are often things that we don't really teach, and it is vital that they get those skills as well in order to catch up to their current peers. The goal is to give these students the skills needed to bridge the gaps between the lower remediation to their current grade level so that they can get back on track on current grade level and continue with postgraduate success. I'm going to hand it right back to Sarah.
So, as you've heard from Christina, we have a large population who is 2 or more years behind their grade level. Christina, the board, and I believe that addressing the root causes will get students back on a pathway to growth, empowering them year over year for more success. This past weekend was our annual academic review. We do this every year to see where we are and what changes need to be made. As a result of that, at our board meeting on Monday night, the members voted unanimously to obligate sufficient funding for the professional development for 2 years and to combine and extend the credit recovery department to include intensive remediation for grades K to 8 for the next 5 years. By doing this, the board is ensuring these programs can be sustained long enough to get our school moving in the right direction. We'll continue to fund everything else, AIG, honors classes, social events for students, support for learning coaches. We'll continue to provide strong benefits, strong financial recognition for our teachers and staff. Look, we were all disappointed when the school grades came out this year. We can do better because we know this because we've done it. Our pathway forward is clear. We have a plan, we have the people, and we have the resources. All we need now is support from you to realize our shared vision. Are there any questions for us?
Yeah, we have a few minutes for questions.
Quick question. What's the percentage of students that you have that would fall into that program of intense remediation? The students 2 years behind.
So right now, we're looking at 30% per grade level is sitting in that category. And that's really, honestly, when you look at our proficiency and the increases in proficiency that you had, but we have the decrease in growth, it's truly counterintuitive, right? What is going on? So really kind of focusing on those. We do remediation now. We really focus on what we call the bubble kids, those kids that are about a year behind. But that's not reaching down to the kids that are 2 or 3 years behind. So then we've shuffled them down to tier 3 remediation, which would be your MTSS. And that's really skill-based, individual on the student. That standard connection really is where this intensive remediation would come in and give that benefit to those students. So that we're able to get those core skills, get those foundational skills, really shore that up so that they can understand the current learning that they're getting. And the goal is really not to keep them in intensive remediation. The goal is to get them where they have those foundational skills so that they can, get on par, especially in elementary. If we can stem this kind of loss in elementary, you're getting that as you get into middle and high school, it gets more difficult. As we all know, the courses get more challenging. The rigor gets more, complex and everything as well. So that's really kind of our goal. Any other questions?
You mentioned that you do deal with a lot of students who are behind grade level. What are you finding, particularly at the high school level, when they're coming to you for the first time and I mean, it's a really oversimplification or generalization, but the students who are coming to you as 10th, 11th, 12th graders, what are you finding on average?
Just in a different multitude of factors. So really, we just kind of look at each student, where are they, and really assess what kind of supports that they need. Obviously, if they're coming in with no credit and they're credit deficient, always gets a little bit of a challenge. But I will say that our credit recovery program in high school has proven to be successful with that. We did serve about 140 students last year. We went from about a 40% pass rate to about an 80% pass rate with just that program. Hence kind of the thought process of bringing that down to K-8. So it's always a challenge. There is no one right answer, unfortunately, for that. You just kind of have to look at the student. Where do they fit? Sometimes giving them additional, resources. Would they fit a 3-year program or 3-year track? Can we get them across the finish line? What do we need to do in order to help that individual student? So there's really not a one fits all approach. Our counselors are very diligent about working with the students, getting their grad plan and really working with them to get that really successfully started right away.
Okay, and you've sort of on your own, I think, capped enrollment. You sounds like you have a waiting list, so you probably have more students that would like to come than you're actually serving. Is that a fair?
Yeah, absolutely.
At what point in the school year are you saying no more?
We actually just closed our enrollment now in November. So we are kind of what we've seen, and because we've been doing this a long time, right? We see different trends year over year. One of the trends is that in order to really get the students that we're getting coming in to meet that grade level, to have that consistency of that classroom for the teachers is important, and that stability. So if we cap it in November, that gives us, a little bit more than a full semester of the same student body for the teachers to really focus on and be able to try to move across the finish line.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. You talked about inconsistent and ineffective data monitoring. And so I'm just curious as you're thinking on that because of, I know, 11-year pilot, and then what is this, the second year after the legislation? And so, 13 years and 4,000 students later, the question in my mind is, what are we missing? Why is there this incapacity to capture the data and to be consistent? And I'm not trying to simplify what you do, but because you're in it, I know you can probably explain what are the factors that have just made this
Yeah, I would really
Almost
say it's a
unmanageable.
transient student that comes, they move from, place to place to place and they come to virtual. Virtual is, a lot of times seen as the last resort for a student. So that really kind of makes, when we're looking at the data and effectively using that data in the classroom, that's a big factor that is kind of that unknown out there. What is their background? What is their background knowledge? How, we don't know that piece. We do know that on the student that we have year over year. So I don't think that we're necessarily inefficient in the data. I think it's the other thing is really having the teachers effectively use that data in the classroom. How are they taking that? How are they really, and that's where that coaching cycle that we'll be implementing starting in January to really give a more in-depth of not just looking at the data, but how are you using that data and how you're implementing that data. Because we can all pull the data, we can all look at it, but how are you effectively implementing it really is the step. And I think most teachers need coaching on that. They need to have that step to effectively facilitate the actual application of that data in the classroom. And that's really our goal with that coaching and professional development is that factor. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Yes,
I tend
thank
to
you.
go in circles. So. Any other questions?
We had one more and then we move along.
I was going to ask the same thing as far as administrative withdrawal. I'm sure you have that too. Do you have your numbers of how many students, say, in the last 2 years you've had to administratively withdraw?
Yeah, so I'd say last year we were probably at about 140. Not all of those were a truancy issue. Somewhere in the process of identifying them as a potential truancy issue, did they withdraw themselves? So not all of them really went, but we do have a pretty in-depth attendance policy. We do require the live classes, so that first and foremost, they need to come to class, they need to be there, they need to do their work. And then also if they are not able to come to class, the beauty of a virtual school is that they're able to watch that recording of the live class session. So there really is no reason why they shouldn't do one or the other. And our systems track that. They track to the minute how long a student is able to watch that recording. If they watch it, they just turn it on, or they watch it for the full length as well. So we do have a pretty in-depth process that goes through almost shocking for parents, but we can pull up the data minute by minute. Your student was in class, but they literally stayed 5 minutes and left, or they were in class and they were not participating. Their camera wasn't on. They didn't answer any questions. We're able to pull that data as well.
I would love.
Yeah, absolutely. We have that. We actually, because we just did a deep dive in our data, I do have all of that, so I can send it to Jenna and she can forward it to you guys.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Next is the Experiential School of Greensboro. Just to be clear, this is not a virtual school, so this is just a standardly operating charter schools. I know we've had some unique ones. The rest of the schools today are all just standard charter schools. So the Experiential School of Greensboro is a K-8 school operating in Guilford County. You can see their enrollment over the last 3 years. As far as historical charter agreements, they were given an initial charter of 5 years, and then in 2023 were given a 3-year renewal. They have completed all requirements for the renewal process. For their academic performance, in all 3 years, they performed at a school performance grade of a D and have not met growth in the last 3 years. For their academic comparability, they were comparable last year to Guilford County schools, but were not comparable in 23-24 or in 22-23. And for their compliance and financial standing, the Office of Charter Schools is not currently aware of any financial or compliance concerns. And this school has been placed at a 3-year renewal. Although they do have 1 year of comparability, their continually low performing status is what has caused the Office of Charter Schools to place them at that 3-year renewal placement. So at this time, I will invite the board and leadership from the Experiential School of Greensboro to give you their presentation.
I am so excited for this presentation, Dr. David Jarman.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Jarman, and I am excited to serve as the Executive Director of the Experiential School of Greensboro. With me today, I have Dr. Beth Meyer, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Layla Villaverde, our Board President, Dr. Joanna Lauer, our Board Secretary, and joining us virtually is Dr. Carl Lashley, our Board Treasurer. On behalf of TESG Board of Directors, our students, staff, parents, our community partners, and community supporters, I bring you greetings from the Experiential School of Greensboro, where we educate creative, critically engaged citizens using an experiential curriculum that extends the classroom into the downtown Greensboro community, where there is a wealth of knowledge and opportunities for explorations. Taking a look at our core academic data summary for the 24-25 school year, all students scored 37% proficient in math and 48% proficient in reading. Our growth score in math was 69.5%, and the growth score in reading was 67.5%. Here in our presentation, we rounded to the nearest tens place to show how close we were to meeting growth in both areas. Our school performance grade was 44% in math and 52% in reading. Although it's not reflected in our achievement data and growth model, we're happy to say that 100% of our students enrolled in Math 1 show proficiency. With our EOG scores, we felt that it was important to show the demographic shifts that we've had over the years. During the 18-19 school year, we had 19% of our students on free and reduced lunch. Today, 52% of our students receive free and reduced lunch. During the 18-19 school year, half of the student body was white, and the other half of the student body was people of color. Today, we serve 35% white students and 65% students of color. Research has shown that the racial demographics of a school are not a direct indicator of a student's potential for success, but they can signal areas where systemic inequities may be at play. The presence of a larger percentage of students of color in a school, combined with other factors like community poverty levels, can indicate a greater need for support services and interventions. This next slide is highlighting trends of our school. Over the past 3 years, our scores have shown an upward trend in growth. We've had increases in math and science, while reading scores have remained constant. We've met growth in reading the previous 2 years and had a slight decrease in reading proficiency this year. We met growth in math 2 years ago, and the past 2 years have been within a half point. The past 2 years have been within a half point of meeting growth. This year, we met growth in science with a 21% increase in proficiency. We compared our 2025 achievement score to 4 other schools in the local public school unit with similar demographics. The similar demographics include a high percentage of students receiving free and reduced lunch, high teacher turnover, and a high percentage of students of color. In the comparison, we found that TESG had the highest achievement score of the 5 schools. After reviewing the current data from the 24-25 school year, our leadership team met to discuss our goals for the current school year. One of our biggest challenges, in addition to the percentage of students showing proficiency, is students showing academic growth. Our first academic goal is that 73.5% of all students will show growth in math. We will utilize teacher-made common assessments, trimester check-ins, MAP assessments, and EOG scores to track student progress and growth over the course of the school year and following the end of year assessments. Using the same criteria, our next goal is for 71.8% of all students to show academic growth in reading. The next goal is for 76.3% of all students to show academic growth in science. Finally, with the implementation of a multi-tiered systems of support and additional support during the school day with reading and math interventions, we are confident that we will attain these goals with academic improvements and student growth in math, reading, and in science. With each of these challenges we face, there are windows of opportunity. We embrace the challenges and the opportunities because each one of them pushes us to improve. This year, we've had a decrease in student enrollment, which then created an opportunity for us to recruit students throughout the course of the school year. We're not alone in this because our neighboring district, Guilford County Schools, is closing 4 elementary schools. With a decrease in enrollment, it correlated with a decrease in staff for the current year. Currently, 54% of our teaching staff are new teachers with 0 to 3 years of experience. Our shared mission gives us the opportunity to collaborate with teachers during weekly PLCs and solidify our instructional practices. Leadership has been consistent for the past 2 years, and currently I'm in my 3rd year at TESG. Our growing population of economically disadvantaged students and students with disabilities presents an opportunity for us to create transformative learning experiences that holistically support their academic, social, and emotional growth. The leadership team collaborated on our school improvement plan goals for the school year. Our goals were based on the results of our most current EOG results and other challenges that we face for the year. After deliberations, we concluded that an increase of 4 percentage points will be measurable and attainable in 1 year's time. Our goals consist of raising the percent proficient for all students in reading from 47.8% to 51.8%. Increasing the percent proficient of all students in math from 37.4% to 41.4%. Increasing the percent proficient of all students in science from 72.3% to 76.3%. Our goal is to increase enrollment by at least 20% and have a higher percentage of teachers who remain for the next school year. Now, although we face challenges, we always try to find a reason to celebrate our successes. We are excited about the opportunity to recruit students throughout the school year. We are showcasing our school with participation in local events, giving family tours all year long, and advertising through social media platforms. We are excited to bring teachers together on a weekly basis to take a deeper look into our pillars such as experiential education and project-based learning while collaborating on ways to increase student achievement. We celebrate consistent leadership who have developed lasting partnerships with local colleges and universities, community partners, and supporters who all work together to provide opportunities for students to grow academically and as productive members of our community. We are excited about showing academic increases in math and science and look forward to celebrating the successes in reading. We celebrate the fact that 100% of our students who elect to take Math 1 show proficiency each year. We are excited to have great parents and community members who make up our community collaborative organization that works hard to support our students and staff socially, emotionally, and economically. We celebrate being chosen to receive a grant to pilot an AI-powered math program to help students become engaged and excited about learning math. Each day, as we travel to TSG through downtown, we are excited about the many learning opportunities outside of the classroom that are just a few steps away from our front door. We pride ourselves in the walking field trips that provide learning opportunities for our students. We are proud to have a solid history of governance, a solid history of operational and financial stability, and over the past 3 years, we have demonstrated some growth in our academics. Today, we respectfully request a 5-year renewal because of the relationships and continued partnerships that we've built. We want to continue to build trust with our families and students that we serve. There are positive outcomes and successes that we are proud of, and we love to continue this work with a 5-year renewal. So on behalf of the TSG Board of Directors, our students, our staff, our community supporters, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share our story. We are excited, if you can't tell, about our future, and we look forward to sharing our future successes. So thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Yeah, Cedric the Entertainer is actually based on David Jarman. He's a fictional guy. It's actually supposed to be David Jarman. Any comments or questions from the board?
Can you speak to your enrollment going down every 3 years, like over the course of 3 years? Can you speak to what's happening and what you're doing to try to stem that?
Well, one thing that's happening, as I mentioned in our report, we've had so many new schools built in Guilford County, and some of our students and our families have shown interest in going to those schools. So they've elected to go to those different schools because of those whatever kind of programs they serve at those schools. So what we're doing now is we're going to local events. We are advertising our school through social media, and we are going out in our community every day, talking to folks about the fact that TESG exists. A lot of folks don't know that we're in the community. You know, we're right there in the heart of downtown, across from the train station. We always tell folks that. And when we tell them that, they realize, oh, I think I've seen that. So we just try to encourage folks to know that we're there and that we have a public school opportunity to share with our families. You guys have a partnership with? Well, we do. We have a partnership with them, and the fact that we have teachers that come over or potential teachers that come over and work as interns in our school. And in some cases, work as student teachers.
Yeah, I noticed that you guys have like several new 0 to 3 teachers and having a teaching. I won't say it's a teaching university. I did get my master's and doctorate from that school. So, Dr. Lashley was actually the chair of my doctoral committee. So I'm glad that you guys have him on board. But it's got to be good to have a resource like them right in the backyard to help get your teachers what they need.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments or questions?
Just encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. Is it Dr. Jarman, David Jarman?
Well, I get called doctor, but I'm not.
I know, you come across like.
I get called doctor, reverend, bishop, and all of that.
Exactly, Bishop Jarman. You know, leadership, consistent and ongoing leadership is important. I think you said you're in your 3rd year.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for staying with it. And I just encourage you to continue to do that.
Thank you.
You can make the difference by doing that.
I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to see Mr. Jarman in action. If you want to see what an administrator can do for children inside of the school, this guy does everything and anything is needed to get his kids motivated and to do all they can in school. I'm talking singing, comedy acts, magic shows. He does it all to get the kids pumped up and ready to come to school every day. He's one of those guys. He's worked in schools in downtown Greensboro, this school and the schools that he showed on that screen used to be a part of the enrichment region of Guilford County Schools, which is some of the hardest hitting, lowest performing schools in a district that just need multiple resources to do what they need to meet the needs of the students. So I am thankful that you're at that school. I can see the progress in the test scores starting to get the trajectory that you're looking for. You guys are closing the gap in the school district every year for the last 3 years, so I'm excited and hope that next year it's a MET growth and get off that CLP. Right? You're going to get them there, David. I know you will.
Thank you. And I need to say that we do have continuous support of our board as well. So thank our board for their support.
I just want to add, I really appreciate you putting your achievement score across schools of similar demographics.
Yes, ma'am.
This idea of 5 percentage points, the district, I was on the board when that happened. That's a ridiculous definition of comparative. And so I like that you put that in there.
And just one last comment so we can move on to, and I know you guys have done a good presentation, appreciate it. Like, I think the one school, if we can go back to that comparison on the slideshow, Bessemer Elementary School was one of the schools that I actually supervised when I was regional superintendent for the enrichment region. We got them as high as 58%. And as soon as those supports were gone and regionalization ended in Guilford County Schools, you can see what happens when you don't put the resources and the support systems that need to be behind the kids that need the most support. So I'm glad to see that you guys have all this going on with the universities and someone like David Jarman there to help turn the school around. So thank you guys for your presentation. Good luck.
Thank you all.
Okay, next is Summit Creek Academy. They are a K-8 school, also in Guilford County Schools. Their enrollment is listed, as well as this is their first charter renewal. They first opened in 2021 with a 5-year charter agreement. So this will be their first renewal. They have participated in the renewal process and submitted all requirements. For their academic performance in 22-23, they had a school performance grade of D and met growth. In 23-24, a grade of C and exceeded growth. And then in 24-25, had a grade of D and did not meet growth. For their low performing status, they have been continuously low performing in all of the last 3 years, but you'll see in 23-24, they were continuously low performing, but not low performing because of that grade of C and that they exceeded growth that year. You'll see their academic comparability by subgroup. Additionally, they have been comparable to their local LEA in 2 of the last 3 years. And they don't have any significant compliance or financial concerns. The Office of Charter Schools has placed the school at a 3-year renewal based on their continually low performing status. So they do have 2 years of comparability, but the renewal guidelines require that if a school is continuously low performing, that they be placed at a 3-year renewal.
Jennifer, for the good of the order, could you explain for anybody that might be listening, you would have thought, anybody looking at this data would see that C and exceeded growth and thought that the continually low performing would have ended there. What constitutes getting off the CLP?
Yeah, so continuously low performing status is based on it's based on 3 continuous years. And so to be considered continuously low performing, you would have had to have been designated as low performing in 2 out of the last 3 years. So in 23-24, they were not designated as low performing, but in 22-23, they were, and then you don't see here, but it has to have meant that they were also low performing in 21-22, giving them the CLP status in 23-24, although they were not in that current year. But then in this year, they were designated as low performing. And so because 22-23 and 24-25, they were designated as low performing, that gives them that continuously low performing status as well, because of 2 out of the 3 years.
Thank you for that explanation.
Yeah. And so at this time, I will invite the leadership and board from Summit Creek Academy to give you their school presentation.
All right, good afternoon. I'm excited too. I was following my friend. I'm like, all right, I'm bringing it. Some good energy. My name is Dr. Natasha Robertson, and I am the principal at Summit Creek Academy. I am joined today by my board representative who's joining us virtually. Wanted to open us up, but if not, we can read his statement. And so are they able to share?
If it's online, yes.
Yes.
Yes, you may unmute yourself and you should be able to speak.
I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. All right, well, greetings. I am Jamie Swindell, and I'm honored to serve on the board of Summit Creek Academy. I'm also a founding parent of two amazing girls who attend Summit Creek. One is in the 4th grade, and the other's in the 8th grade. And both girls consistently receive A's on most of their report cards, and they consistently score above grade level in their assessments. I'm just so proud of them. And my girls are proof that Summit Creek works. The leadership works. Everything that's about the school is producing positive results, and my girls exemplify that. As a family, we are extremely excited about the future of Summit Creek under the leadership of Dr. Robertson and all the great things that she has planned for continued growth and excellence. So I'm happy to be here. I'm happy with all the things that are happening. And I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Robertson.
Thank you so much. I'm also joined today by DSQ Hill, who's our school superintendent. Good afternoon again. My name is Dr. Natasha Robertson. I am principal at Summit Creek Academy. I want to thank the Office of Charter Schools and thank the Charter School Review Board. The last time I was with you, I was representing Gate City Charter Academy as their principal. I transitioned into principal role at Summit Creek in late spring of last year, and I've had the privilege of leading schools where there's challenge. And much like Summit Creek, I've learned that through consistent focus, teamwork, and relentless commitment to student growth, with a laser focus, you can always change the story. Last year at Gate City, we outperformed 99% of schools like with the similar demographic. But I know I'm not here to talk about Gate City. I'm here to celebrate all the amazing things happening at Summit Creek. And although Summit's only 5 years old, we've made consistent gains. I know it takes time to make this happen, and I believe this team has everything it needs to see sustainable success. Today, I'm here requesting a 5-year renewal for our upcoming charter term. Summit Creek Academy strives to empower all students to become successful citizens by implementing a rigorous academic program and moral-focused curriculum within a safe, caring environment. Summit Creek currently serves 756 students, of whom 73% are economically disadvantaged, 13% are students with disabilities, and 6% are English learners. We have currently a waiting list of 195 students. I want to talk a little bit about our student academic achievement and growth. I'm excited to share with you about our achievement and growth. However, I want to acknowledge Summit Creek is identified as a continually low-performing school and that we've made significant gains. However, I know we've got consistent work to do. I'm excited to share with you the data that highlights how close we are to exiting that continually low-performing status. Over the charter term, Summit Creek has improved proficiency rates by 8 percentage points overall and demonstrated strong student growth. When I consider our achievement, there's been notable improvement made in reading, math, and science achievement, with proficiency increasing in each subject for the 2022 school year and for our current year last year, 24-25. Taking a closer look at our growth, Summit Creek has met or exceeded growth in 2 of the last 3 years and come within 0.1 of meeting growth last school year. 0.1. And so just so close to relinquishing that low performance status. In 24-25, 85%, 11 out of 13 grade subject combinations met or exceeded growth, and including 5 out of 6 grades in reading. Math growth was strong, with every grade meeting expectations and meeting math growth each year of our charter. And our growth index average over the last 3 years is 0.2, which is meeting expectations and shows stable, positive long-term growth. I do want to acknowledge that there are some pain points, and our EVOS data reveals that. The gaps last year noted within our 5th grade reading and science are identified areas. We believe that that's due to teacher turnover as well as leader turnover, and as contributed to the regression that we saw. We've worked aggressively to resolve this. Now on to our performance. I know how important it is to consider how our school performs in comparison to our county. And I'm proud to say that even though we serve a high disadvantaged population, our performance is comparable. I want to take a moment to take you through the data. Summit Creek has consistently outperformed its closest schools and achieved proficiency rates comparable to Guilford County. When I look at the comparison to our closest schools over our charter term, Summit Creek has consistently outperformed the average proficiency rate of our closest schools, and last year met or exceeded the overall proficiency of each individual school. Comparing us to Guilford County in 23-24 and 24-25, Summit Creek's academic results were comparable to the county, performing within 2 percentage points of the district's proficiency rate, despite having a higher proportion of economically disadvantaged students. Summit Creek is 69% and the county is 53% economically disadvantaged. Over the charter term, we've had great success at reducing the performance gap against Guilford County, with the gap decreasing by 7 percentage points from our 22 school year to our 2024 school year. Now I want to take a deeper look at our subgroup performance. This is where things get exciting. Now that I've had now I have some data that I'm proud of that highlights our subgroup performance compared to the county. Across subgroups, Summit Creek students have outperformed their district peers in overall proficiency for 3 consecutive years, demonstrating the school's strong support for all learners. When I look at some group comparisons for Guilford County, our English learner students at Summit Creek have exceeded proficiency rates in Guilford County by an average of more than 20 percentage points over the past 3 years, showing exceptional progress and targeted instructional success. When comparing proficiency rates of our economically disadvantaged students, Summit Creek's economically disadvantaged students outperform their district's peers in reading over the past 3 years, in math for the past 2 years, and last year in science. Our Black and Hispanic students have outperformed their district peers consistently over the last 3 years also. When we take a deeper dive at subgroup performance and growth, this is where I want to share with you our performance as it compares to the state. In the previous slide, I was able to highlight the success that scholars had compared to the county. Now I'd like to share with you how our scholars compare to state comparisons. Our economically disadvantaged and English language learner students at Summit Creek have consistently outperformed their state peers, and all subgroups have met or exceeded growth since 22-23. When we look closely, our economically disadvantaged and English learner proficiency students at Summit Creek achieved higher proficiency rates compared to their state peers in the last 2 years. Additionally, the proficiency of these subgroups improved from 22-23 to 24-25, demonstrating a strong, sustained achievement. Also, want to take a look at our EVOS data. Our EVOS data shows clearly that our English learner students showed exceptional growth. In last school year, having a 3-point growth index exceeding the state growth target. And our Black students did so with a 2.4 growth index exceeding that growth mark. Growth results demonstrate that targeted supports are benefiting historically underserved groups. In summary, we are seeking a 5-year renewal. I know we are a young school. However, we make it a practice to collect and analyze a variety of data to identify our improvement efforts. Our focus remains academic proficiency, academic growth, and attendance. We've had so much success in our charter term, and despite the challenge of opening in the middle of a global pandemic, Summit Creek has provided a safe, caring environment with a culture of meeting the academic and social emotional needs of our scholars. Summit Creek was comparable to the local district for the last 2 out of 3 years. Summit Creek has met or exceeded in 2 of the last 3 years despite serving a larger economically disadvantaged population. Across subgroups, Summit Creek students have outperformed their peers in overall proficiency for 3 consecutive years. Our economically disadvantaged and EL students at Summit Creek achieve higher proficiency rates compared to their peers across the state in the last 2 years. And Summit Creek has complied with state and federal laws through our charter term. Our committed board continues to provide governance and oversight, ensuring we maintain alignment to our vision. I'm proud to serve as the leader at a school that is the best choice for students and families, and our data supports this. We are making a difference, and I'm sure with our continued efforts, we will see that sustained success and continue to change the story. Thank you for learning more about Summit Creek. Any questions for me?
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Comments?
What was your waiting list number? You said you have how many on the
We've
wait?
got 195 students on our wait list currently.
In a school system that has a declining enrollment and things like that. So it's something must be happening. Right?
Well, I like the growth too. You've grown quite a bit in the last 3 years.
Yes, ma'am.
I like that. That looks good.
I don't know who's responsible for pulling the data and putting it together, but and I'm not going to say this to say that you're a 5-year, 7-year, 3-year, whatever. But if we can roll back just a couple slides to some of that data, one more. Yeah. So, I mean, when we talk about if you want something more than what's being recommended, and we ask you to bring data, for me, that's what I want to see. Like it's comparable data. It shows you how things are happening in the subgroup area, and if we just look at the overall picture, we might miss this kind of information. I think this is an exemplar of what you should look at if you're someone that's coming in to look for more than what you're being recommended for. This might be a good presentation to take a look at. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Right. You're 5%. Oh, 5 points. I know.
District, you compared one school district.
So yeah, great presentation. You guys should be proud of the work that you're doing over there. Did you say that?
Just trying to say what you're saying.
Yeah.
Great job in your presentation.
Thank you very
detailed.
much. Awesome.
Very
Thank you for
detailed.
having us. We
Thanks
appreciate
for being
you.
here. Thanks for
Thank
sticking
you.
around so late.
No problem. Have a good day.
Saving the best for last, right?
Of course. All right. So we have Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington. Some of you may or may not recognize them as Douglas Academy. That was their former name. But they are a K-5 school in New Hanover County, and their enrollment is listed below. Their initial charter was given in 2013 at 10 years, and they were last renewed at a 3-year renewal in 2023. They have participated in the renewal process and submitted all required items. Their academic performance, they have consistently performed at a D in the last 3 years and met growth in all of the last 3 years. And they have been on the continually low performing lists in the last 3 years. Their academic comparability, they have not been comparable to the local LEA in the last 3 years, but you can see some comparability within their subgroup data listed. We are not aware of any significant compliance or financial concerns, and the school has been placed at a 3-year renewal based on their continually low performing status. And this time I will invite the board and leadership from Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Leslie Smith, and I have the honor to serve as the headmaster of Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington. I have with me members of my board, Ms. Colleen Combs, our board chair, as well as board members, Ms. Pat Sykes and Mr. Howard Talley. I also have our Director of Operations and Human Resources, Ms. Jessie Smith, with us. Although this is my first year, in December will be my first year of Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington. I have over 10 years of leadership experience in the private sector, and this is my 6th year in education. I have had the opportunity to serve as the operations coordinator, teacher, lead teacher, and mentor, serving the community of Classical Charter Schools of Whiteville at our Schuster campus. It is my privilege to be here to present the renewal overview for Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington. Over the past several years, our school has remained steadfast in our mission to provide rigorous classical education that develops both the intellect and character of every student. Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington serves a diverse minority-majority population, with more than 90% of our students identifying as minority learners. This makes our community to equity access and academic excellence not only essential but personal. Today, I will walk you through our school's academic performance trends, subgroup outcomes, and targeted improvement actions over the last 3 years. You'll see that Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington continues to meet or exceed expected growth, maintain financial and operational soundness, and align with the state statutory requirements for renewal. We are proud of the progress our students and staff have made, and even more excited about the work ahead as we continue to close the opportunity gaps, strengthen instruction, and support every child's success. Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington serves a minority-majority student body with 90% minority students. The school's mission emphasizes equity access, cultural inclusion, academic excellence for all of our learners. The North Carolina statute defines comparability for renewal decisions. CCS Wilmington's performance must be compared to similar subgroups within New Hanover County schools. Over the past 3 years, CCS Wilmington's targeted subgroup performance exceeded district level comparability standards. Table 1 presents proficiency outcomes for our Black students across 3 through 5 grade levels over the past 3 years. The data demonstrates Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington's consistent performance exceeding district averages for the same subgroup. Continuous monitoring and instructional differentiation contribute to the sustained subgroup improvement. This evidence supports the school's targeted mission and accountability to its charter purpose, our Black students. Now, to increase these numbers even more, we have implemented the following items. Math and reading times has increased for 4th and 5th grade to each include an increase in instruction of time of 90 minutes to ensure time enough for independent practice and small group instruction time to close any gaps in instruction. Table 2 shows school performance grades, the growth outcomes for the same 3 years. CCS Wilmington met or exceeded growth each year, maintaining a D grade with strong proficiency stability. In contrast, several district comparison schools have inconsistent growth results. These results confirm academic comparability and validate schools' growth trajectory aligned with state accountability standards. CCS Wilmington offers a unique classical curriculum integrated with a global perspective. Instruction emphasizes foundational skills, character education, and rigorous academics by grade and subject. Targeted improvement actions include data-driven instruction, professional development, and tiered intervention through our MTSS. Additional supports include social emotional initiatives, family partnerships, and consistent progress monitoring. School goals align with the district and state vision, eliminating opportunity gaps, improving performance, and increasing educator preparedness by 2027. What are some of our improvement actions? They're grounded in continuous data analysis and responsive instruction. Data-driven focus, weekly subgroup performance reviews ensure instructional adjustments occur in real time. Targeted professional development, coaching supports teachers in differentiation and small group strategies aligned to student needs. Tiered interventions, a strengthened MTSS model, ensures early identification, consistent progress monitoring, and timely support. Student support systems, social emotional integration, and behavior tracking promote whole child development and positive learning climates. There's a family partnership, ongoing workshops, communication, and progress updates, strengthen collaboration between home and school. Collectively, these practices sustain growth, narrow achievement gaps, and reinforce CCS Wilmington's commitment to equitable excellence. So based on the statute, Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington has met and exceeded all 3 required areas for renewal. For the past 3 years, we provided financially sound audits with Groban surplus demonstrating strong fiscal stewardship. Our academic outcomes, our targeted subgroups have consistently exceeded comparability with New Hanover County schools, surpassing growth expectations each year. And finally, we remain in full compliance with state, federal, and charter regulations with no compliance findings. In every measure, academic, financial, and operational, CCS Wilmington has proven its stability, success, and commitment to excellence. For these reasons, we respectfully submit that our school be earned a 10-year renewal.
You said tenure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for that. Any questions or comments from the board?
I just want to make the comment that on that last slide, number 2, that was changed statutorily just, I think, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe, as far as looking at targeted groups, especially if that's in the mission statement of the school. I don't know if we're doing that in the Office of Charter Schools, but that has been changed statute.
Yes, we instruct the schools that they can make that argument, but we ask them to bring the data to you guys so they can advocate for serving targeted subgroups.
Yeah, because we wouldn't know that that internal data unless it was brought to us to look at, because we would only look at the state report card comparison. So yeah.
Good data.
Yeah.
Bringing things.
Another example of bringing your A game for data, right? Any other questions or comments?
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, look at him, right?
Oh, that's those are our kindergarten students. Actually, we do Dress for Success on the last Thursday of every month, and they dress for success.
There you go. Do you guys have any other students outside of the county in which you reside? Do they, or are you 100% your kids come from Duplin?
I believe
New
we
Hanover,
have.
sorry. New Hanover, sorry. It's late.
Yes, I do. We have a few students in Pender County.
But
just a
nothing
few.
that would impact the comparability data.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. All right. So not hearing any other questions, I want to thank you for sticking around and hanging out with us and for your presentation. Thank you. Does that complete our agenda? So let me say a big thank you to the staff for sticking around, and to the last standing board members who made it through the end of today. What a long day! I'm gonna tell you guys, that was a lot of work that the staff put in to get all this information pulled together in such an organized manner. I know that we went over our time in a few places, and thanks for sticking around and being patient with us as we tried to dig down into this stuff. But I will accept the motion for a.
I moved it. I second.
All right, thank you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.